Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Transfer Student. Chapter 1, The Transfer Student. Author's note, aiming to woo Maki, pull Choso over to Jujutsu High as a brother, and play matchmaker for Choso and Yuki, long live the brother and sister-in-law. P.S. This is all a self-indulgent dream. If anything makes zero sense, just assume I didn't get enough sleep. 3. Arata Hoshino sat by the window, elbow propped on the desk and chin resting in his palm. His gaze drifted aimlessly outside. It had been exactly 1 year since he transmigrated into this world. A year ago, Arata had been pulling an all-nighter grinding Warframe. Having finished his dailies and weeklies, he'd opened a streaming app to catch the latest episode of the Jujutsu Kaisen, Culling Game arc. He hadn't even lasted 5 minutes before falling asleep, only to wake up standing at the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High. His clothes hadn't changed, but his phone had no signal. Luckily, it wasn't a soul possession transmigration, it was his own body. After a quick lament about how Warframe was the root of all evil, Arata accepted his new reality pretty quickly. As luck would have it, a man with snow-white hair and a white bandage wrapped around the upper half of his face appeared shortly after. Arata couldn't quite remember the details of that first conversation anymore. He only remembered Satoru Gojo eventually asking, "Wanna be my student?" and then somehow finding himself enrolled. Arata. A slightly raspy voice snapped him out of his daze. Arata turned to see Maki Zenin standing by the podium, a naginata in hand and her brow slightly furrowed. Clad in her Jujutsu High uniform with her hair tied in a high ponytail, her profile looked sharp and determined. "You're spacing out again," she said. "I wasn't," Arata blinked, then popped a lollipop into his mouth. "I was contemplating." "Contemplating what?" "Contemplating whether I bought enough desserts for today." Maki fell silent for a second before looking away, her tone dripping with mock disgust. "You're going to get diabetes sooner or later." Arata chuckled but didn't argue. Just then, the classroom door slid open, and a fluffy white head peeked in. "Yo, everyone's here." Panda waddled in, followed by Toge Inumaki, whose high collar was pulled up to his chin to hide the lower half of his face. "Panda, Toge," Arata raised a hand in greeting. "Kelp," Toge squinted and nodded in response before finding a random seat. "So that guy called us here and then ended up late himself." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Maki leaned her naginata against the desk and sat down directly next to Arata. "Gojo-sensei seems to have gone to pick up a new student," Panda said, hopping onto a desk. His massive frame made the wooden legs groan under the weight. "I heard it's a transfer." "A transfer student?" Arata bit down on his lollipop stick, one eyebrow arching. Based on the timeline, there was only one person that could be, Yuta Okatsu. "You look like you know something." Maki suddenly looked at him, her gaze sharp. Arata paused, then smiled. "What could I know? I'm not Gojo-sensei." Maki looked away, not pressing further. Speaking of which, Panda suddenly remembered something. "Arata, did you go out with Gojo-sensei again yesterday?" Arata's expression stiffened for a split second. "How did you know?" "Because a panda's intuition tells me you got scammed," Panda said solemnly. Maki snorted. "You don't need intuition to see that. Whenever that bastard tricks someone into treating him, his grin stretches from ear to ear." Arata remained silent for 2 seconds, then silently pulled another lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. "What was it this time?" Maki asked. "Kikufuku." "How many?" 10 boxes of 30. The classroom went dead quiet for a moment before Maki let out her first laugh of the day. It was short, but it was definitely a laugh. "Are you an idiot?" With a lollipop bulging in his cheek, Arata muttered indistinctly, "Honestly, he's the head of the Gojo clan. How does he have the nerve to constantly leech off his students?" Before the laughter could die down, the door swung open again. This time it only opened halfway. A hand rested on the handle as the 4 students looked over. Standing in the doorway was a thin boy with messy, short black hair. His features were delicate, but the dark circles under his eyes gave him a decidedly melancholic aura. "Sorry for the intrusion." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. The next second, an overly cheerful voice rang out from behind him. A hand reached over the boy's head and slammed the door wide open. Satoru Gojo's grinning face, half hidden by bandages, popped into view. "You're all here. Nice, nice. I thought for sure you'd skip class." "You told us to be here," Arata said expressionlessly. "You've got a lot of nerve being the one who's late." "Ah, come on, I was picking up the new student." Gojo waved it off dismissively. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him a gentle nudge forward. Let me introduce you. This is Yuta Okatsu. He'll be your classmate starting today. Please take care of me, Yuta said, head bowed slightly. Arata bit his lollipop stick, his eyes lingering on Yuta. Come to think of it, his own technique was very similar to Yuta's. Yuta's technique was copy, the ability to copy others' techniques and use them as his own. However, Yuta's version required Rika to consume part of the target's body and was only effective for 5 minutes while connected to Rika. It also couldn't copy techniques tied to specific physical traits like the Gojo clan's Limitless. Furthermore, if the victim healed the consumed part with reverse cursed technique, the copy would immediately fail. But Arata's ability was perfect copy. He only needed physical contact to perfectly replicate a target's ability. The downside was that he also copied the technique's side effects. So far, Arata had only copied blood manipulation, curse speech, and reverse curse technique, which wasn't technically an innate technique. As for Limitless, without the 6 eyes, he'd put that on the back burner for now. Seeing how overwhelmed Yuta looked, Arata smiled. Don't be nervous. Aside from Gojo-sensei, everyone here is normal. Hey, Gojo protested. I'm the most normal one here, okay. Maki let out a cold sneer. Toge silently gave a thumbs down. Panda nodded in agreement. You students. Gojo covered his face, looking heart-stricken. You're breaking your teacher's heart. Cut it out, Arata rolled his eyes. As the filthy rich head of the Gojo family, the fact that you repeatedly trick first-years into buying you sweets is proof enough that you aren't normal. Fine, I'm shutting up. Gojo made a zipping motion over his mouth, then strode boldly behind the podium and hopped onto the desk. Now, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. Arata-kun, there's a job specifically requesting you. Yuta can tag along too, consider it an orientation. Chapter 2, My Curse Technique. Chapter 2, My Curse Technique. Together. Yuta Okatsu stammered, looking confused. To be precise, you're observing, Gojo said with a clap of his hands, his tone becoming uncharacteristically serious. Jujutsu is diverse. You could say there are as many ways to exorcise curses as there are sorcerers. Arata-kun is an excellent example, watch and learn carefully. Observe. Yuta looked up. But. I just got here. That's exactly why you're going. Gojo hopped down from the podium, walked over to Yuta, and patted his shoulder. In this business, you don't learn by sitting in a classroom. That's just your excuse for not teaching. Arata flipped Gojo the bird. Maki Zenin rested her chin on her hand and glanced at Arata, her voice flat. What was your first mission like? Arata paused, biting his lollipop stick as he thought. I don't really remember much. The outcome wasn't great, though I ended up lying in the infirmary for 3 days. Alright, there'll be plenty of time for nostalgia later. Arata-kun, here are the mission details. Gojo interrupted their chatter, pulling a folded piece of paper from his pocket and tossing it. The paper arched through the air and landed precisely on Arata's desk. Arata unfolded the paper, scanned it quickly, then stuffed it into his pocket. Got it. When do we leave? Now. Gojo checked his phone. The assistant director is already waiting at the gate. Yuta, watch and learn. Yes, sir, Yuta nodded nervously. Arata walked over to Yuta and patted his shoulder. Relax. I've got your back. The two prepared their gear and headed to the school gates, where a man in a suit stood beside a black sedan. Seeing them approach, the men bowed slightly. Hoshino-kun, Okatsu-kun. I am Assistant Director Kiyotaka Ejichi. I will be responsible for transport and the on-site briefing today. Thanks for the hard work, Ejichi-san, Arata nodded, pulling open the back door and gesturing for Yuta to get in first. As the car left Jujutsu High, Ejichi briefed them on the mission. Yuta listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously gripping his pant legs. Based on the preliminary investigation, the cursed spirit is estimated to be below grade 2, but we cannot rule out the possibility of multiple spirits. Understood. The car stopped at the entrance of a shopping district. The area had been completely abandoned and cordoned off, slated for demolition to make way for a new mall. Let's go. Arata pushed the door open and stepped out. Yuta scrambled to follow, their footsteps echoing sharply in the empty street. Once they entered, Ejichi began casting the veil. Emerge from darkness, blacker than black. Purify that which is impure. As the incantation finished, a black, liquid-like substance descended from the sky, forming a massive dark dome that turned the afternoon sky into artificial night. Looking at the familiar shops, Arata grasped the situation. In the original story, this was supposed to be Toge Inamaki's designated mission 3 months later. For some reason, it had been moved up. But Arata didn't overthink it. He was a semi-grade 1 sorcerer, with blood manipulation and reverse curse technique. Dealing with the semi-grade 1 spirit that would appear later shouldn't be difficult. If all else failed, he still had cursed speech. The abandoned district was desolate. Glass was shattered, shutter doors were twisted, and the air smelled of dust and a faint, rotting stench. As they reached the central plaza, a frantic, swimming sound erupted from above. Hundreds of small cursed spirits, resembling piranhas with jagged teeth, swirled in the air like a school of fish, eventually forming a massive vortex. There's so many. Yuta froze. Low-level curses are weak individually, so they swarm to increase their threat level. As he spoke, Arata stepped in front of Yuta. A second later, Yuta noticed strange markings appearing around Arata's mouth. Before Yuta could ask, Arata took a deep breath, aimed at the swarm, and barked in a clear, low voice. Explode. The moment the words left his lips, every spirit detonated simultaneously. Boom. Flames and black smoke erupted as fragments of curses rained down like soot. In less than a second, the entire swarm had been exorcised. Yuta stood there, jaw dropped. Was that cursed speech? That's Toge's technique. Its core principle uses the seals on the mouth and tongue as a medium to imbue words with cursed energy, forcing them to manifest as reality, Arata explained, his voice sounding slightly raspy from the backlash. My technique is perfect copy. I only need contact to perfectly replicate someone's ability, but the downside is that I copy the side effects too. That's amazing, but senior, your throat. Yuta looked at Arata with concern. It's fine, Arata said, walking toward the exit of the veil. Ah. The veil hasn't vanished. Yuta touched the barrier in confusion. Strange, the curses were clearly destroyed. Arata knew exactly why the veil was still up. It was Geto's twisted sense of humor. Just like the original plot, a semi-grade 1 curse would ambush them while they were confused. It should be coming right about now. Thinking this, Arata closed his right eye. Red seals began to manifest around his left eye. The next moment, a cursed spirit with green fur and an elephant-like trunk materialized behind them. It didn't hesitate, with a mere wave of its hand, a thick, searing beam of white light erupted from thin air above their heads. Arata's reflexes were lightning fast. He shoved Yuta aside and rolled away himself. The beam slammed into the ground where they had been standing, blasting a massive crater and sending debris flying. With flowing red scale active, Arata's strength, speed, and kinetic vision were all heightened. Seeing the elephant trunk spirit preparing another attack, Arata raised his hand. Blood manipulation, slicing exorcism. Blood seeped from his palm, instantly forming a ring-shaped blade that whistled toward the spirit, only to be vaporized by a direct hit from the spirit's light beam. The blood mist evaporated into a red haze. Arata clicked his tongue and leaped backward to create distance. A technique triggered through the hands, huh? In that case, let's start by making sure you can't move. Arata pulled a blood bag from his gear. Chapter 3, Blood Manipulation. Chapter 3, Blood Manipulation. To be honest, Arata Hoshino felt a bit helpless. Blood manipulation was great in every way except for one, it was a massive drain on his actual blood supply. Unlike Choso, the eldest of the cursed womb, death paintings, Arata couldn't convert cursed energy into blood. As a regular human, he faced the very real risk of anemia or hemorrhagic shock. Consequently, he never left for a mission without several medical blood bags in his gear. Seeing the elephant trunk curse raise its hand to lock on again, Arata hurled a blood bag directly at it. In that split second of confusion, the bag exploded right in the curse's face. The splashing blood instantly coalesced into rope-like strands, binding the creature tightly. Arata didn't give it a chance to break free. With a wave of his left hand, the remaining blood in the air spun violently, forming several ring-shaped blades that whistled through the air, slashing at the curse. However, the damage from the slicing exorcism was underwhelming. Despite the fierce visual display, the blades only left shallow scratches on the spirit's hide. By now, the curse had torn through the restraints. It raised its left hand, and the thick white beam locked onto Arata once more. But with flowing red scale active, Arata evaded the blast with ease. Arata narrowed his eyes. This thing's defense is higher than I thought. Slicing exorcism can't cut deep enough, and crimson binding can't hold it for long. If I don't use piercing blood, I probably won't do any real damage, But piercing blood required time to charge and aim. Given the curse's rapid-fire attacks, finding a window to focus seemed unrealistic. Should I use curse speech? The thought crossed his mind, but just as he was about to act, Gojo's voice echoed in his head. You aren't Toge. He can only use cursed speech, but you're different. Over-relying on it will make your own technique meaningless. Aside from lecturing me, all you do is scam me out of money. No wonder Shoko-san calls you a scumbag, Arata muttered to himself with a smirk, abandoning the idea of using cursed speech. Just then, Yuta Okatsu arrived at his side, gripping his katana with both hands. Senior. I'll help. Yuta's hands were shaking, but his eyes were steadier than before. Arata glanced at him, the corner of his mouth turning up. Fine. Buy me some time. Right. Yuta nodded hard. The elephant curse raised its hand again, sweeping the thick beam across the plaza. The two dived in opposite directions. As Arata rolled, he fished another blood bag from his belt. The curse moved to finish Arata off, but Yuta had already closed the distance from the flank. He swung the katana with all his might at the curse's back. The spirit spun around, blocking the strike with its arm, but in that instant, it felt the overwhelming pressure of Rika Orimoto emanating from within Yuta. Feeling provoked, the curse fired a beam directly at Yuta. Luckily, Yuta's reflexes were sharp, the beam only grazed his forehead. Yuta. Arata's pupils shrunken. I'm okay. Yuta shouted, wiping the blood from his brow. Arata's gaze turned cold. Blood manipulation, convergence. Arata pressed his palms together, aiming at the curse. The blood bag he had thrown earlier burst open, the crimson liquid rushing toward his palms at high speed. The elephant curse sensed the threat and abandoned Yuta, spinning around to face Arata, but the charge was already complete. Piercing blood. The bead of blood, compressed to its absolute limit, let out a piercing shriek as it was released. The red bolt tore through the air at supersonic speeds. The curse tried to counter with its own beam, but it was too late, the blood arrow punched straight through its forehead, erupting in a spray of purple gore. The curse froze. Its hands flickered like a dying light bulb before going dark. Its massive body swayed, then toppled forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and grit. We did it. Yuta's hand was still trembling as he held his sword. Arata didn't answer. He stood with his palms pressed together for 2 seconds, then his knees buckled, and he dropped to one leg. Senior. Yuta rushed over, hovering his hands over Arata, unsure where to touch. Are you okay? No. Arata panted. Just a little dizzy. While flowing red scale was a powerful buff boosting strength, speed, defense, and cursed energy output, the price was steep. It involved soaring body temperatures, skyrocketing blood pressure, and extreme cardiac strain. Once deactivated, the user was left in a state of total physical and spiritual exhaustion. Arata sat on the ground, looking up. Why didn't you release the vengeful spirit? If you'd let her out, this would have been over in seconds. You mean Rika? Yuta scratched the back of his head nervously. Gojo-sensei told me that no matter what happens, I must never let Rika manifest. I can only channel her energy into the blade. Otherwise, the higher-ups will execute both the teacher and me. Gojo was right to warn you, but do you really think those useless higher-ups could even touch him? Arata looked at the innocent Yuta with total disbelief. Only a naive kid like Yuta would fall for Gojo's flimsy excuses. Just then, the veil hanging over the district began to dissolve, the artificial twilight replaced by normal sunlight. Yuta let out a long breath. It's over. Arata smiled faintly. Let's go. Time to head back. The black sedan drove quietly on the return trip, the scenery blurring past the windows. Arata leaned back in the rear seat, another lollipop in his mouth. He glanced at Yuta, who was hugging his katana, as tense as a drawn bowstring. Relax, Arata said indistinctly. The mission is over. Ah, right. Yuta nodded, though his knuckles remained white against the hilt. Senior, that curse, why did it appear so suddenly? Who knows? Arata shrugged. Curses don't exactly send a courtesy text saying, I'm about to ambush you now. Yuta blinked, then actually nodded seriously, as if absorbing a great wisdom. You're right, Senior. Arata nearly choked on his lollipop. Is this kid seriously this easy to fool? Chapter 4, Are you addicted to sugar? Chapter 4, Are you addicted to sugar? In the front seat, Ijichi glanced at them through the rearview mirror and said in a gentle tone, Hard work, you too. I'll organize today's mission report and hand it over to Gojo-san. Hoshino-kun, are you sure your body is alright? Should I drop you off at Shoko-san's for a checkup first? No need, Arata waved him off with a smile. I'm just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will fix it. Sorry for the trouble, Ijichi-san. Not at all, Ijichi chuckled. I'm just a regular assistant director. In the end, it's you students who do the heavy lifting. Arata hummed in agreement but didn't press the point. Asterisk someone handpicked by Satoru Gojo is hardly regular. Asterisk. By the time the car pulled up to the gates of Jujutsu High, the sky had already dimmed into twilight. As Arata stepped out of the car, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against a gatepost. Maki Zenin stood there with her arms crossed, looking as though she'd been waiting for quite a while. Took you long enough, Maki walked over, her eyes scanning Arata's face. You're pale. Did you run into a tough one? It was okay. Arata fished a lollipop out of his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Just sleepy. And a little hungry. Maki snorted, then pulled a paper bag from behind her back and tossed it to him. For you. Arata caught it and looked inside. It contained 3 exquisite dorayaki. He blinked, looking up at her in surprise. Don't look at me like that. Panda bought them. Maki looked away. I was just bringing them over on my way. Is that so? Arata smiled around his lollipop. Then tell Panda I said thanks. Yuta Okatsu stood to the side watching this interaction, feeling like something was slightly off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Let's go, it's dinner time. Maki turned and walked into the school grounds. Panda said the cafeteria is serving your favorite spicy and sour shredded potatoes tonight. Arata followed, taking a few steps before looking back at Yuta. What are you standing there for? Come on. Ah, right. Yuta scrambled to catch up. In the cafeteria, Panda had already claimed a table. Toji Inumaki sat beside him, a steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. Yo, you're back. Panda waved a furry paw. How was the mission? Not bad. Arata sat down and placed the dorayaki on the table. Thanks, Panda. You're welcome, Panda said solemnly. Gojo said he was treating us to sweets. On his way out, he bought an extra set and told us to help him finish it. Oh, by the way, he used your money. Arata went silent for 2 seconds, then took a deep breath. That white-haired bastard. The next morning, during classroom theory. The classroom was sparsely populated. Sunlight slanted through the windows, casting bright patches across the desks. Arata sat in his usual spot by the window, chin in hand, looking like he could drop off at any moment. A Jujutsu theory textbook lay open in front of him, but he clearly wasn't reading it, his eyes were fixed on the clouds outside. Maki sat next to him, twirling a pen. Her notebook featured several lines of neat, organized notes. She leaned her head down slightly as she wrote, her high ponytail swaying with her movements. Slowly, Arata's eyelids began to droop. Just as he was about to drift off completely, a pen poked him sharply in the arm. Arata jolted awake and turned to see Maki staring straight ahead, though her pen accurately jabbed him again. Listen to the lecture. I am. Arata rubbed his eyes, muttering under his breath. You listen while sleeping. I wasn't sleeping. I was contemplating. Contemplating what? Contemplating. Arata's brain scrambled for an answer. Contemplating why curse grade levels are so similar to dessert prices. Special grade is like a limited edition, grade 1 is an import, and grade 2 is your standard supermarket brand. Maki's pen stopped. She turned her head and gave him a look that clearly asked, are you mentally ill? Arata blinked innocently. Sigh, you win. Maki looked back at her notes, but the corner of her mouth twitched as if she were stifling a smile. In the back row, Panda took it all in. He nudged Toji with a furry elbow and lowered his voice. Don't you think Maki is especially tolerant of Arata? Salmon, Toji nodded in firm agreement. Eventually, the exhaustion won out, and Arata fell fast asleep. This time, Maki didn't poke him. She just glanced at him once and continued her notes. The sunlight washed over them, stretching their shadows until they overlapped on the desk. When the bell finally rang, Arata woke up with a start. He stretched, his bones popping, and immediately unwrapped a lollipop. Are you addicted to sugar? Maki asked, closing her notebook and glancing at him. It's not an addiction, Arata said indistinctly. It's a passion. What's the difference? Addiction is passive. Passion is active. Arata explained with total seriousness. I am actively choosing to embrace sweets. I am not being controlled by the sugar. Get it? You're truly hopeless, Maki facepalmed before standing up. Come help me train this afternoon. Sure. Once Maki had left, Panda leaned over, a meaningful grin on his furry face. Arata-kun. Yeah. Don't you think Maki is especially good to you? Arata stopped chewing. Is she? She's like that with everyone, isn't she? No, Panda shook his head. She's cold to the rest of us. But to you? Are you helping me analyze this, or are you digging a hole for me? Arata arched an eyebrow. I'm just stating facts. Well, stop stating them. Arata stood up and patted Panda's thick arm. There are some things that a panda is better off not knowing too much about. Panda blinked as he watched Arata hurry out of the classroom. He turned to Toji. He's totally acting guilty, right? Salmon. Toji agreed. The training field, afternoon. When Arata arrived, Maki was already there. He didn't disturb her, choosing instead to lean against the perimeter fence and watch quietly. Maki never seemed to need validation or encouragement from others. Her goal was simple: become a grade 1 sorcerer, go back to make the Zenin clan lose face, and then destroy them from the inside out. Arata knew this well. Eventually, she would achieve it, at the cost of her sister Mai, fully awakening her heavenly restriction to become the second coming of the heavenly tyrant. Thinking about it, compared to Hikari, the Zenin clan were the true gamblers. Their first bet was that Toji Fushiguro wouldn't kill them all. Their second bet was that Maki wouldn't become another Toji. Fortunately for them, they won the first bet. Toji had no interest in wiping them out. But they lost the second bet miserably. Maki didn't just become a second Toji, she slaughtered every last one of them. Poor Megumi Fushiguro, he'd barely become the clan head before the clan ceased to exist. Just then, Maki stopped her movements. She wiped the sweat from her brow and turned her head, her gaze meeting Arata's. Lonely, TBH, our potential boy has always been unlucky / poor, whatever you call it. Chapter 5, Why did you become a sorcerer? Chapter 5, Why did you become a sorcerer? Looked long enough. Maki's tone was flat as usual, but she didn't sound angry. Arata blinked, showing zero guilt at being caught. Instead, he smiled and waved his lollipop stick. Not yet. I only just got here. Then what are you standing there for? Get over here. Arata complied, standing before her. What do you want me to help you practice? Fight me. Got it. The dust on the training ground was dyed a faint gold by the setting sun. Arata leaned to the side, narrowly dodging a wooden sword thrust, his footwork a bit clumsy. But Maki had no intention of showing mercy. She twisted her grip, sweeping the blade in a horizontal strike toward his ribs. Arata hopped back half a step, raising his right hand. Blood manipulation. No techniques, Maki interrupted coldly. Use taijutsu. This is abuse of an injured person. You don't count as injured. Maki's wooden sword drew an arc through the air, the back of the blade rapping him precisely on the head. Arata hissed as he sucked in a breath of pain, but he adjusted his stance and lunged forward again. Relying on instinct and a year's worth of accumulated combat experience, Arata managed to hold his own against Maki barely. Her assault was like a relentless tide, every strike carrying merciless force. After dodging a few more moves, Arata was ultimately swept off his feet by a low kick. Maki lowered her sword and looked down at him, her voice tinged with disapproval. You're a semi-grade 1 sorcerer now. Can't you be a bit more serious? You're hitting too hard. I just finished a mission yesterday. Have a little heart, Arata panted, lying on the ground as his chest heaved. Maki looked at his excuses with pure disdain. A mission that wasn't even grade 2. Didn't you finish that just by opening your mouth? It was supposed to be below grade 2, but a semi-grade 1 curse suddenly popped up. Arata looked at Maki, who had frozen mid-thought. He continued, I've already told Ajichi-san about it. Gojo should be handling it now. Why did that happen? Did they not scout the area properly? Maki frowned. It's not necessarily their fault. Maybe a curse user just happened to be there when we arrived. Arata smiled, then asked a question he already knew the answer to. Maki. Why did you become a sorcerer? Maki turned to look at Arata, her brow arching as if wondering why he was asking something so obvious. Arata stayed on the ground, his eyes meeting hers. Just felt like asking. Maki looked away and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Because my name is Zenin. Arata didn't speak, waiting for her to continue. You've heard of what kind of place the Zenin household is, Maki's voice was calm. The family's highest law is that status is determined by the strength of your technique and cursed energy. They worship inherited bloodlines and discriminate against anyone without a technique or with low energy. Those without cursed energy are treated worse than servants in that house. I've known that since I was a kid. So you want to prove yourself? It's because I have a bad personality, Maki said with a smirk. Someone who can't even see curses without glasses, am going to become a grade 1 sorcerer. Then I'll go back and make them lose face. And finally. She paused, her lips curving into a cold arc, I'm going to destroy the Zenin clan from the inside. Arata looked at her and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Maki frowned. Nothing. Arata sat up, pulled a lollipop from his pocket, and popped it into his mouth. I just think you're pretty amazing. No kidding. Not that kind of amazing. Arata spoke indistinctly around the candy. I mean, you know exactly what you want and how to get it. Unlike me. Unlike you, what? Arata paused, then laughed. Unlike me, I still don't really have a goal. Maki watched him, her gaze probing. You never seem to be in a hurry. About what? Anything. Maki sat down next to him. Your technique is strong, but you just drift along. That white-haired bastard doesn't teach you anything, and you never ask. My philosophy is simple, as long as I'm alive, it's all good. After all, if I'm dead, I can't eat delicious desserts. Arata stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Maki stood up as well, following him toward the exit. How is it that all you think about is eating? Because living is for eating, Arata looked back at her with a candid smile. What else? For the future of the jujutsu world. That's too exhausting. Worthless. There are plenty of people with worth, they don't need me. Arata shoved his hands into his pockets and walked leisurely ahead. I just want to live well and protect the people I want to protect. Maki's footsteps faltered for a moment, but she said nothing, simply keeping pace with him. Time flew by, and soon it was October. Arata-kun. Satoru Gojo's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Arata didn't even bother turning around. What do you want now? Ah, don't be like that. Gojo swung around to his side, leaning against the railing. His white bandages caught the sunlight. Your teacher is here to inform you that you and Yuta will both be competing in this year's Goodwill event. Arata's hand froze as he reached for a candy. In the original story, the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event was the first big arc after Yuji Itadori enrolled, the 30th event. But the current timeline was October 2017. Yuji wouldn't enroll until June 2018. The current first-year roster consisted of himself, Maki, Toge, Panda, and the recently arrived Yuto Katsu. What's the roster? Arata asked. You, Maki, Toge, Panda, and Yuta, Gojo counted on his fingers. Exactly 5 people. Perfect. Arata remained silent, his mind racing. The difference between the 29th event and the 30th from the original plot shouldn't be large. The Kyoto side would likely still be Aoi to do, Noritoshi Kamo, Mekamaru, Momo Nishimiya, Mai Zenin, and Kasumi Miwa. That lineup was tricky, especially that monster to do. His technique, Boogie Woogie, was essentially a cheat code. Lonely, it's not that good if you look at it individually, but since it's technically for a group/duo etc. so. Ick. What are you thinking about? Gojo waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing, Arata snapped back to reality. Here is the data on the Kyoto participants. Look it over carefully. Gojo handed Arata a sheet of paper. Arata took it and scanned the names. As he expected, all 6 were there. Noritoshi Kamo. Arata's gaze lingered on that specific name. Chapter 6, Eve of the Goodwill Event. Chapter 6, Eve of the Goodwill Event. Noritoshi Kamo. The nominal heir to the Kamo clan, one of the big 3 sorcerer families. In reality, he was the son of a concubine, because the legitimate wife's son failed to inherit the family's technique. Noritoshi was adopted as the heir. He shared a similar background to Maki. Because of her status, his mother had been bullied by the clan for years. Fortunately, at the age of 6, Noritoshi inherited the core technique of the Kamo family, blood manipulation. The clan lied to the world, claiming he was the legitimate son, and designated him the next head. His mother chose to leave the Kamo household so as not to be a burden to him. This became his core motivation, to become the true head of the family, gain the power to protect her, and give her a peaceful life. But after the Shibuya incident, the Kamo clan was manipulated by Kenjaku, and Noritoshi lost his right to succession. Truly tragic, Arata thought. I recall you two know each other, Gojo noted, catching Arata's gaze. Yeah, Arata folded the paper and shoved it into his pocket. The fact that I can use blood manipulation now is largely thanks to him. By the way, what grade is he now? He's still grade 2, but he's on the verge of becoming semi-grade 1, Gojo reminded him with a rare moment of gravity. Don't underestimate him, even if he is a friend. Got it. Gojo looked at him and suddenly reached out to pat his shoulder. Arata. In tomorrow's event, protect yourself and protect your comrades. Gojo's tone was unusually serious. Arata waved it off dismissively. Don't worry. Honestly, you should worry about the Kyoto students instead. If they bully Yuta too hard, Rika or Emoto won't exactly be showing mercy. The next morning, Arata stood at the school gate with a lollipop in his mouth, watching the bus that would take them to Kyoto. His expression was a mix of boredom and hidden anticipation. Can't you pick up a healthier habit? Maki Zenin walked over, carrying her Naginata bag. She shot him a look. Eating sugar first thing in the morning. Sugar makes me happy, Arata mumbled. He pulled the lollipop out and waved it. Grape flavor. I found it at the convenience store yesterday. Want a taste? I'm not eating something you've already had. Suit yourself. Arata naturally popped it back in. As they talked, Panda's massive frame squeezed through the gate, followed by Toge Inumaki, who was bundled up as tightly as ever. Panda was lugging a giant backpack that looked like it held half of his belongings. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Maki frowned. Emergency supplies, Panda said solemnly. Bandages, energy bars, Toge's throat medicine, and Arata's candy. Why do you have my candy? Lonely, Which candy? Since you always like to eat them during missions, I brought extras, Panda shrugged. Arata went silent for 2 seconds, then said sincerely, Panda, you are the best panda. Salmon, Toge nodded in agreement. Yuta Okatsu was the last to arrive, carrying his signature sword bag. The circles under his eyes were darker than usual, he clearly hadn't slept. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yuta jogged over, slightly out of breath. It's fine, Arata patted his shoulder. The bus is just, oh, here it is. A bus pulled up slowly in front of them. The door opened to reveal Satoru Gojo's grinning, bandaged face. Morning, students. Time for the Kyoto trip. Let's go. Why are you here too? Maki's tone was blunt. As the team lead, obviously. Gojo said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For such an important event, your teacher has to be here in person. How else could I support my lovely students? You're just worried we'll embarrass you, Arata rolled his eyes and boarded the bus first. As the bus started, the cabin fell quiet. Maki leaned against the window to rest, Panda and Toge whispered in the back, and Yuta sat in the front row, clutching his sword bag and staring at the passing scenery. Arata watched him for a moment, then got up and sat next to him. Nervous. Yuta blinked, then nodded. A little. Normal. Arata pulled an apple-flavored lollipop from his pocket and offered it. Want one? Yuta hesitated, then took it. Thanks, senior. Don't be so formal, Arata bit his own lollipop stick. It's just an exchange event. Think of it as a field trip where you happen to get into a few fights. But. Yuta gripped the candy. I heard the Kyoto school has some very strong opponents. Just treat it as a learning experience, Arata said casually. Yuta turned to him, his eyes filled with a touch of admiration. You don't seem nervous at all, senior. What's the point of being nervous? You still have to fight. Arata shrugged, then his tone turned a bit more serious. Yuta, remember one thing. What? Those guys won't hold back. But no matter what, try not to let Rika fully manifest. Yuta paused, then nodded. I understand. All right, get some rest. It won't be this relaxing once we hit Kyoto. Arata stood up, patted Yuta's shoulder, and went back to sit by Maki. After some time, the bus pulled up to the main gate of Kyoto Jujutsu High. As soon as Arata stepped off the bus, a boisterous, booming voice erupted from the Kyoto ranks. Oh. You're here, Tokyo Bunch. A massive, muscular student with a scar running from his forehead through his left eye strode forward. He wore his Kyoto uniform open, revealing his physique. He radiated an overwhelming aura. Aoi to do. A man who had beaten up high schoolers as a third grader and was scouted and trained by the special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo. He was a beast. He was known for his public preference for tall women with big butts, and for asking anyone he met the same bizarre question, what kind of woman is your type? He was hot-blooded, blunt, and seemingly simple-minded, but possessed a staggering battle IQ and a deep sense of loyalty. Of course, that was provided you shared his taste, otherwise, you'd end up like Megumi Fushiguro in the future timeline. Tadu's gaze swept over the Tokyo group and locked onto Yuta Okatsu. So, you're the special grade. Yuta froze, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Ah, yes, that's me. You don't look like much. But no matter. Tadu suddenly changed gears, looming over Yuta. Let me ask you, what kind of woman is your type? Chapter 7, Tactics. Chapter 7, Tactics. Huh. The nonsensical question left Yuta Okatsu completely floored. Yuta froze in place, his brain failing to process the sudden curveball. His eyes began to wander before instinctively landing on Arata, silently pleading for help. Huh. Aoi Tadu knit his brows, looking down at Yuta with a looming intensity. Is that a difficult question to answer? Well. The color rose to Yuta's ears at a visible pace. All right, Tadu, stop scaring the poor guy. A somewhat helpless voice rang out from the Kyoto ranks. Noritoshi Kamo stepped forward and gave Arata a small nod. It's been a long time. Yeah, long time no see. Arata pulled the lollipop stick from his mouth. But don't expect me to go easy on you. I would expect nothing less, Kamo replied, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Just then, a petite girl with her hair tied up like a broomstick floated out from the Kyoto group. Riding a literal broom, she hovered above the Tokyo students, looking them over with blatant disdain. So this is Tokyo's lineup this year? Doesn't look like much. Nishimiya, Kamo warned in a low voice. I'm just stating facts, Momo Nishimiya scoffed. One with no cursed energy, one who can't even speak, a panda, one who looks like he's about to faint, and another one. She glanced at Arata. With a lollipop in his mouth. Is this an exchange event or a field trip? Faced with her aggressiveness, Maki and the others remained expressionless. Only Arata looked a bit puzzled. Is Nishimiya usually this prickly? He decided to poke back. Are you even an adult? Are minors allowed in the Goodwill event? Or is this just as tall as you're ever going to get? Nishimiya's face flushed red instantly. She glared down at Arata from her broom, her eyes nearly sparking with fury. You. What did you just say? I said. Arata removed his lollipop and enunciated every word. Are you an adult? You little squirt. Pfft. Someone failed to stifle a laugh. Arata glanced over and saw that it was Kasumi Miwa. Realizing she'd been caught, the blue-haired girl immediately covered her mouth, her face turning crimson as she waved her hands frantically. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Miwa. Nishimiya stomped her feet mid-air in frustration. Arata, Maki's voice came from beside him, laced with a bit of exasperation. Don't bully the kid. I'm not bullying a kid, Arata blinked innocently. I'm just verifying her eligibility. If she's a minor, it wouldn't be a fair win, would it? You. Enough, Kamo interjected, cutting off the pointless bickering. Nishimiya, back in line. You just wait. Tomorrow during the team battle, I'm coming for you first. Nishimiya shot Arata a final glare before reluctantly lowering her broom and following her team back. Looking forward to it, Arata popped his lollipop back in, responding with total nonchalance. Once the Kyoto team had departed, the Tokyo group was led to the resting area by Yutahai Mayori. Gojo had vanished at some point, supposedly to catch up with old friends, though Arata guessed he was actually looking for a way to prank Yutahime. Meanwhile, in the Kyoto briefing room, Kamo and the others had begun their tactical deployment. Who the hell is that guy with the lollipop? How dare he call me a squirt? Nishimiya sat cross-legged on the floor, her voice dripping with irritation. Nishimiya, Kamo looked up, his tone flat. If you can't keep a level head around him, you'll lose in tomorrow's battle. I won't. You will, Kamo cut her off. He was baiting you, and you took it hook, line, and sinker. Nishimiya opened her mouth to argue but ended up just huffing and turning her head away. Kamo is right, a synthesized, metallic voice droned from the corner. Arata Hoshino suddenly appeared at the gates of Jujutsu High a year ago and was taken in by Satoru Gojo. His technique is perfect copy, though the exact conditions are unknown. Mekamaru's head rotated slightly, his mechanical eye blinking green. This man killed a grade 1 curse in 30 seconds during his last outing. The only reason he hasn't been promoted to grade 1 is because no one has written his recommendation letter yet. Does that mean? Miwa sat on the tatami, tilting her head in confusion. How many techniques does he know by now? Unknown. I only know he has copied blood manipulation, Kamo shook his head. But he is classmates with Toji Inumaki, we cannot rule out cursed speech. However, cursed speech is easy to counter, just cover your ear canals with cursed energy. My Zenin sat next to Miwa, fiddling with a revolver. She looked up with a mocking smirk. Hey, can a copycat really be better than the original? You. Don't underestimate him, Kamo interrupted, his voice more stern than usual. The first time he used blood manipulation, he was arguably more proficient with it than I am now. Principal Gakuganji finally spoke, his voice sounding like dry branches snapping. Satoru Gojo has changed the next 2 days into team battles. Regardless, Kyoto must win. As for this Arata Hoshino. He paused, a cold light flickering in his cloudy eyes. If the opportunity arises, he can be accidentally, severely injured. On the path of a sorcerer, certain accidents are unavoidable. Tadu sat in the corner, silent throughout the discussion. He only opened his eyes when Gakuganji spoke, looked at the old man for a second, and then closed them again. Fine, Nishimiya waved her hand impatiently. Leave that Arata guy to me. I'm going to teach him a lesson in manners today. You have no chance of winning against him, Mekamaru's voice came from the corner, devoid of emotion. Of us, perhaps only Tadu can suppress him. Boring. Tadu stood up, threw out that single word, and walked straight out the door. After the door slammed shut, silence hung in the room for a few seconds. Kamo sighed. Continue. On the other side, Arata, who was currently brainstorming tactics, suddenly sneezed. Catching a cold? Maki asked, handing him a tissue. No, just felt like someone was talking trash behind my back. Arata wiped his nose. He figured it was probably Nishimiya, but the thought of that old fossil Gakuganji plotting something seemed more likely. That old geezer is probably thinking of ways to backstab me. All right everyone, Arata said, turning to his team. Let's talk strategy. Chapter 8, what kind of woman is your type? Chapter 8, what kind of woman is your type? Aoi to do. His technique allows him to swap the positions of two things with cursed energy by clapping his hands. He's an incredibly annoying opponent, but his target will likely only be me or Yuta. Noritoshi Kamo. His innate technique is blood manipulation, just treat him like a version of me. Then there's Ultimate Mekamaru, he's a walking armory, any weapon could pop out of him. Panda, can you handle him? Panda thumping his furry chest confidently. Leave him to me. Momo Nishimiya. Her technique is tool manipulation, she needs that specific broom to fly. She can manipulate wind and sand for offense and defense, giving her high mobility and the best scouting vision in the air. Kasumi Miwa, what was her technique again? Oh right, she doesn't have one. But she uses new shadow style, simple domain. It's centered on her katana, coating the blade and her movements with cursed energy. It emphasizes speed, precision, and a localized barrier to intercept techniques. It's not flashy like a full domain, but it's practical. My Zenin. Her construction technique creates matter from scratch using her own cursed energy. Unlike temporary objects in a domain, her creations remain after the technique ends. However, it consumes massive amounts of energy and is incredibly taxing on the body. Mai has low reserves, so she's not hard to handle, just watch out for her revolver. That's about it for their intel. Now, let's talk about our own issues. Arata looked at Toji Inumaki, who was sitting with his knees hugged to his chest. Toji's situation is tricky. As long as they reinforce their ears with cursed energy, cursed speech is neutralized. Still, using it to stall their techniques shouldn't be a problem, just don't overdo it. Salmon. Toji nodded, giving an okay sign. Next, Arata turned to Yuta. As for you, I'm not worried. Everyone has seen your progress these past few months. You and Panda need to protect Toji. If possible, just knock them all flat. Yes, sir. Yuta saluted with a smile. Maki. I can handle Miwa and, my sister, Maki cut in. What about you? Arata thought for a moment, then shrugged. The ones most likely to come looking for trouble with me are Tadu and maybe Nishimiya. As for Kamo, if he has any brains, he'll stay away. Honestly, as long as we find that grade 2 curse and exorcise it, we win, right? Arata moved swiftly through the forest, the dry leaves crunching softly under his boots. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. He paused and tilted his head, a blade of wind grazed his cheek, slicing through the branches behind him. Found you. Momo Nishimiya dove from the canopy on her broom, swinging it to send 2 more wind scythes his way. Arata hopped back to dodge the first, then pulled a blood bag from his belt and hurled it at her. Nishimiya dodged instinctively, only to see the bag explode in midair. Blood manipulation, crimson binding. The blood instantly coiled into ropes, lunging at her. She reacted fast, jerking her broom to the side and narrowly avoiding the snare. Is that all? She began triumphantly, but Arata had vanished. He burst from the leaves beneath her, using a branch as a springboard to close the distance in an instant. You. Nishimiya frantically fired a wind bolt, but Arata didn't flinch. He blocked the wind with one arm while his other hand clamped onto the tail of her broom. Caught you, Arata grinned. Let go. She struggled wildly, but Arata used the momentum to flip himself onto the broom. He gripped her shoulder, and the two went spiraling toward the ground. Aha! As they plummeted, Arata whispered loud enough only for her to hear, relax, this won't kill you. He let go, kicked off her back to change his trajectory, and landed gracefully on a thick branch. Nishimiya crashed heavily into the bushes below. She wasn't seriously hurt, but she was too tangled and dazed to get up immediately. Arata stood on the branch, looking down at the dusty, disgruntled squirt in the shrubs. He tossed her broom down onto her. If you're smart, you'll stop bothering me. You. Nishimiya shook with rage, but unable to give chase, she could only watch as the vile guy disappeared into the woods. Arata hadn't run far when a sudden clap echoed. In the blink of an eye, he was in a different clearing. Before he could process the swap, a fist the size of his face was inches away. Crap. He raised his arms to block. The impact made his limbs go numb, and he was sent flying, snapping several trees before coming to a halt. Ugh, my back, cough. Arata leaned against a jagged trunk, the taste of copper in his mouth. Man, I wish I had a titanium spine like Leon S. Kennedy. Yo. Still alive. Tadu stood 10 meters away, hands in his pockets. Don't worry, I'm hard to kill. Arata wiped his mouth. He reached into his pocket for a candy, only to find they had all been crushed in the collision. Okay. Now I'm actually a little annoyed. Arata closed his right eye. Red markings began to bleed across the skin around his left. You're interesting. Tadu's mouth curled into a terrifying grin. He clapped his hands again. Snap, Tadu was suddenly right in front of Arata. Arata swerved. The massive fist whistled past his shoulder, the wind pressure stinging his skin. Good reflexes, Tadu appraised. But not enough. Arata put distance between them and raised his hand. A blood bag at his waist burst, forming several blood arrows that shot toward Tadu. Clap, Tadu disappeared, and the arrows thudded uselessly into a tree. TCH, Arata spat. That was the most disgusting thing about Boogie Woogie. As long as he clapped, he could swap any two things with cursed energy. It had no direct lethality, but its tactical value was off the charts. Flowing red scale, Tadu's voice came from the side. The user manipulates their own blood to increase body temperature, pulse, and red blood cell count. By accelerating circulation and oxygenation, you explosively boost your physical capabilities. Strength, speed, reaction time, and durability are all enhanced, but it requires a high-frequency output of cursed energy. A sorcerer with low reserves would burn out instantly. Thanks for the Wikipedia entry, but I'm well aware. Arata pressed his palms together, aiming at Tadu. Blood manipulation, convergence. Blood seeped from Arata's skin, gathering at his palms. Tadu didn't give him time to charge, he charged forward with speed that belied his 190 centimeters frame. Arata didn't dodge. Instead, he took Tadu's fist squarely in the gut. The impact folded him in half, and his hands were forced apart. Piercing blood requires the hands to be joined. That long startup makes it easy to dodge if you just watch the hands. I know that too, Arata grinned, his teeth stained red. That's why I made it look like a startup just to bait you. And look at that, you bit. Arata funneled cursed energy into his fist and swung, connecting solidly with Tadu's jaw. The 190 centimeters giant was sent skidding back several meters, his feet carving deep trenches into the dirt. Tadu steadied himself and rubbed his cheek. He laughed. Using yourself as bait just to land one punch. Was it worth it? It was all right. Arata lifted his shirt, revealing a layer of hardened blood covering his abdomen. This blood armor had absorbed the brunt of the blow. Still, the force had been so immense that even with the armor, Arata couldn't help but spit out a glob of blood. Tadu went silent for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly strode up to Arata. Arata instinctively braced for a fight, but Tadu didn't strike. He simply loomed over him and asked the question that determined his best friend status. What kind of woman is your type? Chapter 9, Maki and Mai. Chapter 9, Maki and Mai. If I had to say, Arata said casually, tall, with a great figure and a beautiful butt. Tadu fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, he looked up at the sky, unidentified transparent liquid streaming from his eyes and nose simultaneously. We are best friends. Arata didn't even need to guess. The password was correct, Tadu's brain rot imagination had been triggered. As for what exactly he was imagining, Arata had no desire to know. At that moment, he finally understood why Mahito froze upon seeing Tadu's locket in the original story. Being able to see into someone's soul wasn't always a blessing. People didn't call Tadu's imagination a low-budget unlimited void for nothing, the content in there was arguably more explosive than the actual infinite void. That's enough for today. Tadu turned around. We'll fight again when the chance arises. Wait, Arata called out. You're done. You're already injured. Tadu waved his hand without looking back. Continuing would be meaningless. As a gift, feel free to use my boogie woogie as you please. With that, Tadu's figure vanished into the forest. I guess he figured it out, Arata sighed, sitting down against a massive tree. As flowing red scale deactivated, exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes for a few seconds to recover. Reaching into his pocket, he remembered all his candy was crushed. Worse, the high body temperature from the technique had turned the contents into a sticky, melted mess inside the wrappers. Fine, Arata sighed, stuffing the wrappers back. Yuta and the others should be okay. I'd better go find Maki. Faint explosions echoed in the distance. Probably Mekamaru, he thought. That guy was likely in a heated battle with Panda, the walking armory versus the core-swapping cursed corpse. That fight wouldn't end anytime soon. He hadn't run far when voices drifted from ahead. Arata paused, ducking behind a tree. Peering out, he saw Mai Zenin sitting against a tree while Maki stood over her, pointing a katana at her sister's throat. If I'd come a bit earlier, I might have caught a real sisterly brawl, Arata whispered. But a second later, he heard Mai's tearful scream. I never wanted to be a sorcerer. It's all your fault. Because you were trying so hard, I had to suffer, feel pain, and be afraid. I've had enough. What's so bad about being ordered around at home? We could have just done chores and scraped by. Why couldn't you have just fallen into the pits with me? Man, that sounds like a total lover's quarrel, Arata thought. But it reminded him of their tragic backstory. Maki had almost zero cursed energy and no technique, treated as trash and a servant by the clan. Mai had energy but was capped by the twins' curse, leading to her being similarly exploited. As children in the misogynistic Zenin household, they were failures who could only rely on each other. Mai was soft and submissive, she could accept that reality as long as her sister was by her side. But Maki was strong-willed. She chose to leave the clan to make a name for herself, vowing to return as the head. As children, Maki promised never to let go of Mai's hand. But to grow stronger and defy the family, Maki left for Tokyo High, leaving Mai behind to face the bullying and pressure alone. To Mai, this was a betrayal. Maki had abandoned her for the sake of power. But in this world, identical twins are seen as a single person in Jujutsu. Their cursed energy is shared and bound. As long as Mai didn't want to get stronger or remained mediocre, Maki's strength would always be held back, preventing her from ever reaching her peak. Despite her hateful words, Mai still cared deeply for her sister. Ultimately, to let Maki become a complete heavenly restriction, a dying Mai would exhaust her life force to construct the soul liberation blade for her. Sigh, such touching sisterly love. A sad song would fit this perfectly, Arata mused, then suddenly snapped to. Wait, Maki is mine, damn it. Deciding it was time, Arata stepped out from behind the tree. This sisterly farce needed to end, they were each other's closest kin, after all. As he emerged, Mai's voice caught in her throat. Her eyes, red from crying, glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Maki's blade remained pointed at her sister, but she glanced at Arata, her brow furrowing. What are you doing here? Just passing through. Arata shoved his hands into his pockets, sounding as casual as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Seeing if anyone needs a hand. I don't, Maki said, looking away, though she didn't lower her sword. Mai bit her lip, tears still on her face, but her stubborn streak returned. She stared at Arata, her voice raspy. What are you looking at? Looking for a laugh. Arata didn't answer. He simply walked over to Maki's side and sat down against a nearby tree. Carry on. Pretend I'm not here. Maki. Mai. The atmosphere turned bizarre. After a few seconds, Maki sighed and lowered her sword to her side. She looked down at her sister on the ground, her voice tinged with weariness. Mai. I never abandoned you. Then why didn't you take me with you? Mai looked up, tears welling again. You said you'd never let go of my hand. You said you'd never leave me. Maki opened her mouth, but no words came out. Arata watched them, then suddenly spoke. Mai, you've always known why Maki left. You only understand the surface, not the deeper motive. That's why your perceptions have been misaligned from the start. Both sisters turned to look at him. You're soft and resigned. You didn't want to be a sorcerer or fight, you just wanted to scrape by in the Zenin house with Maki. You think Maki wanted to get stronger just to leave you behind, right? Arata's tone was flat, simply stating facts. Enough. Maki snapped, glaring at him. But Arata didn't stop. He kept going. Did it ever occur to you that Maki wanted to get stronger specifically so she could take you out of the Zenin house? Mai froze. Maki left to get stronger, yes. But her goal was to return, become the head, and give you a future where you don't have to be a puppet. And you? Arata stood up, clutching his still aching stomach, and walked over to Mai. He placed a hand on her shoulder. You wanted her to rot in the pits with you. Mai, who really betrayed whom? Chapter 10, Shackles. Chapter 10, Shackles. Mai lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. After a long silence, she spoke in a muffled voice, what do you know? Believe whatever you want. Arata leaned back against the tree, looking up at the patches of light filtering through the leaves. Mai, it's about time you grew up. The forest fell silent for a few seconds. Maki looked down at her sister on the ground. Her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. She sheathed her blade, walked over to Arata, and leaned against the trunk right next to him. Why do you look so drained? Maki's eyes scanned him, her brow furrowing. Did you run into to-do? Yeah. Arata nodded, lifting his shirt to reveal a midriff covered in dark bruises. That guy hits like a truck. If I hadn't reinforced myself beforehand, I probably wouldn't be standing. Maki stared at the bruises for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and pressed down on his abdomen. Arata sucked in a sharp breath. Sis. What was that for? Checking if your ribs are broken. Maki withdrew her hand, her tone flat, though her fingertips still tingled from the burning heat of his skin. She let her hand drop to her side as if nothing had happened. Besides, don't you have reverse cursed technique? Why not heal it? I need to save every drop of cursed energy I can. I don't have near infinite reserves like Yuta. Besides, my ribs aren't even there, why were you poking that low? Arata rubbed his stomach, then noticed Maki handing him a small bottle. What's this? Arata took it and checked the label. Bruise ointment. Found it in Panda's bag, supposed to be pretty effective, Maki said coolly. Use your reverse technique for the internal stuff yourself. Where's the gauze? I need to wrap this after applying the meds. Arata naturally extended his hand toward Maki. You brought some, right? No, I forgot. Maki looked at him expressionlessly. Fine then. Arata let out a helpless sigh and raised his hand. I was planning to wait until after the event to try this, but... Blue ripples of cursed energy began to flow from his palm. Gradually, the light solidified, materializing into a clean piece of gauze and a roll of medical tape. That's my construction technique. Mai's eyes widened, even forgetting to wipe her tears. Your team must have researched my abilities before the match. I finished the copy the moment I touched your shoulder earlier, Arata explained while bandaging himself. Hearing this, Mai instinctively touched her shoulder, where a lingering warmth seemed to remain. She opened her mouth to speak but ended up just turning away with a muffled, pervert. Hey, it's not my fault you didn't notice. Why the name calling? Arata blinked innocently. Maki didn't say a word. She just watched him wrap the wound. The bandage job wasn't pretty, but it was sturdy. She reached out and pressed the edge of the tape. Arata hissed in pain but didn't pull away. Acceptable. Maki withdrew her hand, ignoring Arata's resentful glare, though the curve of her lips softened slightly. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Gojo, Yaga, Mei, and Yutaheim were watching the live feed transmitted by crows via Mei's blackbird manipulation. As expected of my student. Already mastering a new technique. Gojo sat with his legs crossed, looking as proud as if he had actually taught Arata something. To use construction, one must have a deep understanding of the structure, components, and properties of the target object. That boy doesn't look like a scholar, yet he completed it in an instant. Yutaheim held her teacup, her eyes scanning the three students on screen who had started chatting. Gojo, is his technique really just copying? It's copying, yes, but it's not as simple as it looks. Gojo lifted a corner of his blindfold, revealing a single cerulean eye. Whether it's the backlash from cursed speech or the strain from flowing red scale, the damage to Arata-kun's body is entirely caused by his own subjective consciousness. What do you mean? Is there a connection? Yutaheim looked at him, puzzled. Gojo ignored her question and continued, when he went on a mission with Toge, he witnessed the side effects of cursed speech. Without realizing it, he established a binding vow in his mind. This vow dictates that any technique Arata copies must retain its original drawbacks. That's just your theory, Yutaheim said skeptically. My cursed energy reserves are slightly lower than Yuta's, but Arata-kun's reserves far exceed Yuta's. Theoretically, even if Arata used cursed speech on me or Yuta, he shouldn't suffer much backlash. But because of this shackle, even a simple command like don't move causes him significant internal damage. Gojo pulled the blindfold back down. That doesn't sound like something the strongest would say, Mei toyed with her hair, her tone playful. He replicates any technique perfectly, and his proficiency on the first try is deeper than many veterans. If what you say is true, Gojo, could he use Limitless? Actually, Arata-kun's grasp of reverse cursed technique isn't that deep, you could even say he's quite bad at it. But regarding Limitless, that's what I was getting to. He doesn't just copy techniques, he copies special constitutions. Gojo's tone turned unusually serious. The first time he touched Maki, Arata-kun vanished from the perception of my six eyes for a split second. I am certain his body is now linked to the heavenly restriction. If Arata breaks those shackles. The room fell into a brief silence. What happens if he breaks them? Yaga was the first to speak. Gojo smiled, his voice carrying an unreadable quality. Imagine the peak physical body of a heavenly restriction combined with the pinnacle of Jujutsu concepts, the Limitless. If Arata breaks that subconscious shackle, he might become the first heavenly tyrant capable of using the Limitless. Yutaheim's hand froze midair, a look of gravity crossing her face. Such power is too dangerous, both for him and the Jujutsu world. If he isn't monitored, the higher-ups will surely cause trouble. Cause trouble? Gojo tilted his head. The old fossils can plot all they want, but as long as I'm alive, they won't dare make a move. You're too carefree, Yutaheim sighed. If he truly breaks those shackles, the entire balance of the Jujutsu world will be shattered. Balance. Gojo chuckled. That balance was already shattered the day I was born. Yutaheim opened her mouth but found nothing to say. On the screen, Arata raised his hand again to use construction. This time, he created two lollipops. Facing Maki's judging gaze, he smiled and handed one to her. Gojo watched the scene, a small smile playing on his lips. Besides, the kid has a rather adorable weakness. What? Yutaheim asked instinctively. Maki Zenin. Chapter 11, Suguru Geto. Chapter 11, Suguru Geto. Yutahime Iori remained silent for 2 seconds, then took a deep breath. Gojo, can you be serious for once? I am being serious, Gojo said, spreading his hands innocently. When you have someone you care about, something you want to protect, that's when you have a weakness. On the screen, seeing Maki pop the lollipop into her mouth, Arata suddenly leaned in and whispered something. Maki raised her hand and rapped him on the head, not hard, more like a habitual gesture. Mei let out a light chuckle. Does that little Zenin girl know she's being targeted? Targeted. Gojo blinked, protesting with exaggerated flair. Mei-san, that word sounds so aggressive. But of course, Maki knows exactly what Arata-kun is thinking. How do you know? Yutahime raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh, come on, it's blindingly obvious. Gojo leaned back in his chair, swinging his crossed leg. His feelings are written all over his face. It's not just me, basically everyone at Tokyo High knows. Even Maki herself has figured it out. To be young again. Yutahime took a sip of her tea, her tone carrying a trace of wistful nostalgia. Yeah, an old auntie in her 30s like Yutahime really should be sentimental. Gojo gave her a cheeky grin. The next second, a cup full of tea was hurled directly at his face. Thanks to the Limitless, the tea didn't touch a single hair on his head. Now, Yutahime. Being this cranky is why you're still single. Gojo maintained his posture, a punchable smirk plastered on his face. Gojo. The veins on Yutahime's forehead throbbed with rage. She reached for the teapot, but Masamichi Yaga's hand stopped her. Yaga stared at the screen in silence before speaking. Satoru, after the exchange event, take them out to relax for a bit. 2 months after the Goodwill event. What's wrong, Yuta? What are you looking at? Panda asked, noticing Yuta Okatsu staring up at the sky. I have a bad feeling, maybe I'm just overthinking it, Yuta replied, scratching the back of his head. Watching this, Arata felt a sense of overwhelming familiarity. He pulled out his phone to check the date, December 23rd, the day Suguru Geto arrives. Thinking fast, Arata pocketed his phone and pressed his palms together, aiming at a specific point in the sky. Massive amounts of blood seeped from his body, rapidly converging in his palms. Arata. What are you doing? Maki sensed the shift in the air and immediately unsheathed her naginata from its bag. A guest is coming. I'm preparing a proper welcome. Arata didn't look back, his eyes locked onto a coordinates in the clouds. A second later, a giant pelican curse with 2 pairs of wings materialized above them. Piercing blood. The moment the beam fired, Arata staggered. The blood arrow tore through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, heading straight for the giant pelican. However, the curse twisted its body midair with impossible fluidity, narrowly dodging the strike. He dodged it. Arata narrowed his eyes. The pelican curse landed before them. Its massive beak opened, and several people stepped out. Finally, a figure dressed in 5-colored Buddhist robes jumped down from the curse's back. Black hair in a half-bun, a single long strand of bangs over his forehead, and gauges in his earlobes. He stood there with his hands tucked into his sleeves, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Suguru Geto. Honestly, Arata thought, this guy never considered how the jujutsu world actually functions. If sorcerers protected non-sorcerers unconditionally, how would the clans get their funding? He made his own rules, broke his own heart, and then spiraled into madness. A real piece of work, ****, it's like Toji's kick to his head in the past scrambled his brains. A grown man acting without thinking about consequences, good riddance in the end, ***. Yo, Geto spoke, his voice as calm as a casual greeting. What a novel way to say hello. I was aiming to shoot you down, Arata said bluntly. He pointed a thumb at Yuta behind him. Casual should hurry up and get lost, or big bro Yuta is going to deal with you. Maki, following Arata's lead, took on a defiant stance. If you don't want to be thrashed by big bro Yuta, beat it. Eh? Me. Yuta blinked, confused. But in the next blink, Geto was already in front of him, grasping his hands. First time meeting you, Okatsu. I am Suguru Geto. Geto's smile was warm, but his eyes were bottomless. So fast, Arata marveled. Snapping back to reality, Arata coated his fist in cursed energy and swung at Geto. Just as he was about to make contact, a hemp rope suddenly coiled around his wrist. Don't touch Master Geto with your filthy hands. Arata looked over to see a short-haired girl in a sailor uniform, clutching a doll, pulling the rope with her other hand. Mimiko Hasaba. Then the one next to her is Nanako. Arata raised an eyebrow and broke the rope with a light tug. He didn't have much of an impression of these two, their total screen time was barely 20 minutes. He only remembered that one was eventually decapitated by Sukuna and the other was turned into a red mist. Geto seemed to ignore the commotion, continuing his grand monologue about his visionary plan. They are my students. Don't go filling their heads with your twisted ideology, Gojo said, standing behind the group with a flat tone. Satoru. Geto released Yuta's hands and turned around, his smile still pleasant. It's been a long time. Step away from them, Suguru, Gojo said coldly. Behind him, Yaga was already cracking his knuckles as he approached. I heard this year's first years were a collection of elites. So you're the one teaching them, Geto's tone cooled as his gaze swept over Arata and the others. A copycat sorcerer, a special grade cursed human, an abrupt mutated cursed corpse, a descendant of the Inumaki clan, and... Geto looked at Maki. The failure of the Zenin clan. You bastard. Spurred by the insult, Maki leveled her naginata at Geto, only to be met with a look of pure disdain. Watch your tone, Geto said, looking down at Maki. My world has no need for a monkey like you. After mocking Maki, Geto's gaze returned to Arata. That piercing blood earlier was yours, wasn't it? Finally, one of Satoru's students looked somewhat decent. Why are you really here? Surely not just to insult my students, Gojo's voice was as cold as ice. I'm here to declare war. Geto's smile became meaningful as he looked at the sorcerers gathering behind Gojo. Everyone present, listen well. On the upcoming December 24th, after sunset, we shall begin the night parade of 100 demons. The locations will be the Curse Crucible of Shinjuku, Tokyo, and the Sacred Ground of Kyoto. We will release thousands of curses in both locations. The order given to them is simple: kill everyone you see. If you don't want these cities to turn into hell, do your best to stop us. Let us curse each other to our heart's content. With that, Geto turned to leave. But just as he did, Arata, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke too low, heavy words in the direction of Geto's group. Don't move. Chapter 12, Satoru, you've taken in a very interesting student. Chapter 12, Satoru, you've taken in a very interesting student. Don't move. The moment the words left his lips, the world fell into a deafening silence. Suguru Geto's foot froze midair, barely an inch from the ground, yet unable to descend. Satoru Gojo had intended to seize the opportunity to capture Geto, but a second later, a look of genuine shock flickered within those cerulean eyes beneath the white bandages. He realized that he couldn't move either. It wasn't just him, everyone present had been snared by the authority of that single command. Every sorcerer on the field, excluding Panda, Toge, and Maki, was at least semi-grade 1, not to mention the presence of 3 special grades, Gojo, Geto, and Yuta. To cover such a massive range with a command like "Don't move" should have triggered a lethal backlash, yet Arata walked toward Geto as if nothing had happened. Geto's eyes rolled slowly in their sockets, finally settling on Arata. Earlier, he had called this boy the only decent student Satoru had. He realized now he was wrong. This wasn't just decent, this was terrifying. Arata came to a halt in front of Geto. His expression was hollow, his eyes as calm and dark as a bottomless pool of stagnant water. He looked at Geto and spoke slowly. What did you just say? His voice wasn't loud, and his tone wasn't heavy, it sounded like a perfectly ordinary question. At that moment, Geto realized he could move again. He didn't act rashly, instead, he extended an invitation. It's a waste of talent for you to stay in a place like this. You need a bigger stage. How about becoming my family? Don't answer a question with a question, Arata spoke again, his voice now laced with a trace of simmering rage. I'm asking you, damn it, what did you just say about Maki? Geto looked at him and suddenly laughed. I see. Satoru, you've taken in a very interesting student. Geto's voice was soft, yet it reached every ear clearly. Since you're so persistent, I'll say it again, I said she is the failure of the Zenin clan, a monkey with no cursed energy. Am I wrong? No cursed energy, can't see curses, yet insists on squeezing into the world of sorcerers, what's the difference between her and a monkey? Arata went silent. Just as Geto prepared to push further, a fist coated in cursed energy slammed directly into his face. The sudden, monstrous force sent Geto hurtling backward, crashing into the pelican curse behind him. The curse let out a shrill shriek as its massive body buckled and dented under the impact. Geto staggered as he steadied himself, wiping a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. The gentle smile was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp astonishment. Master Geto. Nanako reacted first, aiming her phone at Arata. How dare you do that too? Shut up. Arata turned and roared at the two girls. One more word and I'll kill you both first. Arata's sudden outburst paralyzed Nanako with fear. Beside her, Mimiko froze as well, her doll slipping from her hands and hitting the ground with a soft thud. The two girls stared with wide eyes, tears welling up, but they were too terrified to even cry. Arata-kun. Gojo's voice came from behind, his tone stripped of its usual playfulness. That's enough. Arata didn't look back. He continued walking toward Geto, muttering as if to himself, "You compare non-sorcerers to monkeys, planning a paradise for sorcerers and resolving to wipe out the rest. You think they don't deserve to coexist, yet you spend the money non-sorcerers provide. Your parents were non-sorcerers too, weren't they? They must have been proud of you. But you killed them for your bullshit righteousness. Hypocrite. You act without thinking of consequences and love to overgeneralize. Suguru Geto, did the kick to the head from Toji Fushiguro 10 years ago actually scramble your brains? Oh, right. If I remember correctly, the term monkey came from Toji Fushiguro as well. Let me think, it was, you sorcerers, losing to a monkey like me who can't even use jujutsu, right? Arata leaned down, grabbed Geto by the collar, and hauled him up. Tell me, Suguru, what do you call someone who can't even beat a monkey? With those words, another cursed energy-reinforced fist smashed into Geto's face. The dull thud of the punch echoed through the silent campus. Arata's fingers gripped Geto's collar so hard his knuckles turned white, his eyes swirling with an unprecedented, violent malice. You were talking so much during your declaration of war. Why are you a mute now? Answer me. What do you call it? Arata threw another punch. By the third punch, Geto's body was slammed into the concrete, cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the ground. You think I'm wrong, Geto said, slowly lifting his head to meet Arata's gaze. You say I'm wrong, then tell me. Besides this path, what other way is there to end all of this? Arata didn't answer. He simply raised his other hand and pressed his palms together. Blood erupted from his body, swirling around his palms and behind him. The volume was staggering, 10 times more than he had ever used with blood manipulation, and it was still increasing. You dodged the last gift, right? Arata's voice was low, but it carried to everyone. Convergence. The blood droplets began to rotate at high speeds, the compressed liquid emitting a piercing scream, the omen of piercing blood. Arata wasn't just aiming at Geto, every curse user who came with him was within the kill zone. Gojo's pupils contracted sharply. If this attack fired, they would be obliterated. But the scale of this blood was far beyond the normal limit. The amount of blood being used, no, that wasn't an amount a human body could survive losing. Arata-kun, stop. Gojo's voice finally carried a note of urgency. You'll die. Arata ignored the Gojo who was already running toward him. He stared at Geto, his palms growing hotter, the blood flow accelerating. The crimson bead had expanded to its limit, ready to be unleashed at any second. Kill this man. Kill him, and there will be no night parade. Blow his head off, and the Shibuya incident and culling game will never happen. As long as I kill this man. As long as. Arata's consciousness began to blur. He blinked, and the image of Geto in his vision began to ripple like a reflection in water. He heard people calling his name, many voices, very noisy, but he couldn't make out the words. Arata tried to fire the piercing blood, but his hands refused to obey. His joined palms began to tremble, then slowly slipped apart. The blood beads, which contained nearly every drop of his life force, shattered and collapsed. The moment the blood dispersed, Arata's body felt as though it had been drained of all essence. He fell straight backward. Chapter 13, Loss of Voice. Chapter 13, Loss of Voice. Consciousness surfaced like bubbles rising from the dark depths of the water. The first thing Arata felt was the light, followed by the smell, a mixture of disinfectant and a specific herbal scent so familiar it made him instinctively want to frown. But as soon as his brow twitched, a violent wave of vertigo washed over him. If you're awake, open your eyes. Don't play dead. A slightly raspy female voice sounded from the side, her tone as casual as if she were commenting on the weather. Arata opened his eyes to see a woman in a white lab coat sitting in a chair by the door. She had a lazy yet sharp aura about her, one hand was shoved in her pocket, and the other held a freshly lit cigarette. Smoke drifted slowly through the air. Miss Yeri, Arata managed to speak, his voice rasping like sandpaper against his throat. No smoking in the infirmary. Shoko raised an eyebrow and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Are you the doctor, or am I? You are, Arata admitted honestly. Then that's that. Shoko took another drag, her eyes scanning his face. If you can talk back, you're not dying. Arata tried to sit up, but the moment he moved, his entire body felt like it had been flattened by a steamroller. He sucked in a sharp breath of pain and slumped back down. What's the situation outside? How long have I been out? Just a few hours. Shoko stood up, stubbing her cigarette out on the windowsill. You're quite something, making Suguru eat dirt like that. Arata looked down at himself, he was wrapped in bandages, and an 4 needle was stuck in his wrist. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. Shoko walked to the door, her hand resting on the handle. She paused and looked back at him. Don't push yourself like that next time. Reverse curse technique isn't magic, and neither am I. The door opened, and Shoko's footsteps hesitated. Urgent running echoed from the hallway as an assistant director arrived, panting heavily. Miss Yeri. They need you in Shinjuku immediately. There are too many casualties. Shoko sighed, buttoning up her coat. Understood. She stepped out but looked back into the room one last time at the bedridden Arata. Stay lying down. Don't move. The door clicked shut. As the footsteps faded, the hallway returned to silence. Arata stared at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. The night parade had begun. Shinjuku and Kyoto were battlegrounds. Shoko was gone. Which meant Jujutsu High was currently. Arata's pupils contracted sharply. The school was empty. Suguru Geto's target was never Shinjuku or Kyoto, those places were mere bait. His true objective was Yuta. Arata gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Cold sweat poured down his face from the sheer agony, but he didn't care. He ripped the 4-needle from his hand and stumbled out of bed. The moment his feet hit the floor, his knees buckled. He grabbed the bed frame, gasping for air. After grabbing several blood bags, he began to shuffle toward the door, one agonizing step at a time. The corridors were eerily empty. Arata leaned against the wall as he moved, every step felt like walking on glass, but he didn't dare stop. When he reached the stairwell, he saw the black curtains of a veil beginning to descend over the school. Damn it. He forced his legs to move faster, stumbling out of the school building. The freezing air filled his lungs, sharpening his senses, but the sight before him made his breath stop entirely. In the middle of the plaza, a familiar figure lay in a pool of blood. Maki was lying on her back, her naginata discarded meters away. Her casual clothes were shredded, and one leg was twisted at a grotesque, unnatural angle. Massive amounts of blood flowed from wounds in her abdomen and side, spreading into a shocking dark crimson across the cold stone tiles. Maki. Arata collapsed beside her, his trembling hands pressing against the abdominal wound. The pale white glow of reverse curse technique flickered to life, covering the injury and slowly spreading. Maki's eyelids fluttered. Her unfocused pupils struggled to lock onto Arata's face. Her lips moved as if trying to say something, but only blood bubbles emerged. Heh. A light chuckle drifted from ahead. Arata looked up, his eyes bloodshot with rage, toward the figure in the 5-colored Buddhist robes standing in the center of the plaza. Geto stood a few meters away, hands tucked in his sleeves, looking down at the scene with a faint, amused smile. A truly touching scene. But as I said, my world has no need for a monkey like this. Arata wanted to speak. He wanted to curse him, to scream, to pour every ounce of his fury and killing intent onto this man. But though his lips parted, no sound came out. He could only glare at Geto with a silent, primal hatred. The next second, the entire campus began to tremble. The blood bags in the storage room, the unprocessed blood in the infirmary, even the blood-stained gauze in the corners of first aid kits, everything containing blood reacted at once. The blood acted as if pulled by invisible hands, surging from all directions. It converged into crimson rivers, spiraling and churning behind Arata's back. Geto's smile vanished for the first time. The scale of this was far beyond the scope of any blood manipulation he had ever seen, it defied his very understanding of the technique. Red markings appeared around both of Arata's eyes, the sign of flowing red scale, but darker and deeper than ever before, as if branded into his skin with a hot iron. His breathing grew heavy, his body temperature soared, and his heart hammered against his ribs, but he felt none of it. He raised his hand, and a tidal wave of blood swept out. It was the purest, most primitive rage, transformed into a towering crimson tsunami that crashed toward Geto. Geto raised his hand, and a massive curse tore through a rift in front of him, opening its maw to swallow the blood. But the blood tide tore the curse into shreds instantly, leaving nothing behind. Geto kicked off the ground, retreating rapidly as several more curses lunged from the shadows to block the path. The blood wave acted like an unstoppable juggernaut, pulverizing every curse in its way. Seeing this, Geto finally turned serious. A pink manta ray curse appeared beneath his feet, carrying him into the sky to create distance. But Arata gave him no chance. The blood, moving as if it had a life of its own, pursued him, weaving into a massive crimson net in midair. The net began to close. Geto's pupils shrank. The manta ray curse began to dissolve the moment it was touched by the blood net. Decisively, he leapt from the curse's back, wielding the 3-section staff, Playful Cloud, with its iconic Garuda patterns. The moment he landed, Geto closed the distance to Arata. Playful Cloud descended with a whistling roar. Arata twisted to dodge the first strike, but the second followed instantly, slamming into his shoulder. With a dull thud, Arata staggered. The bones in his shoulder groaned under the pressure, but he didn't stop. With a backhand sweep, he commanded the blood to condense into dozens of blood arrows that hissed toward Geto. Chapter 14, what a shame you're not a curse. Chapter 14, what a shame you're not a curse. Suguru Geto raised his staff to parry. The blood arrows exploded against Playful Cloud, splattering his robes with crimson, but he didn't care. Pivoting on his heel, he closed the gap once more, swinging the metal staff down toward Arata Hoshino. Arata ducked the strike, and with a casual wave of his hand, the churning tide of blood behind him split into several torrents, flanking Geto from multiple directions. The blood solidified instantly in midair, forming crescent blades as thin as cicada wings that sliced through the air toward Geto's back. Geto paused, spinning Playful Cloud in a wide arc. The metal sections accurately knocked away 2 of the blood scythes, but the third managed to tear through his vestments, leaving a shallow gash on his arm. Interesting. Geto glanced at the blood on his shoulder, his voice tinged with surprise. I remember your technique is copying, not the inheritance of blood manipulation. To use the Kamo clan's technique to this extent in such a short time. Satoru really did pick up a good student. Arata didn't answer. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Geto with a gaze that looked ready to devour him alive. But this level of play isn't enough. Geto waved his hand, and several curses lunged from the shadows, roaring as they pounced on Arata. Arata raised his hand, and the blood transformed into circular flying blades that shredded the foremost curses into pieces. But in that exact moment, Geto's figure vanished. A split second later, he appeared behind Arata. Playful Cloud swung down with lethal force, but Arata's body suddenly disappeared. In his place was a blood bead the size of a ping-pong ball. Nani! Geto exclaimed. The next second, the blood bead exploded, transforming into a needle that shot toward his head. Geto reacted with lightning speed, jerking his head to the side. The blood needle grazed his cheek, leaving a thin trail of red. In that brief opening, Arata had already circled behind him. Holding a katana created via construction, Arata slashed down at Geto's back. Crap! Realizing he was in trouble, Geto turned to block, but Arata's blade had already bitten into his chest. Geto's movements froze. He looked down at the gash running diagonally from his right shoulder to his chest. Blood seeped from beneath the torn fabric, staining the white undergarments of his Buddhist robes a shocking red. Huff, huff. Arata panted heavily, his sword hand trembling. The blow Geto had landed on his shoulder earlier had cleared his head, which meant he could now acutely feel the crushing burden of flowing red scale. In his vision, Geto was starting to blur into double images. Cough. Geto coughed up a bit of blood, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, a strange smile appeared. Subarashi. You're the first of Satoru's students to push me this far. Arata didn't respond. He took a deep breath, gripped the hilt, and charged again. Geto sidestepped, sweeping Playful Cloud in a wide horizontal strike. Arata raised the katana to block, but the moment the weapons collided, the constructed blade shattered into fragments. Arata immediately waved his hand, commanding the surrounding blood to condense into arrows that fired at Geto from every angle. You've copied so many techniques, yet you show no signs of rejection, Geto remarked while parrying, his voice carrying a sense of warped admiration. What a shame you're not a curse. As he spoke, Geto saw Arata press his palms together, the omen of piercing blood. But Geto only gave a cruel smile. Knocking aside the remaining arrows, he swung Playful Cloud directly at Arata's forearms. Just as the staff was about to connect, Arata vanished again, leaving Playful Cloud to smash into a cursed energy-infused pebble. Did you think the same trick would work twice? Geto's voice dropped as he swung the hand holding Playful Cloud directly behind him. Arata's pupils shrank. The staff swept across, slamming directly into the arm he had just used to gather blood for the technique. A sickening crack echoed through the plaza. Arata's right arm bent at a grotesque angle, bone fragments piercing through the skin as blood dripped down. Despite the trauma, Arata remained standing, even trying to counter with his remaining left hand. Geto swung again, hitting Arata's side. Agony surged like a tidal wave. Arata gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a sound, but his body staggered backward uncontrollably. Still standing after that much damage. Geto flicked the blood off Playful Cloud, his voice holding genuine praise. A broken arm, and likely significant internal bleeding. You've got a stiff spine, kid. He paused, his lips curling into a meaningful smirk. However, having a stiff spine and being able to survive are two different things. With those words, Geto charged head-on. Arata's pupils contracted as he tried to dodge, but his broken body couldn't keep up with his reflexes. Geto's cursed energy-reinforced fist slammed into his chest. Before Arata could even react, Geto took him to the ground and followed up with another brutal punch to the sternum. Bam. In a dull explosion of impact, Arata was slammed into the ground, sending gravel flying. Cracks radiated out from beneath him like a web. Those two were for me, Geto said, standing over him and looking down. Those punches this morning actually hurt quite a bit. Arata's fingers clawed into the loose gravel, his knuckles white. He tried to push himself up with his one good arm, but a sharp, stabbing pain in his back made him freeze. Geto raised his foot and stepped on Arata's chest, slowly applying pressure. Do you know the biggest difference between you and Satoru? Geto's voice drifted down. Satoru is a natural-born powerhouse. From the moment he was born, he stood at the apex of all sorcerers. But you. You're desperately trying to become strong, but you can never escape the limits of being human. You know, Geto added, increasing the pressure until Arata's ribcage groaned under the weight, I actually quite admired you. Your technique is special, and your willpower is far beyond the norm. I even invited you to join us, to be my family. Geto leaned down, whispering into Arata's ear like a demon. What a pity. You chose the wrong side. Geto lifted his foot, then stomped down with everything he had. Cough-ack. Arata's body arched in a spasm as he sprayed a mouthful of blood across the cold stone tiles. The bones in his chest let out a muffled crunch, there was no telling how many had just snapped. That kick was for what you said earlier, Geto said, looking down at him. My righteousness isn't for a brat like you to judge. Arata's lips moved, as if trying to whisper something. Geto leaned in closer. What was that? I said. Arata used the last of his strength to raise his left hand, flipping Geto a trembling middle finger. F***CKU. Geto's expression froze for a moment, and then, he laughed. It wasn't a laugh of anger, but one of genuine appreciation, the way one might look at a piece of art that is destined to be destroyed by one's own hand. Interesting. Geto raised playful cloud, this time aiming it directly at Arata's head. Then you can take those final words to your grave. Geto swung the staff down with crushing force. In that instant, a soul-shattering roar erupted from behind him. Rika. Chapter 15, Curse Technique Reversal, Red. Chapter 15, Curse Technique Reversal, Red. Rika. A soul-shattering roar exploded from behind Sugura Geto. Playful cloud stopped mere inches from Arata Hoshino's face. Geto's movements froze, not because he was pinned by a technique, but because a massive, suffocating surge of cursed energy had swept in from behind him. Finally decided to show up. Geto withdrew his staff and turned around, a long-awaited smile surfacing on his face. Special grade vengeful cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. Arata forced his eyelids open, peering through blurred vision toward the other end of the plaza. Yuta Okatsu stood there, and behind him, a colossal, grotesque white cursed spirit with snake-like braided hair and vertical facial markings was wrapping its arms around him. Geto didn't offer a direct reply, instead examining Rika with great interest. I see. So this is your power. It's even more than I imagined. Shut up. The moment the words fell, Yuta raised his katana, infused with Rika's cursed energy, and slashed at Geto. Geto raised playful cloud to parry. As the cursed tools collided, they unleashed a piercing shriek of grinding metal and a shower of sparks. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, kicking up debris and causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Arata was pushed back several meters by the blast, coming to a stop only when his back hit a fallen tree trunk. Cough, damn it. Arata spat out blood, his vision swimming again. Gritting his teeth, he used his remaining left hand to push himself up and began limping toward Maki's position. Once he reached her, he felt the cursed energy that had recovered within him and immediately cast reverse curse technique on both Maki and himself. After an unknown amount of time, the pale light of the technique faded from his palms, and Arata's body swayed. Maki's wounds had stopped bleeding, and her twisted leg had been reset, but she remained unconscious. Using his functional left hand, Arata wiped the blood from her face, his fingertips lingering on her cheek for a split second. Wait for me. Arata stood up. Looking at the gaping hole in the outer wall of Jujutsu High, he performed a quick, rudimentary repair on his own body before heading toward the breach. Just as he reached the opening, he saw Yuta Okatsu land a black flash elbow, sending Geto flying. You've got some skill. Geto remarked, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Watching the men he had just sent tumbling, Yuta's face twisted with raw emotion. I don't know any sorcerers outside of this school, and I don't know if you're right or wrong. But to be friends with everyone, and to believe that my life has meaning, I have to kill you. How selfish. But self-affirmation. Geto slowly sat up, wiping blood from his lip. In this world, self-affirmation is indeed the most important thing. Geto stood up. In that case, I will also use everything I have to kill you. I'll give you the highest quality and the greatest quantity. Did you know? There are 4 humans who bear the title of special grade, and 16 curses who bear it. Geto extended his left hand. A bizarre, elegant cursed spirit dressed in a flowery Junahaito kimono, with 4 eyes and hair reaching its ankles, emerged from his palm. This is one of those 16, special grade imaginary vengeful spirit, Tamamonome. Now, I will combine all 4,461 curses I currently possess into one to attack you. Geto raised his hand, a black vortex beginning to swirl at his fingertips. Cursed Spirit Manipulation, Maximum Technique, Uzumaki. Rika. Yuta turned and gently stroked Rika's head. What is it? Thank you for always protecting me. Thank you for loving me. For one last time, lend me your strength. I want to stop him. After that, I'll want for nothing. My future, my heart, my body, I give them all to you. From now on, we'll truly be together forever. Yuta embraced Rika's massive form. I love you, Rika. Let's go together. The second he spoke, Rika's body began to swell, and the eye in the center of her head snapped open. Yuta. Yuta. I love you the most. Using yourself as a sacrifice to remove the cursed energy limit. You're playing that card, you silver-tongued playboy. How rude. Yuta took his stance. This is pure love. Then I am righteousness. The maximum technique fired first. But at that moment, someone Geto hadn't expected appeared in the trajectory of the blast. Thanks for the cursed spirit manipulation, otherwise, I really might not have been able to handle this. Arata took the brunt of the 4,461 curse attack head-on, pointing his right index finger at the oncoming vortex. Go to hell with your bullshit righteousness, you bastard. Curse technique reversal. Red. A red sphere the size of a ping-pong ball detonated in front of Arata. The moment the two forces collided, the shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Arata was sent flying backward, his back smashing into a broken trunk as he coughed up a spray of blood. Geto's pupils contracted. His ultimate technique was dismantled in an instant, but worse, Yuta's pure love beam was already upon him. Boom. In a massive roar, Geto's figure was swallowed by the beam. When the dust settled, Geto had vanished just as he did in the original story. Arata, having overextended every drop of his cursed energy to fire a single red, fell into a death-like slumber once again. First he used reverse curse technique to save your life, then he overstrained his body for a technique reversal. He only did basic repairs on himself, that last explosion basically sent him back to square one. A raspy female voice was reciting a report. Twice in my ward in less than half a day. The kid is lucky to be alive, a normal person would have died 800 times over. When will he wake up? Another voice asked, urgency clear in the tone. How should I know? The female voice replied. I'm not a god. Arata tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt like they were glued shut. He focused his consciousness, forcing them open just a crack. A blinding white light flooded in. He blinked, his vision slowly focusing. A white ceiling, the familiar smell of disinfectant, and 4 bag hanging by the bed. Awake. Shoko's face entered his field of vision. She looked down at him with an unlit cigarette in her mouth. How do you feel? Arata opened his mouth, but his throat was like sandpaper. The sound he made was unintelligible even to him. Shoko handed him a cup of water. He took a sip, then as if remembering something, he asked, where's Maki? Shoko raised an eyebrow and tilted her head to the side. Arata turned his head and saw Maki sitting in a chair by the bed, peeling an apple. You copied reverse cursed technique from me but I never saw you use it. Still, doing that well for your first time isn't bad. You aren't Gojo or Yuta, don't be too hard on yourself. Shoko's voice continued. Also, is your brain filled with nothing but blood manipulation? Arata paused, then looked down at his bandage-covered body and smirked. Who said that? I used it, didn't I? Even if the effect wasn't great. The effect was poor because you never practiced it seriously, and you were at the center of an explosion. Shoko put the cigarette back in her mouth, speaking mumble style. Firing a technique reversal like Satoru's without the 6 eyes, you're more of a monster than he is. Arata fell silent. Asterisk firing a curse technique reversal, read at the cost of all my energy and falling into a coma. If Sukuna, the king of loans, can constantly use binding vows to get ahead, why can't I take out a loan for the limitless, asterisk? Forget it, you won't listen in this state anyway. Shoko waved a hand, turning toward the door. Stay in bed. That Zenin girl watched over you all night. If you pass out again, she'll probably tear my infirmary apart. Wait, Miss Yeri. Arata called out as she reached the door. What about Suguru Geto? Satoru caught him trying to escape. Don't know what they talked about, but Suguru's body is already in my morgue. With that, Shoko walked out. Arata considered asking Shoko to cremate the body, but then decided against it. He was actually starting to look forward to the Shibuya incident and the culling game. Just then, he felt a gaze on his face. He turned his head and locked eyes with Maki Zenin. Her eyes were bloodshot, with faint dark circles beneath them, but her expression was as flat as ever, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 16, Yuki Tsukumo. Chapter 16, Yuki Tsukumo. What are you looking at? Maki handed over the apple. Do you want it or not? Arata took the apple and took a bite. The sweetness blossomed across his tongue. The ward fell silent for a few seconds, save for the occasional caw of a crow outside the window. So. Arata chewed the apple, speaking muffle style. You watched over me all night. Maki didn't answer. Instead, she reached out, took the apple from his hand to take a bite herself, and then handed it back. Eat slower. Seeing this, Arata blinked in surprise before taking the apple again. Where are Toge and Panda? Outside. Maki glanced toward the window. Panda insisted on coming in, but Miss Yeri blocked him. Said too many people would disturb the patient's rest, so Toge is keeping him company. And Yuta? Called away by Principal Yaga. Maki's tone was flat. He was the key figure in this incident, after all. The higher-ups need an explanation. What about you? Arata looked at Maki. How are your injuries? I'm not dying, Maki replied shortly. She paused, then added, thanks to a certain someone. Arata smiled but didn't push the subject. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of light across the floor. Arata stared at them for a moment before suddenly speaking. Maki. Yeah. Before he could finish, the door to the ward was slammed open. Arata-kun. An excessively cheerful voice exploded, followed by Satoru Gojo's grinning face, the upper half covered by bandages, poking into the room. I heard you're awake. Your teacher came specifically to see you. Arata's expression froze. Maki turned her head toward the door, her face a mask of indifference. Gojo sauntered in, followed by a helpless-looking Panda and Toge Inumaki, who was silently flipping Gojo off in protest. You're too loud, Maki said expressionlessly, scanning Gojo. Take the noise elsewhere. Ah, Maki-chan is so mean, Gojo clutched his chest in an exaggerated display of hurt. Your teacher came all this way just to visit the wounded. Arata bit into the apple and rolled his eyes. You came specifically to see if I was dead, didn't you? Now, don't say that. Your teacher cares about you deeply. Gojo waved a hand dismissively and plopped down on the edge of Arata's bed, crossing his legs. But since you're awake, perfect timing. Someone wants to see you. Who? Arata asked instinctively. Me. An unfamiliar female voice came from the doorway. Arata looked up to see a tall figure leaning against the doorframe. Her long blonde hair was draped casually behind her. She wore a sleeveless, Chinese-style top and form-fitting jeans, radiating an aura of effortless freedom. With her hands in her pockets and a half-smile on her lips, her gaze bypassed Gojo and landed directly on Arata. Yo, you're awake. She walked in and stood by the bed, looking down at Arata. You look a bit more spirited than the rumor suggested. Arata was stunned for a moment before the realization hit him. Long blonde hair, nearly 6 feet tall, wasn't this Aoi to Deuce mentor, Yuki Tsukumo. She appeared briefly in the hidden inventory arc and didn't officially debut until chapter 135. In the original timeline, she and Choso acted as Tengen's guards against Kenjaku. But due to Tengen's strategic blunders, her simple domain was stripped away, losing her key defense. Later, Kenjaku used a small-scale maximum, Uzumaki to pierce and bisect her, causing irreversible fatal injuries. Before dying, she cleared Choso's heart and moved him to safety, then turned herself into a black hole in an attempt to take Kenjaku with her. Even then, she held back for Tengen's sake, allowing Kenjaku to escape while she was consumed. That event became one of Choso's 2 greatest regrets. Thinking about it, Arata had always been a Cho-Yuki shipper. Yuki. Tsukumo. Arata muttered instinctively. Oh. Yuki raised an eyebrow, her tone piqued with interest. You actually recognize me. Did Satoru mention me? I didn't, Gojo interjected from the side. Not a word. Arata ignored him, staring at Yuki for a moment before setting the apple down. What do you want with me? Satoru told me your understanding of techniques is very interesting, Yuki said, her voice lazy. So I came back specifically to take a look. Is a semi-grade 1 sorcerer who just crawled back from the brink of death really worth a special trip? Arata tried to keep his tone steady. Semi-grade 1. Yuki's smile deepened. Setting aside your ability to copy techniques, someone who can take a maximum technique head-on isn't exactly ordinary. Which is why I'm currently lying here, Arata said, spreading his hands helplessly. Yuki stared at him for a few seconds before bursting into sudden, unprovoked laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You're a fun one. Arata was caught off guard by the sudden outburst. Hey, Yuki, don't scare my student. Gojo protested, though there wasn't a hint of sincerity in his voice. Yuki ignored him, focusing on Arata. How old are you? 17, Arata answered honestly. 17. Yuki repeated the number, then her tone shifted abruptly. Hey, kid. Yeah. What's your type of woman? The ward went dead silent. Arata remained silent for 2 seconds, then stole a glance at Maki sitting beside him. The corners of Gojo's mouth curled up visibly. Even with the bandages, you could feel the intense aura of gossip radiating from his eyes. As for Maki, her expression didn't change, but her ears turned red with remarkable speed, the color spreading from her lobes to her neck until her entire face looked like it had been dipped in paint. Very interesting. I've got high hopes for you. Yuki stood up and extended her hand to Arata. My technique is Star Rage. It allows me to apply imaginary, limitless mass to myself or my Shikigami, Garuda. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. Thanks then. Arata took a deep breath, reached out, and gave Yuki's hand a brief, firm shake before letting go. That's it. Yuki observed his expression with intrigue. What does it feel like to copy someone's technique? Honestly, I don't feel much of anything, Arata scratched his head, telling the truth. But I need time to adapt. After Yuki left, the ward stayed quiet for a few seconds. Gojo sat on the edge of the bed, swinging his crossed leg with a meaningful smirk. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Arata-kun, you're something else. Even Yuki came back just for you. Arata rolled his eyes. Can you please not use that tone? What tone? That tone. Arata paused, unable to find the right word. Forget it, I'm too tired to explain. Panda leaned in, his furry face full of concern. How much longer do you have to stay here? Yuta's been non-stop talking about you. I think I'm ready to be discharged. Arata started to get out of bed, but the moment he moved, Maki slammed her hand down and pinned him back. Don't move. Oh. Arata blinked and lay back down obediently. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 17, Naoya Zenin. Chapter 17, Naoya Zenin. 3 days later, Arata Hoshino was finally cleared for discharge. Stepping out of the infirmary, he took a deep breath of the cold outside air, feeling as though he had truly come back to life. Don't get too excited, Shoko's voice drifted from behind. If you end up back in here again, I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you next time. Understood. Thanks, Miss Yeri. Arata turned back to see Shoko leaning against the doorframe, a lit cigarette between her fingers. You should smoke less, it's bad for your health. Shoko merely waved a hand and retreated back into the infirmary. Arata walked down the corridor. Just as he reached the entrance of the school building, a massive, fluffy white figure lunged at him. Arata. Panda's enormous body nearly sent Arata flying. He staggered back a few steps to steady himself, his back slamming into the wall. Cough, cough, ow, my back. Panda, are you trying to finish me off? Hee hee, I just got too excited. Panda let go, his furry face beaming. I'm just glad to see you're out. Toji Inumaki followed closely behind, giving Arata a nod. Kanbu. Hey, Toji. Arata waved, then looked behind them. Where's Maki? Panda blinked his round eyes, just as I suspected, grin spreading across his face. She said she had something to take care of and had to go back for a bit. Asked us to let you know. Go back. Arata paused. Where to? The Zenin estate. Toji nodded in confirmation. Arata's expression shifted instantly. The Zenin estate. That place was never a home to Maki, it was a pit of mockery and disdain. Why would she go back? To see my... I'm going after her, Arata said, heading toward the school gate. Arata. Panda called out. You're just going to go like that? That's the Zenin family. Not just anyone can walk in there. Arata stopped and turned to Panda. Even Miss Yuki has heard of my name, do you really think the Zenins don't know who I am? I run with Gojo. What are they going to do to me? Then be careful. Panda stepped forward and patted Arata on the shoulder. Arata nodded and started to leave, but after 2 steps, he turned back. By the way, how do I get to the Zenin estate? Quite grand, isn't it? Arata stood before the main gates of the Zenin residence. He looked up at the plaque bearing the name Zenin, took a deep breath, and rang the bell. The gate opened. A middle-aged man in a traditional kimono stood there. His gaze swept over Arata, his brow furrowing with that trademark Zenin condescension. This is the Zenin residence. Who are you? Tokyo Jujutsu High, first year, Arata Hoshino. Arata crossed his arms, looking at this man who was shorter than him yet insisted on acting superior. I'm looking for someone. Who? Maki Zenin. The man's expression flickered into a complex mix of contempt and surprise. He looked Arata up and down as if evaluating a piece of property. Wait here. The gate slammed shut. Arata stood outside, casually using construction to create a lollipop, which he popped into his mouth. About 5 minutes later, the gate opened again. This time, it was a young maid. She kept her head low, her voice barely a whisper. "Mr. Hoshino, please follow me." Arata followed her through several winding corridors. He encountered many members of the Zenin family along the way, all of whom stared at him as if he were a rare animal in a zoo. "This is the drawing room," the maid said, stopping before a door. "Miss Maki is inside." Arata slid the door open. The room was large but sparsely furnished. On the tatami sat a low table with a neatly arranged tea set. Maki Zenin was sitting by the window, holding a cup of tea she clearly wasn't drinking. Her gaze was fixed on the rock garden outside, her brow slightly furrowed. "Maki." Maki turned, her expression softening for a fleeting moment when she saw him. "Why are you here?" "Just passing by," Arata said, sitting down beside her. "Decided to check if my favorite person was being bullied." The moment the words left his mouth, the door to the room was roughly slid open. "Oh. If it isn't our family's little failure. You actually came back." A young man in a dark kimono stood at the entrance. His hair was perfectly styled, and his narrow eyes swept over the two in the room, his lips curled in blatant mockery. "Naoya Zenin." Arata bit down on the stick of his lollipop, sizing him up. Special grade 1 sorcerer, legitimate son of the clan head, heir to projection sorcery, and a total piece of trash. Naoya's gaze flickered over Arata as if looking at filth before moving back to Maki. "What? Couldn't cut it on the outside and decided to come crawling home?" Maki's expression didn't change, but her fingers tightened around her teacup. "It's not surprising," Naoya continued with his innate sense of superiority. "A worthless brat with no cursed energy, what future could you possibly have out there? You're better suited for menial labor back here." He paused, his smirk widening. "By the way, I heard your little sister has been much more sensible lately. She knows how to work hard. It seems without you around to lead her astray, she actually knows her place." Maki set her teacup down and stood up. "Don't." Arata reached out to stop her. He rose from the tatami and strolled casually over to Naoya. The distance between them was less than a meter. Naoya was half a head shorter than him, but he held his chin high, his face screaming, "Who do you think you are?" "And you are?" Arata tilted his head, his voice dripping with genuine confusion. Naoya's face stiffened. "You don't recognize me." "Should I?" Arata blinked, his confusion deepening. "Are you the janitor? Or the doorman?" "You." Naoya's face turned red with remarkable speed. He took a step forward, but Arata didn't budge. Arata just looked down at him, a slow smirk forming on his lips. "Oh, I remember now," Arata said, slapping his forehead. "Naoya Zenin, right? Special grade 1 sorcerer, heir to projection sorcery, the head's precious son." Naoya's expression softened slightly, but before he could speak, Arata added. "You're 26, right? Why are you still just grade 1? I've been a sorcerer for a year and I'm already grade 2. With one more recommendation, I'll be grade 1 too. Are you just so mediocre that you've been stuck at grade 1 all this time?" "What did you say?" Naoya's cursed energy erupted instantly. The air in the room grew heavy, and the paper sliding doors rattled violently from the pressure. But Arata acted as if he felt nothing. He remained there, smiling, even leaning in a little closer. "I said, you're pretty mediocre. You're dead." Naoya's figure vanished instantly. Arata figured projection sorcery had been activated. The technique works on a logic of 1 second equals 24 frames. By dividing a second into 24 movements, the user can achieve extreme speed and force others to follow the same rules. To an outsider, it looks like speed beyond common sense. Arata tried to track Naoya's position, but without using flowing red scale, it was incredibly difficult to catch the movement. However, Arata soon noticed something very interesting. When Naoya's fist slammed into his chest, it didn't hurt at all. Thump. In the dull sound of impact, Arata's body was pushed back slightly. He looked down at the spot where he'd been hit, then looked up at the smug Naoya. His expression turned somewhat subtle. "Hey, that didn't even hurt. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 18, is Naoya really that mediocre? Chapter 18, is Naoya really that mediocre? Hey, that didn't even hurt." Naoya's smile froze on his face. He pulled back his fist, staring at Arata Hoshino as if he were some kind of freak. Although he hadn't put his full strength into that punch, it should have been enough to keep a normal sorcerer on the ground for half a day. Yet, the guy in front of him wasn't just standing, he had was that supposed to be a tickle expression on his face. "You. Me what?" Arata tilted his head, his tone carrying a sense of genuine confusion. Was that punch meant to be serious? I thought a special grade 1 would be much more impressive. Did you skip breakfast or something? Naoya's face flushed red with visible speed, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He vanished from the spot once more. Arata could feel Naoya attacking from all directions, but he didn't move. He let the punches rain down on him like hail: chest, stomach, shoulders, back. Ha! Arata let out a yawn. He found it strange. During the Shibuya incident, Old Man Naobito's projection sorcery had been so powerful against Dagon. Why did it feel like a massage coming from his son? Could it be because I copied Maki's heavenly restriction? The thought made Arata pause. His technique copied cursed techniques, not physical constitutions. If he could actually copy constitutions, he wouldn't even need to bother with blood manipulation. Then what's the deal here? Is Naoya really just that mediocre? Are you done yet? Arata reached out and snatched Naoya's fist out of the air as it swung toward him again. Naoya's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to yank his hand back, but it was held in a grip like a steel vice, immovable. Who the hell are you? For the first time, a slight tremor crept into Naoya's voice. Me. Arata tilted his head, sounding innocent. I'm just a passing-through Semi-grade 1 sorcerer. Remember that. Let go, Naoya hissed, his voice low and threatening. How about we move this elsewhere? Arata released his grip and took a step back, pointing toward the window. There's more space outside. You can go all out, and I can get a bit more serious. I can't afford to pay for the furniture if I break anything in here. Naoya's face was ashen. He glared at Arata with eyes that wanted to skin him alive. Fine. The two walked out of the drawing room and into the courtyard. The Zenin estate's courtyard was massive, though the design felt odd. None of that mattered now, as other members of the Zenin clan had already gathered to watch the commotion. Arata ignored the whispers, rolling his shoulders before turning to face Naoya. Naoya stood 5 meters away, arms crossed and chin held high, acting as if he were too superior to strike first. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have the first move. Arata blinked. Are you sure? Stop talking. All right then. Arata nodded. Since you're insisting I go first, I won't hold back. The moment the words left his lips, Arata's figure vanished instantly. Naoya's pupils shrank. Projection sorcery, impossible. It was one of the ancestral techniques of the Zenin family. And now, an outsider, a stranger in a Jujutsu High uniform, was using the technique that was supposed to be inherited only by Zenin blood. Only now did Naoya remember that his father, Naobito, had mentioned a copycat sorcerer, but he had no time for further thought because Arata was already in his face. It was too fast. Just as the punch was about to land, the entire world went quiet. Arata's body froze in place like a statue. His consciousness was still functioning, clearly perceiving everything around him, but his body wouldn't budge. Ha 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 ha. And here I was actually worried for a second. Naoya erupted into a triumphant laugh. You dared to use projection sorcery without any practice. How pathetic. He strolled leisurely up to Arata and patted the frozen face. I'll give you credit for being able to copy it. Naoya leaned into Arata's ear, his voice dripping with mockery. But what a shame. Copied things are just copies in the end. He straightened up, stepped back, and cracked his knuckles. Guess how many times I can hit you before you can move again. Punches began to rain down on Arata. Seeing this, the surrounding Zenin clansmen wore expressions of spiteful glee. When Maki rushed out of the drawing room, this was the sight that met her. Arata was standing there like a human punching bag while Naoya wailed on him. Hey! Maki's voice was like ice, and she charged forward. At that moment, a weathered but powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder. Maki turned to see Naobito Zenin, who had appeared beside her unnoticed. The old man's hair and beard were white, but he radiated vitality. He kept his hand on her shoulder, his gaze fixed on Arata in the center of the courtyard. Don't be in such a hurry, the old man said calmly, as if watching an amusing play. But just watch. Maki bit her lip but stayed her ground. In the courtyard, Naoya continued his assault, punch after punch landing squarely on Arata. But as he kept hitting, Naoya's expression began to shift. Arata didn't look like he was in pain at all. In fact, he was smiling. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Arata's voice came from his frozen body, while he couldn't move, speaking seemed unaffected. I just suddenly remembered something. What? The principle of projection sorcery is dividing 1 second into 24 frames, right? The user must strictly follow a predetermined sequence of those 24 frames and complete them within that second. If you mess up a single step, you're forcibly frozen for 1 second. Arata's tone was as calm as if he were answering a question in class. So, the reason I can't move right now is because I messed up one of my frames. Naoya frowned. What's your point? My point is. Arata paused, his smirk widening. That 1 second is almost up. Naoya's pupils contracted. In the next instant, Arata's fist smashed into Naoya's abdomen with a thunderous crack. The massive impact sent Naoya flying through the air. Boom. Naoya slammed into a decorative rock in the center of the courtyard, sending fragments flying as the rock split down the middle and collapsed. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The watching Zenin members stared with wide eyes, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Naoya struggled to crawl out from the rubble. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in his eyes, the same fear he had felt as a child when he first saw Toji. To be honest, that was the longest second of my life. Felt more like a minute. Arata rolled his wrist, strolling leisurely toward the fallen men. He stopped in front of Naoya, looking down at the humiliated heir of the Zenin clan. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 19, The Gamblers. Chapter 19, The Gamblers. Are we still fighting? Naoya's face shifted through a spectrum of pale and blue. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. If not, I'll be going now. Arata turned around and walked toward Maki. He had only taken 2 steps when Naoya's voice, sounding utterly humiliated, came from behind. Stop right there. You. Arata glanced back at Naoya. It wasn't a particularly expressive look, but Naoya's voice choked in his throat as if someone had grabbed him by the windpipe. Arata withdrew his gaze and continued toward Maki. As he reached her, his nonchalant expression softened, his tone taking on the air of someone looking for a bit of praise. How was that? Didn't embarrass you, did I? Maki looked at her, her lips twitching before she managed a single word, idiot. Let's go. Arata naturally extended his hand. To see my. Maki froze for a second, her eyes lingering on his outstretched hand. After a brief pause, she reached out and took it. Yeah. Just as they were about to leave, a weathered but energetic voice sounded from nearby. It's not very polite to ignore an old man like me, is it? Arata turned to see a man with white hair swept back, thin eyebrows, and iconic flared mustaches. Clad in a traditional kimono, the old man was leaning against a wall, watching them with an intrigued gaze. Naobito Zenin. The 26th head of the Zenin clan, a special grade 1 sorcerer, and arguably the only relatively sane person in the family, though some might argue for Ranta Zenin. The old man shook the wine gourd in his hand. His sharp eyes scanned Arata, finally landing on the hand holding Maki's. The corners of his mouth curled into an ambiguous arc. Clan head, Maki said, bowing her head slightly with a trace of respect. Arata followed suit, giving Naobito a slight bow. Greetings, old man. Naobito didn't speak immediately. He strolled over at a leisurely pace and stopped in front of Arata. He was shorter than Arata, but he possessed an aura that commanded immediate attention. So, you're the copycat sorcerer? Naobito asked, his voice low yet carries a natural weight of authority. That's me. Arata scratched his head. Why is it that everyone knows my title but nobody knows my name? Naobito stared at him for a few seconds before erupting into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. To be able to thrash Naoya like that, you're an interesting one. The laughter echoed through the courtyard, the sheer boldness of it stunning the Zenin members who were waiting to see more drama. Once he had his fill of laughing, the old man patted Arata on the shoulder. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay for a meal. It happens to be a family gathering tonight. Ah. Arata scratched his head. Is that really appropriate? I just came to see Maki, and incidentally beat up my son. Naobito raised an eyebrow, his tone neither praising nor blaming. The deed is done. If you leave without even having a meal, people will think the Zenin family lacks hospitality. Arata opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Naobito didn't give him a chance to refuse. He turned and walked away toward the inner manor. After a few steps, he looked back. Someone will lead you there tonight. And Maki, you come too. Maki was silent for a second, then nodded slightly. Yes. After Naobito left, Arata followed Maki to Mai's room, as seeing her sister was the reason Maki had returned today. Along the way, every Zenin member they passed bowed, but their eyes couldn't help but dart toward Arata. That mixture of curiosity, wariness, and disbelief made Arata feel like a specimen in a zoo. Don't mind them, Maki's voice came softly from beside him. That's just how they are. Arata glanced at her, a small smile playing on his lips. I don't mind. I actually think it's quite interesting. Interesting? Yeah. Arata nodded. Look at their eyes. They look at me like I'm a monster, but they're too scared to step up. They can only hide in the corners and peek. I never thought I'd get to enjoy that overpowered protagonist feeling one day. Maki didn't reply, but the curve of her mouth softened. The banquet hall was massive, with far more formal decor than the drawing room. Delicacies were already set on the low tables, with sake carafes and cups neatly arranged. Nobito took the seat of honor and signaled for the two to sit. Arata sat beside Maki, his eyes scanning the food before landing on the sake bottle. He felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. What are you standing around for? Nobito took a heavy swig from his gourd and squinted at Arata. Can you drink? A little, Arata answered conservatively. Then have some. Nobito filled Arata's cup without giving him a choice. A young man who doesn't drink. That's no way to live. Maki glanced at Arata, her lips moving as if to say something before she thought better of it. She remembered the last time the five of them had a meal, this guy had secretly brought out 2 bottles of sake. After just 2 drinks, he started hugging Panda and yelling about how fluffy and comfortable he was. In the end, Yuta and Toge had to drag him back. The next morning, he remembered absolutely nothing. Arata looked at the cup, then at Maki's meaningful gaze. He gritted his teeth, picked up the cup, and downed it in one go. 10 minutes later. Old man, let me tell you. I know this senior of mine. We're pretty close. You two would get along great. Arata, already completely smashed, had used a teleportation flicker to appear right next to Nobito, throwing an arm around the clan head's shoulders. Nobito raised an eyebrow. Oh. What's his name? His name is Kinji Hikari. He's a man who loves fever. Fever is gambling, and gambling is life. A pure gambler. But I don't think he's pure enough yet. He should come to you guys for some tips. After all, your Zenin family are the real gamblers. The banquet hall went silent for a heartbeat. Everyone looked at Arata in utter disbelief. Nobito's hand, holding his sake cup, froze midair. His sharp eyes stared at the drunken youth hanging off his shoulder. His expression was subtle. Gamblers. The old man repeated the word, his tone unreadable. Yeah. Arata nodded vigorously, completely unaware of the weight of his words. Your first bet was that Toji wouldn't kill all of you. You won that bet. He really had zero interest in slaughtering a bunch of trash like you. Toji. Nobito spoke slowly, his tone playful. You know that guy. Don't know him. Arata shook his head, his hair flopping around. But who hasn't heard the name, sorcerer killer? Continue. The old man took another drink, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. Say what? Arata blinked, looking dazed. Oh right. Old man, your Zenin family is truly brave. Seriously, I admire you. Arata gave a thumbs up, his expression so sincere it didn't even sound like sarcasm. Winning the first bet is one thing, but I can't believe you're brave enough to bet a second time. TSK, tisk. Arata swayed his head. You're betting that Maki won't become a second Toji, right? But with this family atmosphere of yours, it's hard to say. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 20, OG Zenin. Chapter 20, OG Zenin. What gives you the right? Arata paused, letting out a small wine-scented burp before continuing. What makes you think that someone you treated like trash, like garbage, since they were a child would ever remember your kindness? What makes you think she won't come back to settle the score once she gets strong? Nobito didn't speak. He just sipped his sake slowly, his eyes never leaving the drunken youth, observing him with a sharp intensity. Maki sat in her place, eyes downcast, her expression unreadable. However, her fingers tightened noticeably around her teacup. Arata didn't notice. He went back to throwing his arm around Nobito's shoulder. You're the head of the Zenin clan, but do you even know what kind of people your family members really are? Nobito raised an eyebrow. Why don't you tell me? Fine, I won't hold back then. Arata cleared his throat and began calling names. First, let's talk about your son, Naoya Zenin. I have never seen such a mediocre person in my life. He inherited your projection sorcery, but his punches feel like a light tickle. I stood there and let him hit me for half a day, and nothing happened. If this were a game, he'd be a level 1 mob in the starting village, not even an elite mob. Naoya Zenin, input text. Then there are those old geezers in your house, Arata continued. Not much talent, but plenty of arrogance. All they know how to do is bully their own kin. If they're so capable, why don't they go challenge Satoru Gojo? They don't dare. They just play tough at home. Especially that brother of yours, what was it? OG Zenin, right? You'd better watch out for him. Not only does the bastard look like a villain, but he also blames all his resentment for not becoming the clan head on Maki and Mai. With a guy like that around, watch your back so he doesn't stab you one day. The air in the banquet hall froze. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting diagonally across from them stood up abruptly. He was tall and thin with a harsh, bitter face. His long black hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and he wore traditional samurai attire. He had heard every word Arata just said. Where did this brat come from, daring to act so wildly in the Zenin house? The man's voice was low and piercing. He shoved aside the low table in front of him, sending cups and plates crashing to the floor with a sharp shatter, and strode toward Arata in a few quick steps. Arata, still leaning on Nobito, tilted his head. He looked at the furious man with bleary, drunken eyes and blinked. Who are you? Those three simple words made the atmosphere even more volatile. OG Zenin's face turned from pale to flushed. As a grade 1 sorcerer of the Zenin family, he was a figure of authority second only to Nobito. When had he ever been so dismissed by a wet behind-the-ears brat? Moreover, every word the kid had just spat out felt like a knife to his chest. Who am I? The man growled, his voice dropping an octave as he gritted his teeth. I am Maki's father. Who do you think I am? Oh, Arata dragged out the vowel, his expression shifting from confusion to a sudden realization. So you're the father-in-law. My apologies, my apologies. Asterisk pft. Asterisk. Someone couldn't hold back a snort, though the laugh was cut short immediately. OG's chest heaved violently. He stared at the drunken youth who was leaning on his older brother and calling him father-in-law. A sense of humiliation he had never experienced before rushed to his head. As a special grade 1 sorcerer, he was a man of power. But today, the term father-in-law was like a poison blade. Maki Zenin, his failure of a daughter, actually had someone willing to admit they liked her in front of the entire clan. And in such a manner. OG took a deep breath, his voice cold as ice. Boy, do you have any idea what you're saying? Blah, blah, blah. Always the same lines. Arata let go of Nobito and stood up slowly. He looked at the seething OG and dug a finger into his ear. Can we get some original material here? The temperature in the hall hit freezing point. OG's fingers trembled at the sign of a man pushed to his absolute limit. He had never been so publicly shamed by an outsider, a mere child. Fine. Very well. OG's voice sounded like it was being squeezed through his teeth. His right hand pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Oh. Moving to blades? Sure. Arata smiled, then stretched his neck forward. Here. Cut right here. A drunken kid, stretching his neck out to be cut with a smile on his face, the scene was so absurd that OG actually hesitated for a split second. What? Arata tilted his head, his neck still exposed, almost as if he were trying to help his opponent. Scared to cut? Or scared you can't cut through? Die. OG's sanity snapped. No. Maki's voice rang out through the hall as she lunged to her feet, but it was too late. The blade fell. Blood sprayed. The dull sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed. The blade carved a diagonal path from Arata's shoulder down toward his waist. Crimson bloomed across his light-colored clothes, and a few drops even splashed onto the low table nearby, landing in the delicate dishes. Dead silence fell over the hall. Everyone stared at the scene, at the gruesome wound, at the blood dripping from the hem of his clothes and soaking into the tatami mats in a dark red stain. OG withdrew his blade, a smug curve appearing on his lips. Arrogant brat. This is the price for running your mouth in the Zenin house. He scanned the room to assert his authority, then turned to Maki. His failure of a daughter was staring with wide eyes, the color completely drained from her face. What are you looking at? OG snorted coldly. Is this who you brought back? A piece of trash who can't even take one strike. The food here isn't as good as my hometown, but it's not bad. The blood is going to make it taste really weird. OG's pupils shrank. Arata was standing right in front of him. His young face showed no sign of pain, instead, he wore a faint, mocking smirk. You. Even though this makes me look like a masochist, it was probably wrong for an outsider like me to strike first. But now. Arata's voice was calm, eerily calm. It's my turn. The moment the words fell, the blood on Arata's body exploded outward, transforming into crimson ropes that instantly bound OG Zenin. P.S. Regarding Suguru Geto's family, Manami Suda and Toshihisa Negi, since they don't have much screen time or official techniques, it's a great idea to design some for them for the Shibuya incident. It adds depth to the conflict and gives the protagonist more interesting variables to play with. Lonely, how about CT of Socrates? 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Chapter 21, this place doesn't seem so scary after all. Chapter 21, this place doesn't seem so scary after all. To be honest, I should thank you. OG Zenin's pupils shrank violently. That strike just now cleared my head quite a bit, Arata Hoshino said slowly. The blood ropes tightened according to his will, forcing a muffled groan from OG. The principle of reverse curse technique is to multiply cursed energy to generate positive energy. This positive energy can create blood, bone, muscle, and organs, achieving physical regeneration. OG's brow furrowed. He didn't understand what this youth was talking about, but the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. I always thought my total cursed energy was pitifully low. But since the Goodwill event, my teacher Satoru Gojo told me that my total cursed energy is actually higher than Yuta's, Arata continued, his tone like a student answering a question in class. As a sorcerer, my cursed energy reserves are up to par. But as a human, the total volume of blood in my body has a limit. This led me to a misunderstanding. As he spoke, Arata paused and reached up to pull aside his sliced clothing, revealing the area to the crowd. The shocking wound from moments ago was already slowly healing under the influence of reverse curse technique. So, every time I went on a mission, I had to carry spare blood bags, Arata said as the wound vanished completely. But today, thanks to you. He looked up at OG and smiled. To OG, that smile was even more piercing than the flash of the blade earlier. That strike made me realize that while I can't directly convert cursed energy into blood, I can use reverse cursed technique to manufacture blood, achieving a nearly infinite supply. Arata rolled his shoulders, his joints letting out a crisp pop. This way, when I use blood manipulation, I don't have to worry about running out of blood or dying from blood loss. OG's pupils dilated. He instinctively tried to retreat, but his body was firmly locked by the crimson binding. In the next second, a massive force smashed into his abdomen. His body was sent flying like a stray dog kicked by the roadside. After crashing through the wooden doors of the banquet hall and snapping two pillars in the corridor, OG's body slammed heavily onto the gravel in the center of the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. OG struggled to crawl out of the rubble. His kimono was covered in dust and blood, and his hair was disheveled over his shoulders. There wasn't a trace left of his previous dignified aura. He looked up toward the banquet hall. Arata was stepping leisurely through the shattered doorframe. Though his light-colored clothes were still stained with a large amount of blood, he looked excessively spirited. You don't seem very convinced, Arata said, using construction to create a katana which he pointed at OG. How about we have a proper, fair fight? You. Enough. Naobito Zenin walked out slowly, holding his sake gourd. His gaze swept over Arata, then landed on the pathetic OG, before he looked away and took a swig of wine. OG, go back and clean yourself up. OG opened his mouth to say something, but meeting Naobito's sharp eyes, he eventually swallowed his words. He struggled to his feet and staggered toward the depths of the estate. Take care, father-in-law. Arata waved at OG's receding back. OG's back stiffened visibly, but he didn't look back, quickening his pace until he disappeared at the end of the corridor. You certainly know how to cause a stir, kid, Naobito said, walking up to Arata. His tone was hard to read, neither praise nor condemnation. Not at all. Arata scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. You saw it yourself, he struck first. Fine, fine, stop the nonsense. Naobito waved a hand. His gaze circled Arata's face before he suddenly lowered his voice. Kid, how much of what you said just now was true? What part? The part where you said we won the first bet but will lose the second. Naobito took another heavy swig of sake. Arata looked at the white-haired old man and suddenly realized that Naobito Zenin sat firmly as the head of the clan not just because of his technique and strength, but because of a keen intuition far beyond that of a normal person. I'll just ask you one thing, who do you think Maki resembles? Arata's voice was much more serious than before. Naobito paused mid-motion. She was born with no cursed energy and no technique. The only reason she hasn't fully become like Toji is because of the curse of twins. That curse causes Maki to retain a tiny amount of cursed energy, Arata continued, his tone becoming increasingly calm. Tell me, given the environment of the Zenin clan and your brother's personality, if Mai were to die, would she take that last bit of cursed energy away with her? If Maki awakens, will she slaughter every single one of you? Naobito didn't speak. He just looked at Arata with a complex expression in his eyes. I don't care what becomes of the Zenin clan in the future, that's your business. Arata turned around to look at Maki, who was standing a short distance away watching silently. His voice softened. I only care about her. Naobito followed his gaze. His eyes lingered on Maki for a moment before returning to Arata. You really like her, don't you? Yes. Arata nodded without a hint of hesitation. Naobito stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly erupted into laughter again. Arata was a bit confused by the sudden outburst, but once the old man finished, he patted Arata on the shoulder. All right, I understand. Naobito tucked away his smile, his voice regaining the dignity of a clan head. I'll handle the situation regarding that girl. Arata blinked. You mean? Aren't you worried about her sister? Nobito raised an eyebrow. Relax. As long as I am in this position, nothing will happen to my... Arata froze for a moment, then smiled. Thanks, old man. Spare me the pleasantries. Nobito waved him off and turned to walk back. Arata watched Nobito's back disappear into the corridor before turning around. Maki had approached him at some point. The moonlight cast a faint silver glow over her. Her expression revealed nothing, but her eyes were fixed on him, staring so intently that he felt inexplicably guilty. What are you looking at? Arata walked over, trying to maintain his usual casual tone. Let's go. It's time to head back to school. The moonlight turned the blue stone paths of the Zenin estate white. Arata and Maki walked side by side through the corridors, their footsteps exceptionally clear in the silent night. After the farce that had just unfolded, every Zenin member they passed kept their heads down and hurried away, not daring to even steal a glance at them. As they walked out of the main gates, Arata glanced back at the plaque reading Zenin and suddenly laughed. What's funny? Maki asked. Nothing. Arata withdrew his gaze. Just thinking, this place doesn't seem so scary after all. Maki didn't say anything. She just followed his gaze to the plaque, her eyes filled with a complicated emotion. After walking for a while, Maki suddenly spoke. The things you said to the clan head. Arata tilted his head to look at her. Were you serious? Maki paused, her voice lower than usual. Arata was taken aback, then smiled. Of course I was serious. Did you think I was just talking drunken nonsense? You were drunk. That was only at the start. Arata rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Getting stabbed woke me up. Why? Why what? Why do all this? Maki stopped and turned to face him. Speaking up for standing up for me, saying those things to the clan head. You have nothing to do with the Zenin family. You didn't need to get involved in this mess. Who says I have nothing to do with it? Arata turned to face her. Maki's brow twitched slightly. Arata took a step forward. At that exact moment, Maki suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Wait. Arata was pulled forward, his face almost crashing into hers. Previous quests failed. Bonus chapter unrewarded. Let's try again this week. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, new quest. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV/CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one to Jiza. Chapter 22, if he dares to treat you poorly, just whip him. Chapter 22, if he dares to treat you poorly, just whip him. You should know that I'm 2 years older than you, right? Maki's voice carried a hint of an unidentifiable emotion. She stared into Arata Hoshino's eyes that shone exceptionally bright under the moonlight, reflecting her own silhouette. Arata froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Maki to suddenly bring up the topic of age. After all, when he was watching the anime and reading the manga, he hadn't thought much about it. Besides, the Maki in the anime didn't look like a 16-year-old girl at all, she had the vibe of a cool, older sister. Forgot the beginning, forgot the middle, Akutami Gij, you really owe Mappa a huge favor. What's with the Maki's voice was very low, but every word fell clearly into his ears. You think I can't tell? Arata blinked, then suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Arata looked into her eyes, the curve of his lips impossibly soft. Just thinking, so you knew all along. Duh. Everyone else saw it, and you're the only slow-witted guy who didn't notice. Then, what do you think? Maki didn't answer. She simply stared at him for a few seconds before releasing her grip on his collar. Arata thought she was about to turn and leave, but in the next second, Maki's hand landed on his shoulder, pushing him back half a step, and then... She stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. It was light, brief, and over so fast it felt like an illusion. Arata froze where he stood. Maki turned her face away, her ears turning a shade of red that looked like they were on fire. However, her tone remained as flat as ever. Is that clear enough for you? Arata stood there as if someone had hit the pause button on his life. Even after Maki's lips had left his, he could still feel a lingering trace of warmth on his own. You. Maki had already turned and started walking away. Her pace was faster than usual, but her back was ramrod straight, the flush on her ears spreading all the way down her neck. Arata dazed for 2 seconds before quickly catching up. Maki. Shut up. No, I told you to shut up. Maki didn't look back, but her steps quickened. Looking at the back of her head, Arata suddenly burst out laughing. What's so funny? Maki finally turned around to glare at him, her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Arata took a few quick steps to walk side by side with her, a smile still hanging on his face. Nothing, I just think you're actually quite cute when you're shy. Who's shy? You. I am not. Your ears are completely red. Maki took a deep breath, stopped, and turned to face him. Her eyes stared straight into his. Arata Hoshino, are you looking for a beating? Okay, my bad. Arata raised his hands in surrender. Time to go back, right? Maki snorted and turned to keep walking, though her pace finally slowed down. The two were silent the rest of the way, soon arriving at the dormitory gates. Maki stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. About today, don't you dare tell anyone. I know. I promise my lips are sealed, Arata said, patting his chest. Maki nodded and was about to head inside when Arata called out to her again. She turned back only to see Arata walk up to her and gently pull her into a hug. Thank you, Arata whispered into her ear. Maki's body stiffened, but then she slowly raised her arms and hugged him back. Idiot. Early the next morning, Arata leaned against a pillar by the main gate, hands in his pockets. His gaze fell on Yuta Okatsu, who was talking to Principal Yaga not far away. I didn't expect a guy like you to personally come pick up Yuta. Arata, with a lollipop in his mouth, looked expressionlessly at Miguel Ajuel, who was walking toward him. Miguel stopped, his eyes scanning Arata before his lips pulled into a faint, ambiguous smirk. What, not welcome? Welcome. Arata tilted his head, his tone carrying genuine confusion. Why would I welcome a former curse user? And one of Suguru Geto's family, at that. You're not using the excuse of taking Yuta to Africa for training just to trick him into picking cotton, are you? Miguel's smile stiffened for a split second. Arata-kun, you should be a little more polite, Gojo Satoru's voice drifted from nearby. Arata glanced at him, shrugged, and didn't say anything more, though the rejection in his eyes remained entirely undisguised. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this guy. Of course, it wasn't just because he was Geto's accomplice, but more importantly, this guy is a total cliché. Senior. Yuta Okatsu had walked over at some point. His eyes, though the dark circles had faded slightly, looked at Arata with a hint of reluctance. I'm leaving. Arata's expression softened. He reached out and patted Yuta's shoulder. Train hard. Don't let this guy kidnap you to pick cotton. Pick cotton. Yuta blinked, clearly not understanding the joke. Ignore him. Maki walked over and handed a bag to Yuta. Eat this on the way. Yuta took the bag and opened it to see several exquisite rice balls. He froze for a moment, then smiled. Thanks, Maki-san. Salmon roe. Toji Inumaki walked over and gave Yuta a light hug. Have a safe trip, Panda said, stepping forward for a hug as well. Yeah, thanks everyone. Yuta's gaze swept over everyone's faces, finally resting on Arata. Senior, wait for me to come back. Go on then. Don't let Miguel sell you off. Arata nodded. Then, using construction, he created a black whip and handed it to Yuta. If he dares to treat you poorly, just take this whip and lash him. Hey. That's racial discrimination. Miguel finally couldn't help but speak up, his tone laced with helplessness. Am I really that untrustworthy? Arata glanced at him without saying a word, but his eyes clearly said, you tell me. Miguel took a deep breath as if he wanted to say something, but eventually just shook his head and turned toward the car. Yuta gave the group one last look before following Miguel into the vehicle. The car started and slowly drove away from the gates of Jujutsu High. Arata stood there, watching the car disappear at the end of the road before shoving his hands back into his pockets. Mid-May, 2018. An unexpected visitor arrived at the high school. Miss Yuki. What brings you here? On the training field, Arata, who had been preparing to test a technique on a wooden post, looked at the newcomer with surprise and joy. Just passing by, thought I'd check on you. Yuki Tsukumo stood with her hands on her hips, her signature smile playing on her lips. After all, you're the only one capable of inheriting my technique. You're basically half my student, I have to check on your progress. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV/CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 23, Star Rage plus Blood Manipulation. Chapter 23, Star Rage plus Blood Manipulation. Progress. Arata Hoshino scratched his head. To be honest, it's pretty difficult. Oh. Yuki Tsukumo raised an eyebrow. She walked over to a bench at the edge of the training field, sat down, and crossed her legs. Talk to me. Arata sat down beside her. He pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, thought for a moment, and then stuffed it back in. Star Rage's core is applying an imaginary, limitless mass to oneself or a shikigami. But my problem is, I don't have a shikigami. And so, if I can only apply imaginary mass to myself, I have to fight at close range. I'm wondering if I can apply that imaginary mass to something else. Arata looked at his own hands. For example, the blood in my body. If I apply imaginary mass to a portion of the blood and then use blood manipulation to launch it as an attack, then when facing cursed spirits with high defense, those blood manipulation moves won't be useless anymore. If it works, the power of piercing blood could even increase exponentially. Yuki stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. An interesting line of thought. But I don't know blood manipulation, so I can't offer you much guidance there. Arata took a deep breath, then stood 10 meters away from a training post. He pressed his palms together, aiming at the target. Blood seeped from his body, converging toward his palms. But unlike before, as the blood gathered, Arata began attempting to attach the concept of imaginary mass to a portion of it. The sensation was subtle. It felt like trying to force an invisible boulder into a moving liquid. As the blood gathered in his palms, it became visibly heavy, so heavy that Arata's hands began to tremble slightly. Oh. Yuki raised an eyebrow, the smile on her face fading slightly. Arata gritted his teeth, continuing to stack mass into the sphere of blood. He didn't know where the limit was, he only knew that the blood in his palms was now incredibly heavy. That should be enough. Piercing blood. The moment the blood arrow left his hand, a thunderous boom erupted, and the training post exploded. It wasn't sliced or pierced, it simply disintegrated, bursting into countless fragments from the center outward. Even the ground behind the post was plowed into a long, deep trench. Debris flew and dust filled the air, the training field looked like it had been hit by a small bomb. Arata stared wide-eyed at the scene. Before he could even feel happy, a massive recoil surged through his arms and into his entire body. The impact was so strong that it knocked him backward off his feet, and his back slammed heavily onto the ground. Cough, why is it always my back that suffers? Arata lay in the rubble, watching the clouds drift by, his chest heaving. Yuki walked over and looked down at him, her signature smile playing on her lips. It was a success, though the form wasn't very pretty. Arata didn't move, just panted for a few seconds before speaking. At least it worked, right? Yuki reached out and pulled him up. Once Arata found his footing, he looked at the mess of the training field. The post was completely gone, replaced by a shocking crater in the ground. The power was greater than I imagined. Arata rubbed his numb shoulder. Principal Yaga won't make me pay for this, will he? Yuki didn't answer. She stared at the crater for a few seconds, then turned her gaze back to Arata, her smile deepening. Techniques are mostly innate, and the ways they can be used are usually fixed. Yuki patted the dust off her clothes. But you're different. You're likely the only person in the world who can possess multiple techniques. To think of combining star rage with blood manipulation, it's hard to say you're not a genius. The chaos on the training field quickly attracted someone. The first to arrive was a young man wearing a black knit cap and all-black casual wear. His face was filled with shock at the sight. Hoshino-kun, did you demolish the training field? Arata recognized the newcomer immediately, his outfit was too distinctive. Takuma Ino, a 21-year-old grade 2 sorcerer. His knit cap was both his trademark and the necessary, face-covering medium, to activate his technique. He idolized Kento Nanami, aiming to reach grade 1 through Nanami's recommendation, and even wanted Nanami's old watch. He was essentially Nanami's biggest fanboy. Arata climbed up and brushed the dust off himself. Testing a new move. It got a bit out of control. A bit. Ino looked at the 3-meter diameter crater and the trench that spanned the entire field. He was silent for 2 seconds. This is a bit. Alright, since you're fine, I'll be going. Yuki waved a hand and turned to walk away. After a few steps, she looked back. By the way, let me give you a heads up. What? The movement of cursed spirits has been strange lately. Yuki's tone turned unusually serious. The frequency of activity is rising everywhere, and there are some unnatural signs. Gojo has likely noticed it too. Be careful. Arata paused, then nodded. Understood. Thank you, Miss Yuki. After Yuki left, Takuma Ino remained, staring at the crater as if looking at something impossible. Does that move have a name? Arata thought for a moment. Haven't decided. How about Blood Star Cannon? Too edgy. Then what do you think it should be called? Ino was silent for 2 seconds before decisively changing the subject. Nanami-san sent me to tell you that there's a mission next week that requires your assistance. Nanami-san. Arata raised an eyebrow. What mission? And why next week? A suspected grade 1 curse spirit appeared in Saitama Prefecture. It needs a sorcerer at semi-grade 1 or higher to handle it. Ino paused. Originally, Nanami-san was going to go alone, but he felt it would be safer to bring you along. Why does every mission have to include me now? And shouldn't Nanami-san be at work? Fine, just call me when the time comes. Arata nodded, then looked back at the deep pit. He scratched his head. This, about Principal Yaga. Explain it yourself. Ino turned and bolted. I'm leaving. Bye. Hey. Ino was already long gone. Arata stood there, looking at the trench cutting through the entire training field, and sighed. Great. Another self-reflection report to write. Masamichi Yaga stared at the trench for a long time in silence. So, Yaga finally spoke, his voice low as if coming from underground. You were testing a new technique. Yes, Principal. And you blew up the training field like this. It got a little bit out of control. Arata scratched his head. But don't worry, I'll definitely be careful next time. Yaga went silent for a few more seconds and sighed. The repair costs will be deducted from your stipend next month. Any objections? No. Arata shook his head decisively. None at all. Yaga turned to leave. After a few steps, he looked back. Next week's mission with Nanami, be serious. He's your senior, don't cause him trouble. Understood. Watching Yaga's back disappear into the school building, Arata finally let out a sigh of relief. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 24, Mahito. Chapter 24, Mahito. 1 week later, Arata Hoshino stood at the entrance of an abandoned factory. Looking at the rust-stained building before him, he couldn't help but frown. This is the place. Yes. Kento Nanami stood beside him, clad in his usual beige suit, goggles hanging at his chest, holding a short blunt cleaver wrapped in charms. According to the Windows report, the target is a suspected grade 1 cursed spirit. Its activity is mainly concentrated in this industrial zone. Arata glanced at him sideways. Blonde hair, yellow-green eyes, 184 centimeters tall, Danish-Japanese mixed heritage, 27 years old. The descriptions of this man from the original series flooded his mind. A grade 1 sorcerer, Satoru Gojo's Jr., the record holder for consecutive black flashes, a staunch believer in the off-the-clock principle. His weapon is a blunt blade wrapped in charms, and even his tie is made of cursed charms. And in the Shibuya incident, he died at the hands of Mahito. What's wrong? Nanami noticed his gaze and turned his head. Nothing. Arata withdrew his look. Let's go. The sooner we solve this, the sooner we clock out. The shadows of the abandoned factory stretched long under the afternoon sun. Arata followed Nanami through a gap in the rusted chain-link fence. The gravel and dried moss crunched beneath their feet, and the air was thick with a faint, lingering stench of rot, as if something had been dead there for a long time. The report says the first to go missing were 7 homeless men. Nanami spoke as he led the way, the shoulder lines of his beige suit sharp and steady, showing no sign of hesitation despite entering a curse's nest. Then it was unemployed people looking for scrap metal. For the past week, nearby residents have started complaining about the smell. So it was judged as grade 1. Arata asked casually. Suspected. Nanami stopped in front of a derelict warehouse and glanced back. When Gojo recommended you, he said you needed combat experience. Arata chuckled. He just sold me out like that. He said you were the most decent of his students. Nanami adjusted his goggles, his tone as flat as if he were reading a business report. Okatsu is abroad. As for the rest. He paused, not finishing the sentence. The rest are all problem children, Arata finished the thought for him. Nanami did not deny it. The cursed energy residue here is thick. Nanami crouched down, wiping a finger across the floor to pick up some dark red, viscous liquid. Blood. But it doesn't seem human. Arata scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Something was wrong. This looked like Mahito's handiwork, but according to the original timeline, Mahito should still be operating in the shadows at this point. He shouldn't be coming into direct conflict with sorcerers so soon. Arata. Nanami suddenly stood up, holding his blunt blade horizontally. Get back. The moment the words fell, a light chuckle echoed from the depths of the warehouse. The laugh was soft, like the snicker of a child whose prank had succeeded, but it sent a chill down the spine. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Long, blue-gray hair hung loosely. His face and exposed skin were covered in stitch marks, looking like a doll cobbled together from fragments. He wore simple dark clothing, hands in his pockets, walking with the casual gait of a teenager on a stroll. "Oh dear, was I found?" Mahito tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the two before resting on Nanami. "Are you the sorcerer? You look more interesting than the ones before." "Arata," Nanami's voice was very low. "I'll handle this one. You get out and notify the assistant director." "Nanami-san. This is an order." Arata bit his lip, but he knew Nanami's personality, arguing now would only cause trouble. He backed away slowly, his eyes locked onto the cursed spirit named Mahito. Mahito's gaze suddenly snapped to him, filled with childlike curiosity. "Eh? You don't seem afraid of me." Arata remained silent and continued to retreat. "Interesting." Mahito tilted his head, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. "You're not afraid because you're a sorcerer too?" In the blink of an eye, Mahito's figure vanished. Nanami swung his blunt blade in a horizontal arc, but it only sliced through empty air. The next second, Mahito appeared in front of Arata, his stitched hand reaching directly for Arata's chest. "Don't move." The power of cursed speech rippled out instantly. Mahito's movements jerked to a halt in midair. The stitched hand stopped inches from Arata's chest, less than 3 centimeters away. "Arata-kun." Nanami's figure cut in instantly, his large blunt blade carrying cursed energy as it slashed down. The ratio technique forcibly created a weak point on Mahito, sending him flying. His body flipped twice in the air before smashing heavily into a pile of scrap metal. Cough. A sharp pain shot through Arata's throat, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The backlash of cursed speech hit faster than expected, his throat felt as if it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. Mahito climbed out of the scrap pile, his smile even brighter than before. He patted the dust off himself as if he hadn't cared about the strike at all. "That hurt." Mahito tilted his head, his tone carrying a hint of childish complaint. "Do you sorcerers only know how to launch sneak attacks? Though, as long as the soul is fine, the body doesn't matter." Mahito looked up, his eyes darting between Nanami and Arata, finally settling on Arata. "But you humans are different. Can you still move?" Nanami stepped in front of Arata. "I can." Arata wiped the blood from his mouth. The burning sensation in his throat hadn't faded, but he stared at Mahito, his mind racing through memories of this character. Mahito. A cursed spirit born from human hatred and fear of other humans. His technique is idle transfiguration, which allows him to reshape the body by touching the soul. His weakness is the soul. As long as the soul can be attacked, he can be effectively damaged. The problem was, neither Nanami nor the techniques Arata currently possessed had the ability to attack the soul. "What are you thinking about?" Mahito's voice suddenly sounded much closer. Arata's pupils contracted, and he instinctively backed away, but the stitched hand was already close to his chest. The next moment, blood surged from his body, instantly condensing into a wall of blood in front of him. Thud. Mahito's hand hit the blood wall. The blood seemed to come alive, wrapping around his arm in an attempt to pin him down, but Mahito just glanced down and yanked hard, snapping the blood ropes instantly. "Sugoi." Mahito praised. "Your technique is so interesting. Can I touch you?" "No." Arata's face was cold as he fired another blood arrow. Mahito tilted his head to dodge, but at that moment, Nanami's blunt blade swung in from the side. The blade struck Mahito's neck, but Mahito just tilted his head, looking at Nanami like one would look at a disobedient child. "You're so annoying." He raised a hand and slapped Nanami's chest. Though Arata released blood to protect him in time, Nanami's body was still thrown back like he'd been hit by a truck, smashing through a wall and disappearing into the ruins. "Nanami-san." Arata's pupils shrank, but he had no time to check on Nanami because Mahito had already turned back to him. "Now it's your turn." Mahito walked over, his pace not fast, leisurely, even. Arata took a step back, his mind spinning. What to do? Cursed speech was unusable, blood manipulation was ineffective. Although Star Rage could theoretically increase attack power, it was essentially a physical blow and useless against the soul. Unless Cursed Spirit Manipulation. But Cursed Spirit Manipulation only allows for direct absorption without subjugation if the target is 2 grades or more below the user. Within 2 grades, they must be thoroughly defeated first. Unless he could copy Mahito's technique, or had a cursed tool that could directly attack the soul. Suddenly, a thought struck Arata. There was a cursed tool capable of attacking the soul. The Soul Liberation Blade. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.com/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 25, Touching the Soul. Chapter 25, Touching the Soul. While the Soul Liberation Blade could damage Mahito, such a thing wasn't something one could create just by wishing for it. Arata Hoshino tried, only to find he couldn't manifest it at all. The essence of the construction technique is to use one's own cursed energy to materialize objects from nothing. However, the Soul Liberation Blade requires the soul-cutting Jujutsu rule to be forcibly inscribed into it using a soul. The reason my Zenin could create it in the original story was that she sacrificed her own life and soul, pouring all her vitality, cursed energy, and essence into the construction process. The price was soul annihilation, multi-organ failure, and immediate death. Let me touch you, just once. Let me see what your soul looks like. As he spoke, Mahito's hand suddenly elongated. Get lost. With a casual wave, Arata sent blood surging from his body, condensing into dozens of blood arrows behind him. This time he didn't hold back. The moment the arrows left his body, they began to stack imaginary mass. Blood manipulation. Dozens of blood arrows fired simultaneously, tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Mahito's pupils shrank as he dodged rapidly, but the arrows followed him as if they had eyes, forcing him into a continuous retreat. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the blood arrows hit the ground, exploding into deep craters. Mahito's figure flickered through the dust. There was a shallow graze on his arm, a mark left by one of the arrows. He looked down at the wound, then looked up at Arata, his smile even more brilliant than before. But at that moment, Mahito noticed that Arata was covered in ropes made of blood. Just as he found Arata's behavior strange, he realized he couldn't move. Looking down, he saw that those same ropes were now wrapped around his own body. Simultaneously, Arata and Nanami, who had just emerged from the ruins, appeared in front of and behind Mahito. Although Mahito knew a direct hit wouldn't kill him, the pain would be very real. Thus, a split second before the attacks landed, he chose to shed his skin. However, as Mahito escaped the attack range, he noticed that neither of them intended to stop. The man in the suit even swung his blunt blade toward his own companion. Just as he was confused, in the next second, the man in the suit suddenly appeared right before his eyes, and the blunt blade slammed directly into him. Watching Mahito get sent flying once again, Arata walked slowly over to Nanami and used reverse curse technique to heal him. Exchanging two targets without any warning. Arata-kun, even I find it hard to adapt to such a technique in a short time. Nanami's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He then raised his hand to check his watch. It's 5:57. If we don't finish this soon, we'll be working overtime. Your technique is amazing. Mahito stood up from the scrap pile and patted the dust off. To be able to swap positions like that. Mahito then looked up, his grin widening even further. But that's what makes it interesting. As the words fell, Mahito spat several strange objects from his mouth onto the ground. Arata's pupils shrank. Let me show you my collection. Mahito's voice was as light as if he were introducing toys. They're mostly defectives, but they're quite fun when there are many of them. The objects on the ground began to swell wildly until they formed twisted humanoids. Transfigured humans. Though Arata had seen them in the manga and anime, seeing the real things made him feel sick. These things were even more sacrilegious than cursed spirits. Arata took a deep breath. Nanami-san, that cursed spirit has probably guessed my technique, but he doesn't know the trigger condition yet. What do you plan to do? His technique can attack the soul. If I can copy it, I might be able to hurt him. Nanami gave him a look but didn't ask further. What do you need me to do? Help me distract him. With that, Arata pressed his palms together and aimed at Mahito. Arata's plan was to intentionally fire a piercing blood wide. The moment it passed Mahito, he would use Boogie Woogie to swap places with the blood arrow, allowing him to quickly touch Mahito's body. Are you going to use that move again? Mahito began to slowly approach Arata. That move was impressive, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit, right? Arata ignored the provocation. Blood began to gather in his palms, but this strike was a feint, there was no need for a full charge. Piercing blood. The blood arrow left his hand, tearing through the air with a screech, only to graze past Mahito's cheek. Oh, you missed. Mahito laughed, but in the next second, his expression froze. Arata had vanished, replaced by the clump of blood that had just streaked past Mahito's face. Mahito's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. Arata's hand was already pressed against his shoulder. You. For the first time, Mahito's voice carried a hint of genuine shock. He looked at Arata, and a certain unidentifiable emotion appeared in his eyes. Furthermore, he realized his body was unable to move. What did you do? The moment I touched you, you were pulled into my rules. Too bad you didn't complete the corresponding action in time. Arata smiled and raised his fist. Seems like you cursed spirits don't have much of a brain. Carrying the newly copied idol transfiguration, Arata punched Mahito directly in the face. The sensation on his knuckles was strange. It wasn't the feedback of hitting a solid object, it felt like punching into a thick stream of consciousness. Arata could feel himself touching Mahito's soul. This is... The smile on Mahito's face vanished completely for the first time. Real shock, and even a sliver of fear, flashed through his eyes. Arata looked down at his fist, then at the cursed spirit 10 meters away whose expression had completely changed. A peculiar sensation remained on his hand, as if he had just peeked through a crack into another world. You, how can you? Mahito was no longer playful, his tone turned solemn. You copied my idol transfiguration. Now I'm even more interested in your soul. But it's getting late, I'll stop playing with you for today. Mahito threw another pile of transfigured humans to block their sight. Arata wanted to pursue him, but the transfigured humans had already blocked his path, and Mahito had vanished without a trace. Though he knew these things were once human, now. Mommy, it hurts, save me. Those voices were like a blunt knife sawing through meat, carving away at Arata's nerves one by one. Arata-kun. Nanami's voice came from behind. They are no longer human. I know. Arata raised his hand. Blood surged from his body, condensing into dozens of arrows in the air, aimed at every transfigured human present. Please. I don't want to die. Arata's fingertips trembled slightly. TSK, when did I develop this kind of personality? Blood manipulation, maximum technique. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 26, I want to become the head of the Zenin Clan. Chapter 26, I want to become the head of the Zenin Clan. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical High School. The principal's office. Masamichi Yaga sat behind his desk, his stoic, unsmiling face revealing no emotion. Satoru Gojo stood by the window, the white bandages over his eyes replaced by a black blindfold, a faint, ambiguous smirk playing on his lips. So, Yaga began, his voice deep, you encountered a newborn, suspected special grade curse spirit. Not suspected, it is a special grade, Arata Hoshino muttered, slumped over the desk looking utterly exhausted. Special grade, Yaga repeated the words slowly. And a type that has never been registered. More than just unregistered, Kento Nanami stood before the desk. His beige suit was still stained with dust and blood from the battle, but his tone remained as steady as a progress report. That spirit's technique is highly unique. It can alter human souls through touch, thereby reshaping their physical bodies. Understood. Yaga turned his gaze toward Arata, who looked like he was about to fall asleep on the desk. Arata. Keep a close watch along with Nanami for the time being. Since that spirit has targeted you, it's likely to appear again. Yaga turned around. Also, about the destroyed factory this time and the incident at the Zenin estate last time. His gaze landed on Arata, who had suddenly snapped into a straight sitting position. The second half of his sentence hung in the air before he pulled it back. He remained silent for a few seconds and finally just waved a hand. Forget it. Satoru has already settled the compensation. Once the Gojo family stepped in, the Zenin clan didn't dare pursue the matter further. Let the issue rest here. Hearing this, Arata looked at Satoru Gojo with a, are you for real, expression. What's with that look? Even if it was just an abandoned factory, your teacher paid out quite a lot for you, you know. Gojo walked over and ruffled Arata's hair aggressively. Slapping away Gojo's meddling hand, Arata squinted at him. I'd sooner believe that labor laws actually work than believe you'd pay for me. Then give me the money back. No way. You still haven't paid me back for those sweets. Watching the two begin to bicker, Nanami crossed his arms. Is this how they usually interact? You'll get used to it. These two are more problem children than the actual problem children, Yaga sighed. He tapped the desk to interrupt the two, who had started pinching each other's faces. That spirit's goal is clear. If it continues to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nanami nodded. Furthermore, the opponent has already set its sights on Arata-kun. Next time it appears, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get away. Set its sights on me. Arata let go of Gojo's face, his expression turning subtle. Is that what you call it? That look in his eyes was like a creep eyeing a target. Just thinking about him wanting to touch me gives me goosebumps. The office went silent for a second. Then, Gojo burst into laughter. Nanami wordlessly averted his gaze, and Yaga took a deep breath as if trying to endure something, though the corners of his mouth seemed to be twitching. The days passed, and the tail end of May slipped away unnoticed. Arata didn't stay idle during this time. Nanami seemed to have adopted him as a permanent partner, dragging him out every few days to handle missions ranked between semi-grade 1 and grade 1. In Nanami's words, "Since Satoru recommended you to me, don't waste the opportunity." Arata felt quite helpless about this. He had wanted to spend his days hanging out with Maki. But he didn't refuse. After all, Nanami was a reliable senior. Partnering with someone like him was far better than going out with that white-haired bastard and getting scammed out of money. One afternoon in early June. Arata-kun. Nanami's voice came from the other end of the phone. The background noise was a bit chaotic, sounding like a train station. "Starting next week, I will be handling some private matters. I won't be able to take on missions for a while." Private matters? Arata chewed on a lollipop, asking casually. "It's not a vacation." Nanami paused, his tone turning a bit nuanced. "There are some things at my previous company that need handling. Some procedures weren't finished when I resigned. I need to go back once." Arata blanked for a moment, then remembered that after Nanami graduated from Jujutsu High, he had worked as a salaryman for 4 years before returning to sorcery. "Oh, I see." Arata nodded. "Then you go ahead and get busy. I could use a break during this time anyway." Nanami grunted in response and was about to hang up, but added after a pause, "The movement of cursed spirits has been abnormal lately. Watch yourself." "Understood." "Thanks, Nanami-san." The call ended. Arata tucked his phone into his pocket and leaned against the rooftop railing, looking up at the sky. "The weather is so stifling. What are you doing here alone?" Maki's voice came from behind. Arata turned to see her holding her hands behind her back, as if hiding something. "Just up here for the breeze and to contemplate life." Arata moved to the side, making room for her. Maki stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the distant clouds. "And what did you conclude?" "I concluded that." Arata paused, then suddenly laughed. "Forget it, never mind." Maki glanced at him but didn't press. Arata looked at her sideways, his gaze circling toward the hands she had hidden behind her back. His lips curled up slightly. "What are you hiding?" Maki didn't speak. She simply brought her hands forward. It was a thermos. Arata was stunned for a moment. He took the bottle and opened it, the aroma of mung bean soup wafted out. "How did you know I wanted this?" "You've been rambling about it for the past 2 days." Maki sat down beside him, her tone flat. "I made it myself. See how it tastes." "Really?" "Let me try." Arata took a sip with a spoon. It was ice cold and the sweetness was just right. Delicious. "Did you really make this?" "Duh." The tips of Maki's ears turned slightly red, but she didn't turn away. Instead, she sat down closer to him. "If it's good, then just drink it." Right. Arata replied with a smile, slowly swallowing another spoonful. "Arata," Maki suddenly called his name. You said before that you didn't have a goal. Do you have one now?" "I do." Arata stopped what he was doing and looked at Maki. "I'm going back with you to tear down the Zenin Clan, and then I'm going to become the next head of the family." Maki turned her head, looking at him with a look of utter disbelief. Arata blinked, swallowing the last of the soup. "What? Did I say something wrong? Are you serious? Do you know what kind of place the Zenin house is?" "I know." Arata began counting on his fingers. "A place full of discrimination that treats its own like trash, a place that..." Arata paused, looking at Maki. "A place that almost destroyed you." Maki remained silent. "Who wants to be a clan head's wife? If you really become the head, the first thing you'd better do is change all those archaic, fossilized rules." As she spoke, Maki reached out and poked Arata's cheek. "Don't worry. There's nothing I can't do once I set my mind to it. Wait, I've got a call." Arata's words were interrupted by his ringtone. He pulled out his phone, the name, white-haired bastard, was dancing on the screen. Arata glanced at Maki and pressed accept. Before he could speak, Gojo's voice exploded from the other end. "Arata-kun, head to Sujisawa Third High School in Sendai, Miyagi Prefecture, right now. Megumi ran into some trouble over there. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Fighting. Patreon.com/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 27, Might as well self-destruct. Chapter 27, Might as well self-destruct. The combination of keywords, Sujisawa Third High School, and Megumi Fushiguro, made it crystal clear to Arata Hoshino what was happening. Megumi had gone to recover a special grade cursed object only to encounter the wild card known as Yuji Itadori. This was literally the first episode of the series. Arata frowned, not expecting time to pass so quickly. Maki noticed his deep scowl and leaned in to ask, "What's wrong?" Something came up at Sujisawa Third High. Arata hung up and put his phone back in his pocket. Fushiguro is probably in trouble. Gojo wants me to go as backup. Now. Maki's brow furrowed slightly. I'm going with you. No need, I can handle it. Arata stood up, paused, then stepped in front of Maki, leaned down, and gave her a light kiss on the forehead. I'll be back soon. As the words left his lips, Arata's figure vanished on the spot. Maki looked at the curse tool that had appeared in front of her, the corners of her mouth curling up into a slight arc before returning to her usual expressionless mask. She turned her head, her gaze resting on the distant evening glow, lost in thought. Found them. Over there. When Arata arrived at the scene, he witnessed a sight that made his scalp tingle. Megumi Fushiguro was standing on the rooftop, hands stretched forward, palms facing, fingers pressed together in fists, aiming directly at the pink-haired boy who had just one-shot a grade 2 cursed spirit. That specific hand sign was the precursor to summoning Maharaga. With this treasure, I summon. Holy crap. Arata activated Boogie Woogie almost instantly. He appeared directly beside Megumi, one hand pinning down the younger boy's forming seal while the other clamped shut over his mouth. MMPH. MMPH. Megumi's eyes widened as his technique was forcibly interrupted. Are you crazy? Arata lowered his voice to a hiss. You're already planning to call Maharaga for a mutual suicide. Can your mental fortitude be any weaker? Megumi panted heavily, the resolve from a moment ago still lingering in his eyes, but seeing it was Arata, his suicidal aura softened slightly. Arata-senpai, why are you here? Gojo-sensei sent me. Arata let him go, his gaze landing on the pink-haired boy whose posture had completely changed. Yuji Itadori, no, right now he should be called Ryman Sukuna. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, his stance bizarre. The boy who had recklessly swallowed a finger to save his seniors was gone, replaced by a completely different presence. Oh. Sukuna raised a hand to slick back his hair, his tone playful. Another little rat has arrived. Arata didn't speak. He simply stepped forward, shielding Megumi behind him. Senpai, why are you shaking? Megumi's voice came from behind, laced with complexity. Shut up. Arata didn't look back, his eyes glued to the Sukuna standing not far away. Although Sukuna currently only had the strength of one finger and killing him would be incredibly simple, a single piercing blood stacked with countless layers of star rage would end Yuji Itadori. There was a catch. Unless Satoru Gojo gave the green light. But that was obviously impossible. If he killed him now, how would the story continue? Sighing, Arata flicked his wrist. Countless blood droplets materialized around Sukuna, forming the stance for piercing blood, all aimed at Sukuna's head. With only one finger's worth of power, I'm not entirely without a chance against you. Arata admitted he was terrified, but in front of a junior, he had to keep up appearances. However, just then, the black markings covering Yuji's body began to fade. Two of the four eyes slowly closed, leaving only the original pair. Yuji Itadori blinked. He looked down at his hands, then at the blood droplets surrounding him, and finally at the stranger aiming at him with palms pressed together. He stood there, stunned. What just happened? Phew. Arata let out a long breath and deactivated his technique. The surrounding blood lost its momentum, hovering for a split second before splashing onto the ground as ordinary liquid. Itadori. Megumi peeked out from behind Arata, his tone cautious. Fushiguro. Yuji's eyes lit up when he saw him. You're okay. What about that curse from earlier? Hey, are you alright in that state? Do you need a hospital? Senpai, what exactly is he right now? Megumi asked Arata uncertainly. Arata glanced at the legendary, self-destruct king beside him and replied, he's just Yuji Itadori now. Sukuna has been suppressed. Yuji Itadori, the protagonist of this massive family drama. 1,000 years ago, Sukuna devoured his twin brother in the womb due to hunger. The brother's physical body perished, but his soul remained, eventually reincarnating through the cycles until he became Yuji's grandfather, Weisuke Itadori. Jin Itadori, the father, was Weisuke's son, inheriting that bloodline shared with Sukuna. The mother, Kaori Itadori, had her body taken over by Kenjaku after her death. After Kenjaku fixed the womb and engaged in activities with Jin, Yuji Itadori was born. Thus, Yuji was a perfect vessel specifically engineered by Kenjaku to house Sukuna. That was why he could eat a highly toxic Sukuna finger and remain perfectly fine. Yuji's family was anything but simple. His grandfather's dying wish, help others, die surrounded by people, don't end up alone like me, was taken by Yuji as a life creed. Everyone thought that line was a major foreshadowing, but it turned out to just be the rambling of a dying old man. As for the mom, it was Kenjaku. The original form was female, and after taking over the mother's body and having fun with the father, the pregnancy hormones did the rest. Especially the father, Gene. His dead wife suddenly came back to life and he didn't care about anything except making it happen. Truly, the father was a legendary figure. Senpai, Itadori swallowed the finger. According to Jujutsu regulations, he is now considered a curse and must be exorcised here. As he spoke, Megumi once again moved into the hand seal to summon Maharaga, but Arata immediately gave him a sharp rap on the head. Exorcise my foot. Arata rolled his eyes. Is Maharaga the only thing left in your 10 shadows? Megumi, when did you learn this one-for-one trade-off style of fighting? Megumi opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Yuji spoke up tentatively. Do you guys know each other? Also, what was with that blood just now? Was I hallucinating? And Fushiguro, what was that pose you were doing? And also. Right then, an overly familiar voice rang out on the rooftop, interrupting Yuji's rapid-fire questioning. My, looks like I arrived just in time. Satoru Gojo had appeared on the edge of the roof at some point, still in his black uniform and blindfold, hands in his pockets, with a shopping bag from Kikuzen hanging from his arm. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV/CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one to Jiza. Chapter 28, Since when did you care about rules? Chapter 28, Since when did you care about rules? Gojo-sensei, why are you here? Megumi Fushiguro asked curiously. I didn't plan on coming, since I already called Arata-kun, Gojo said, leaning in close to the battered Megumi. My, you're really beat up, aren't you? Let's send this to the second year so they can have a look. With that, Gojo whipped out his phone and took an absurd amount of photos of Megumi in rapid succession. So you really just came to see your foster son make a fool of himself, Arata Hoshino said, arms crossed, watching the show off. Well, a special grade cursed object went missing. I thought it'd be enough to let you handle it, but those old fossils upstairs kept nagging me, so I came to check it out and do a little sightseeing while I'm at it. After sending the photos to the group chat, Gojo looked back at Megumi. So, did you find it? Megumi lowered his head in silence, while Yuji Itadori raised his hand to signal that he had eaten it. Arata had no interest in listening to the next 10 seconds of plot constraints, so he stepped forward and snatched the Kikuzen shopping bag right out of Gojo's hand. Oh ho, Kikusuifu from Kikuzen. The cream inside is top tier. Wait, why isn't my favorite flavor in here? Hey. Gojo's voice came from behind, laced with exaggerated grievance. I bought those specifically to eat on the Shinkansen ride back. How can you steal from your teacher? Teacher's stuff. Arata rolled his eyes, fished out a matcha cream daifuku, and stuffed it into his mouth. This matcha actually isn't bad. Besides, which time didn't you use my money? This is just returning property to its rightful owner. While the two were chatting, the tattoos on Yuji's body began to resurface. Sukuna took control once again. Looking at the three people who were completely ignoring him, Sukuna decided to finish them off right here. No matter the era, you sorcerers always sicken me. Sukuna leaped into the air, his hand shrouded in black cursed energy as he slammed down toward their position. The sheer force of the impact smashed a hole through the school building, kicking up clouds of dust. But I guess it wasn't much after all, Sukuna remarked, looking at the lingering smoke. But just then, the sound of Arata and Gojo bickering reached his ears. When he looked back, he saw the two of them each clutching one side of the Kikuzen bag, refusing to let go. This is the last one. At least I bought it, I should get to eat the last one. Give it a rest. When I buy them, I don't see you leaving the last one for me. Megumi stood to the side, watching these two bicker as if no one else was there, then glanced at Sukuna, who was frozen in an attacking stance not far away. He didn't know what to say. Sukuna stood at the edge of the roof, his four eyes fixed on the duo. He had lived for 1,000 years, what hadn't he seen? But he truly had never seen this. You too. Shut up, X. Arata and Gojo turned their heads simultaneously, shouting in unison. Sukuna's movements faltered for a split second. In that brief opening, Yuji Itadori's consciousness suppressed Sukuna once again. He blinked, looking at the two men at a standstill and then at Megumi's complicated expression. Are you guys? Oh, impressive. He really can control it. Hearing Yuji's voice, Gojo was somewhat surprised. In that moment of distraction, Arata shoved the final daifuku into his own mouth. It's just a bit annoying, Yuji said, tapping his head. I can always hear that guy's voice. Being affected only that much is already a miracle. Gojo gave Arata a heavy smack on the head. Ignoring Arata's resentful glare, Gojo walked over to Yuji and tapped him lightly on the forehead. Before Yuji could react, his vision went dark and he collapsed. What did you do? Megumi asked, confused. Just knocked him out. If he wakes up and hasn't had his body taken over, then he might actually be a vessel for Sukuna. Gojo hoisted the unconscious Yuji onto his shoulder, then turned to Arata and Megumi. So, the question is, what do we do with him? Arata swallowed the daifuku and shrugged at Gojo. Don't ask me. I'm not good at these kinds of problems. Gojo-sensei, according to Jujutsu regulations, even if Itadori is a vessel, he should be executed. However, Megumi's gaze became firm. I don't want him to die. Is it a personal request? Gojo's tone carried a hint of a smile. Yes. Please, find a way. Ahahaha. Since it's a request from my precious student, leave it to me. Gojo gave Megumi a thumbs up. Let's go. Time to head back. It was well past midnight by the time the car left Sujisawa Third High. Arata sat in the driver's seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at the sleeping Megumi and the unconscious Yuji in the back. The pink-haired boy was sleeping deeply, with some uncleaned blood still on his face, but his breathing was steady. He looked just like an ordinary, exhausted high schooler. Even though Mr. Ajichi is asleep at this hour, I only turned 18 last month and don't even have a license, yet you're making me drive. Also, did you forget I have night blindness? Arata complained for a bit before looking over at Gojo in the passenger seat. And? How do you plan to handle him? Handle. Gojo tilted his head. Why use such a cold word? He's my new student. The higher-ups won't agree, Arata said bluntly. A vessel for Sukuna is sentenced to death by the rules. Rules. Gojo chuckled, a trace of something unreadable in his laugh. Arata-kun, since when did you care about rules? Let me guess your plan. Arata tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. You'll step in, change the death penalty to a suspended sentence, and then have Yuji eat all the fingers before executing him. Right. Gojo turned his head slightly toward Arata, the curve of his lips becoming more pronounced. Arata-kun, sometimes you're perceptive in a way that's almost annoying. You're just using that excuse to shut the higher-ups' mouths, Arata continued. Once Yuji actually eats all the fingers, you'll definitely come up with a perfect solution. By then, who would be able to execute him? Gojo didn't speak. He simply turned his head back, looking through his black blindfold at the night scenery rushing past the window. This morning, I received a letter from the Zenin family, Gojo said. The content said that the head of the Zenin Clan, Naobito Zenin, wants to see you. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, new quest. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.com/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 29, The Will, bonus. Chapter 29, The Will. Wants to see me. Arata Hoshino's tone was filled with surprise. What does the old man want with me? Who knows? Gojo Satoru crossed his legs, which happened to block the left side mirror. Put your legs down, you white-haired bastard. You're blocking the mirror. Arata threw a punch at Gojo's long legs and then followed up, when? Tomorrow afternoon. Gojo rubbed the spot where he'd been hit, his tone carrying an exaggerated sense of grievance. You're way too heavy-handed. If you know I'm heavy-handed, then keep your legs down, or I'll start using Star Rage. The following afternoon, Arata Hoshino appeared punctually at the front gates of the Zenin estate. This time, the one opening the door wasn't the middle-aged man from before, but a young maid. She kept her head low, her voice respectfully over the top. Mr. Hoshino, the head is waiting in the tea room. Please follow me. Walking through the familiar corridors, Arata's gaze swept over the Zenin family members peeking from corners. Unlike last time, no one dared to look at him with contempt. Instead, their gazes were filled with wariness, and even a little bit of awe. Arata raised an eyebrow, guessing the reason. After the scene he caused last time, it would be hard for the news not to spread through the entire clan. The door to the tea room was pulled open, and the maid stepped aside. Mr. Hoshino, please. Arata crossed the threshold and scanned the room. Naobito Zenin sat cross-legged in the primary seat, still looking lazy and unbothered, though the signature sake gourd in his hand had been replaced by a teacup. Sit. Naobito gestured with his chin toward the seat opposite him. Arata sat on the tatami with his back ramrod straight. Being alone with this old man was a bit stressful. After all, he had beaten his son last time, and after getting drunk, he had beaten his brother too, even if both of them were bastards. Relax. The old man put down his teacup, his tone as casual as if they were chatting about the weather. I didn't call you here to settle accounts. Arata blinked, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Then why did you seek me out? Maki. Nobito dropped that name directly. Arata's expression turned visibly serious. You probably know more about that girl's situation than I do. Nobito leaned back, his fingers tracing the rim of the cup. She said she wanted to become the head. I laughed at the time, not out of contempt, but because I felt that path was too difficult. That path. Arata weighed his words carefully. It's not just difficult, it's basically a dead end, right? Nobito didn't speak, simply taking a sip of tea. Maki wants to be the head because only as the head can she protect Mai and shut the mouths of those who look down on them. But the rules of the Zenin clan state the head must possess top-tier cursed energy and techniques. She has no cursed energy and can't even see curses, she was excluded from birth. Furthermore, traditionally, males in the lineage have absolute priority in inheritance. Women are usually excluded, even if they have outstanding strength, they find it hard to gain recognition. So you think I was just brushing her off back then? Nobito put down the cup and stared at Arata. No. Arata shook his head, but before he could say more, Nobito interrupted. In 2006, I made a pact with Toji. Toji said that when his son, Megumi Fushiguro, reached an age where his technique could be confirmed, he would sell him back to the Zenin clan. If Megumi inherited the Zenin's ancestral technique, the 10 Shadows technique, the clan would buy him for 1 billion yen and establish him as the next head. As for me, I've drafted a will. This will is divided into 2 parts, a standard inheritance and an emergency trigger clause. Arata knew what that will contained, but he decided to let the old man say it himself. The standard inheritance, which takes effect by default, is for my son Naoya to succeed as the 27th head of the Zenin clan. All clan assets, the cursed tool warehouse, and the tools stored by the high school will be inherited by Naoya. But the key to the will is the emergency trigger clause. If Satoru Gojo dies or loses consciousness, the pact with Toji is to be fulfilled immediately. Megumi will be brought back to the Zenin clan, appointed as the next head, and all clan assets will be gifted to him. Nobito took another sip of tea and continued, it has been confirmed that Megumi inherited the 10 shadows. But after Toji died, Megumi was intercepted by Satoru Gojo. You know the relationship between our 2 families. In the duel before the Emperor 500 years ago, the Zenin head at the time released Maaraga to take the Gojo head down with him. Since then, the 2 families have held a blood feud. For 500 years, relations have been extremely hostile with almost no interaction. Since Megumi was intercepted, there wasn't much I could do. After listening to Nobito, Arata was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled. Old man, so you've placed all your bets on Megumi. Nobito raised his teacup and took a slow sip. It's not so much a bet. The boy has the 10 shadows, the technique the Zenin clan is most proud of. Making him the head is legitimate and justifiable. But that kid Megumi won't agree. Arata shrugged. He was raised by Gojo-sensei, he has no sense of belonging to the Zenin clan, let alone inheriting the title of head. Even if he laid the entire clan at his feet, he'd just turn around and walk away. Nobito's movements paused. His shrewd eyes stared at Arata for a moment before he set the cup down. You certainly understand him well. He is my junior, after all. I've looked out for him quite a bit. Arata shrugged. The tea room fell silent for several seconds. Then who do you think should be the next head of the Zenin clan? Nobito suddenly asked. Arata was stunned, clearly not expecting the old man to ask so directly. That question. Arata scratched his head. As an outsider, it's not my place to judge, right? You judged plenty loud last time. Nobito raised an eyebrow, beginning to count on his fingers to accuse Arata of his glorious deeds during his last visit. What was it, gambling addict, only brave against your own, and watch out for your brother stabbing you in the back. Now you know you're an outsider. Arata choked on his words. All right, drop the act. Nobito leaned back, making no effort to hide the shrewdness in his eyes. Tell me what you think. Arata went silent for a few seconds, then looked up, staring directly into the eyes of the Zenin clan head. Old man, you just said that making Megumi the head is legitimate because the 10 shadows is the technique the Zenin clan is most proud of. Correct. Then what if someone else could also use the 10 shadows, and was willing to inherit the title of head? What did you say? I said, if someone can use the 10 shadows, and is willing to become the head of the Zenin clan. What would you think then? Although we didn't hit the goal, nonetheless a bonus for me as we were quite close. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, new quest. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.com/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADVCHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, I'll take the position of head with the technique the Zenin pride themselves on. Chapter 30, I'll take the position of head with the technique the Zenin pride themselves on. The 10 Shadows technique. You want to be the next head? Nobito's tone held a hint of amusement. Arata Hoshino didn't speak. He simply raised his hands and interlaced them. The next second, his shadow began to twist and warp. Then, 2 canine Shikigami, one black and one white, emerged from the darkness. They crouched on either side of him, letting out low, guttural whimpers toward Nobito. Nobito's pupils constricted slightly. As the head of the Zenin clan, he naturally recognized what these were. The divine dogs were the default Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. That unique aura connected to the shadows was something that could never be faked. I believe I am qualified to serve as the next head of the Zenin clan under the name Arata Hoshino. Kid, the old man spoke slowly, do you know what you're saying? I do, Arata nodded. You don't carry the Zenin name. I know. You want to be the head, but you don't plan on changing your surname. Yes. Nobito took a sip of tea, his eyes never leaving Arata's face. Then tell me, on what basis does an outsider get to lead the Zenin clan? True, Megumi was raised by Satoru Gojo and has no sense of belonging here. You were right about that. Arata nodded, waiting for him to continue. But you. Nobito's gaze fell upon him. You are Gojo's student. In a sense, you and Megumi are both part of the Gojo faction. I'm aware. Then why do you think I would agree to let someone from the Gojo faction become the head of the Zenin clan? Arata was silent for a second, then he smiled. Old man, I remember everything you said about your will. He leaned forward slightly, his tone calm but every word crystal clear. You placed your bets on Megumi not because you like him particularly much, but because you see clearly Megumi is the safety net you've left for the Zenin clan. Nobito didn't reply, but his fingers holding the teacup stiffened for a moment. If something happens to Satoru Gojo, Megumi is the only link between the Zenin and Gojo families. If you can suck up to Megumi, the blood feud between the families might be wiped clean, or the relationship might even improve, Arata continued. But Megumi has Northwest feelings for this place. Even if he becomes head, he won't truly do anything for the clan's sake. I'm different. I'll take the position of head using the very technique the Zenin pride themselves on. When that happens, the look on the faces of those old fossils who obsess over bloodlines, it's going to be priceless. You're doing all this for Maki, aren't you? The old man suddenly laughed, a sound tinged with helplessness. Arata nodded without a hint of hesitation. You said earlier that their expressions would be a sight to see. Nobito took a sip of the now cold tea, frowned, and set it down. But have you considered that as an outsider, even with the 10 shadows, those old men won't submit to you? Oji, Junichi, Naoya, and the Hei units under them, none of them are pushovers. If you sit on that throne on day 1, someone will be revolting by day 2. Then let them revolt. Arata's tone was almost excessively calm. A revolt is the perfect excuse to clean house. At those words, Nobito's right eyelid twitched. Old man, I know you can't bring yourself to kill your own family, Arata went on. You've been head for decades, turning a blind eye to those fossils, enduring them as much as possible. But you also know that if this endurance continues, the Zenin clan is finished. Internal strife, ostracizing their own, the list goes on. If these habits don't change, the clan won't survive the next generation. Arata wasn't wrong, in the original story, the Zenin clan was completely wiped out by a fully awakened Maki, leaving only herself and Megumi, who lost his family the moment he became head. Arata stood up and walked over to Nobito, looking down at the white-haired old leader. I'm not taking this position to please anyone. I'm an outsider, I don't carry the name, and I don't care what those old men think of me. Whether they like it or not, I'm changing the Zenin rules. Those who won't submit, I'll beat them into submission. Those who revolt, I'll cut them down. Once I've scrubbed the Zenin house clean, I'll see who still dares to run their mouth. Nobito looked up, meeting eyes that were calm yet possessed a certain ruthless edge. So you intend to be an executioner head? I intend to be a sweeper, Arata corrected him. Clear out the trash, keep what's good. Just leave the things you can't bring yourself to do to me. Silence returned to the tea room. It lasted a long time, so long that Arata began to wonder if he'd been too blunt and started looking for a way to backpedal. Then, Nobito suddenly burst into loud laughter. I've been the head for decades, and this is the first time someone has dared to tell me to my face that they're going to clean house for the Zenin clan. Once Nobito finished laughing, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Oji. I'm not ignorant of his nature, but he is my brother, I cannot kill him. The same goes for Junichi and Naoya. I bear half the responsibility for this family rotting to this state. Arata remained silent, listening quietly. You said you're doing this for Maki. Nobito looked at Arata. Then let me ask, once you're head, how do you plan to handle Oji? Arata was silent for a second before slowly speaking. Though I despise him to the point of wanting to turn him into a human torso and repeatedly heal him with reversed cursed technique just to torture him, I will still leave his fate to Maki. And Naoya and Junichi. I haven't decided yet, but if they don't listen, death is the only path left for them. Arata shrugged helplessly. Nobito stared at him, his eyes appearing as though they could see right through a person. You are certainly candid. There's no point in hiding things from you. Arata shrugged. You've lived a long life and seen all kinds of people. I couldn't fake it even if I tried. Fine, I understand. Nobito waved him away like he was shooing a nuisance. Go on back. Let me think. Arata blinked. That's it. What else do you want? For me to hand over the clan seal right now? In your dreams. Nobito raised an eyebrow. Things like this take time. I have to test the waters with those old fossils first, see who can be used, who can be won over, and who must be removed. Besides, the Zenin Clan doesn't have a clan seal or anything of the sort. Arata's face shifted into an expression of utter disbelief. You mean? Duh. Nobito stood up and walked to the door. He glanced back at Arata. Weren't you going to be the head? I have to pave the road for you. If you get yourself killed the moment you sit down, who am I supposed to go crying to? Arata stood frozen, watching the white-haired old man step out into the sunlight. By the way, Nobito stopped suddenly, speaking without turning around, that girl Maki, treat her well. Don't worry, Arata smiled. All right, now get lost. Nobito waved a hand and disappeared at the end of the corridor. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.cm/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. 20% discount right now. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 31, Nobara Kujisaki. Chapter 31, Nobara Kujisaki. For several days after returning from the Zenin estate, life remained as peaceful as if nothing had happened. Arata Hoshino didn't mention his conversation with Nobito to anyone, including Maki. It wasn't that he wanted to keep it a secret, rather, even though the deal was practically set in stone, he figured he'd wait until things were officially finalized to give Maki a proper surprise. What Arata didn't realize, however, was that a year later, as a master of copying, he would pay a very painful price for this decision. Sticking to the bed really is the best. Arata stretched lazily, reaching for his phone on the nightstand to check the time. He immediately bolted upright. Holy crap. His screen was littered with over a dozen messages from Satoru Gojo. The latest one was sent 10 minutes ago. White-haired bastard, Arata-kun, are you up yet? I need your help with something today. White-haired bastard, where are you? You're not still sleeping, are you? White-haired bastard, wow, still sleeping at this hour. Are you a pig? White-haired bastard, forget it, I'll just tell you directly. We're picking up the third first-year student today. I've already sent Megumi and Yuji ahead. Please help me look after the students today, consider it a senior showing the juniors the ropes. White-haired bastard, oh right, I sent you the address. Be there by 10, or I'll compose a song about your exploits at the Zenin house and sing it across the whole school, asterisk. Arata's lip twitched as he checked the current time. 8:30 a.m. That damn white-haired bastard. Exactly 10 a.m. Hey, senpai. Why are you so late? Yuji Itadori sat on a metal railing, waving at the newly arrived Arata. I was playing games until 4 in the morning. Today was a rare day without classes or missions, so I was definitely going to sleep in. Arata yawned and continued, who knew that white-haired bastard would make me sub for him without even calling. Besides, Warframe is really addictive. So, why did Gojo-sensei want me and Itadori to meet at Harajuku? He didn't tell you. Arata raised an eyebrow at the two. Seeing them shake their heads, he said helplessly, Gojo-sensei said the new student requested to meet here. Yuji gazed around at the bustling streets, then pointed excitedly in one direction. I want popcorn. Hearing this, Arata practiced a familiar routine, he pulled out his wallet and handed it to Yuji. Buy whatever you want. Hontoni. Thanks, senpai. Yuji took the wallet and ran toward the popcorn stand, overjoyed. Megumi Fushiguro stood to the side, expressionless. He clearly had no interest in such lively scenes. His gaze swept through the crowd, finally stopping in one direction. Senpai, over there. Arata followed his line of sight. His expression turned subtle. A girl wearing the high school uniform was standing by the roadside, her short orange hair particularly bright in the sunlight. She held several shopping bags in one hand, while the other was firmly gripping the back collar of a middle-aged man in a suit. "Why are you running? Make yourself clear." "Miss, you've got it wrong. I was really just passing by." The middle-aged man struggled desperately to break free, but his efforts were futile. "Are we really going to go say hi to that person?" Yuji remarked as he returned from his shopping spree. He had popcorn in his right hand, ice cream in his left, and was wearing a pair of red Rook novelty glasses. "It's a bit embarrassing." Megumi glanced at Yuji with a deadpan look. "You're pretty embarrassing yourself in that outfit." Over here, over here." Arata raised his hand and waved in that direction, his tone carrying the amused note of someone watching a show. The girl turned at the sound and saw 3 people in the same uniform standing nearby. She let go of the man's collar, grabbed her shopping bags, and marched over. "You don't look like the person who contacted me." The girl tilted her head, looking at Arata in confusion. "Gojo-sensei had something to do, so I'm subbing for him." Arata nodded to her. "Second year at Tokyo High, Arata Hoshino. These 2 are in your grade. I'm Nobara Kujisaki." Nobara tilted her chin up, her tone full of natural confidence. "Be happy, boys. The lady has arrived. I'm Yuji Itadori. I'm from Sendai. Megumi Fushiguro." Nobara Kujisaki, stare. Arata didn't even have to think to know what these 2 looked like in Nobara's eyes right now. Yuji was the rustic kid who probably ate boogers as a child, and Megumi was the stoic guy who only gave his name to act cool, the type who definitely set fire to oil-covered seagulls. He wondered what he looked like in her eyes. After staring at the 2 for a moment, Nobara sighed toward the side. "Why is my environment always so terrible?" "Eh? You're sighing while looking at our faces. That's mean." Yuji sounded a bit hurt. But Megumi didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Arata. "Are we going somewhere now?" There is indeed a mission. Follow me." "So, this is the mission site?" Nobara Kujisaki looked up at the abandoned building in front of them, which seemed to have been deserted for ages. "Yep." Arata stuffed his phone back into his pocket and scanned the exterior. "Perfect practice for Itadori and Kujisaki. Just the 2 of us." Yuji blinked, his tone excited. "All right. I get to try this out." He held up the oddly shaped cursed tool knife. "Slaughter demon," Megumi added flatly. "Right. Slaughter demon." Yuji held the knife up to his eyes to examine it. "It really does look like a kitchen knife." "What about me?" Megumi looked at Arata. "You're waiting outside with me." Arata shrugged. "Gojo-sensei said your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so stay out of it this time." "I'm not injured," Megumi sighed. "If he says you are, you are." Arata reached out and patted the younger boy's shoulder. "Just consider it a day off." Megumi opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately said nothing. Nobara had already walked to the building's entrance. She looked back at them. "How much longer are you going to chat? Hurry up, let's finish this and clock out. I still want to check out that shop from earlier." Coming. Yuji followed with Slaughter Demon in hand. After a few steps, he turned back to wave at Arata. "Senpai, wait for the good news." The 2 walked into the building one after the other. Their footsteps echoed in the hollow lobby for a few seconds before disappearing into the depths of the darkness. Arata withdrew his gaze and sat down on a broken concrete block nearby. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Patreon.com/prince_of_lonely for 50 ADV CHS. Throw spirit stones to this humble one Dejiza. Chapter 32, Twisted Taste. Chapter 32, Twisted Taste. A few dull booms echoed from the building. Megumi Fushiguro stood beside Arata Hoshino, his eyes fixed on the entrance, his brow slightly furrowed. "Relax." Arata mumbled, the stick of a lollipop hanging from his mouth. His tone was as casual as an unreliable senior. "I know." Megumi withdrew his gaze and sat down on the concrete block next to him. "It's just. I'm not used to this." "Not used to what?" "Not used to waiting outside." Megumi paused. "Usually, I'm the one going in." Arata glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curving upward. "What, hands itching for a fight?" "A little." Just then, an all-too-familiar voice drifted from behind them. "Yo, sorry for the wait, you two." Satoru Gojo had appeared behind them at some point, still clad in his black uniform and black blindfold. "What took you so long?" Arata didn't even bother looking up from his phone. I finally had a day without classes or missions after pulling an all-nighter, and I still had to pick up your students for you. Ah, something came up at the last minute. Gojo walked over and stood beside them, his eyes falling on the building. But since Arata-kun was here, it didn't really matter if I was a bit late, did it? Are you praising me or passing the buck? Both. Gojo waved it off dismissively, then pulled a daifuku from a paper bag and stuffed it into his mouth. MMPH, delicious. Arata glanced at him, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. Since you're here, I'm heading back. Eh? Leaving already? Gojo blinked. Not going to wait for your juniors. Why would they need me with you here? Arata stretched. Maki said the cafeteria has my favorite dish today. If I'm late, it'll be gone. Hearing this, Gojo put on an exaggerated expression of disappointment. Wow, you have a girlfriend and suddenly you forget your teacher and juniors. Arata-kun, you're so cruel. Gojo-sensei, sometimes I really want to summon Maharaga just to blow us both up. Arata rolled his eyes. I'm out. By the time Arata returned to Jujutsu High, it was already lunchtime. Just as he was about to go find Maki for some quality time, the phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out to see the words, white-haired bastard, flashing on the screen. Give me a break. Arata pressed the answer key. Before he could speak, Gojo's voice chirped from the other end. Arata-kun, are you busy tonight? Yes, Arata replied flatly. I'm sleeping. Ah, don't be so cold. Gojo's tone was dramatic, but it quickly turned serious. It's like this, that special grade spirit Mahito, the one you and Nanami encountered, has surfaced again. There's no clear movement from him yet, but transfigured humans have appeared at a scene. Arata's grip on his phone tightened. The image of Mahito's stitched face instantly flashed through his mind. Understood. I'm on my way. By the time Arata reached the scene, night had completely fallen. Following the coordinates Gojo sent, he arrived at a residential area. This place was far from the city center. The streets were narrow, the streetlights sparse, and while many houses were lit with the sounds of TVs and barking dogs, one particular house was shrouded in a boundary of eerie silence. The yellow tape was already up. Several assistant directors stood outside, their expressions grim. Seeing Arata step out of the car, one of them hurried over. Mr. Hoshino, you've arrived. What's the situation? Arata's gaze bypassed him, landing on the house. Neighbors called the police this afternoon saying they hadn't seen anyone come out for days and there was a smell. After the police broke in, they found, well, things. They handed it over to us immediately. The assistant director swallowed hard. We were going to notify Mr. Nanami, but he's currently on another mission, so we had to trouble you. Any sign of the cursed spirit? Arata asked directly. The assistant director shook his head. Regrettably, we found no traces of cursed energy residuals from the spirit itself. Only the things inside. Good work. Arata didn't ask further. He ducked under the tape and walked in. The door was ajar. The moment he pushed it open, a wave of metallic blood and rot hit him. Arata frowned, used his construction technique to create a gas mask, and stepped inside. The living room lights were on, but the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. A family of 4, completely stripped of their human forms. The mother was kneeling in the entryway, hands pressed together as if in prayer, but her face no longer had features. The father's body was twisted like a pretzel, his head turned 360 degrees, his expression frozen in a moment of sheer terror. As for the 2 children, one was stuffed into the TV cabinet, the body folded at angles impossible for human bones. The other was hanging from the chandelier, limbs stretched into bizarre, thin ribbons. Arata walked over to the mother and grasped her joined hands. Purple cursed energy flickered in his palm. But the expected miracle, soul correction, the dead returning to life, did not happen. In that moment of contact, Arata felt no soul within the vessel at all. Damn it. Arata cursed under his breath, letting go of the hand that had long since lost its warmth. After a final glance at the family of 4, Arata took a deep breath. He formed a hand seal to summon the divine dogs. The black and white dogs immediately lunged from his shadow. Search for any cursed energy residuals from that spirit. As he watched the divine dogs sniff around the living room, Arata didn't hold much hope. Cursed energy residuals fade over time, and while a special grade's traces are hard to erase completely, it was unrealistic for basic divine dogs to find them. Unless one was killed so the other could inherit its power to become divine dog, totality, there was barely a sliver of a chance of tracking him. The 2 dogs sniffed through the entire suite before returning to Arata's feet. They whimpered low, tails tucked, they had found nothing. Understood. Arata knelt and rubbed their heads. Good work, you 2. The 2 Shikigami dissolved into black shadows. Arata stood up, took one last look at the room, and walked out. Outside, the assistant director hurried to meet him. Mr. Hoshino, inside. Notify the family, Arata interrupted, handing him a number. Next time a transfigured human appears, contact me directly. The assistant director blinked, then nodded. Arata said nothing more and walked straight to his car. Over the next period, Arata barely returned to the school. He hardly slept. Following clues provided by the assistant directors, he scoured every site where transfigured humans had appeared around Tokyo, abandoned factories, unfinished buildings, remote shrines, even underground drainage systems. Each time, he was too late. Then, one day in July, Arata followed a lead to a parking lot. What is this? Arata stood in the center of the empty lot, his gaze sweeping the area until it landed on a rusted, abandoned van in the corner. He walked over and pulled the door open. The van was empty, but several photos were scattered across the seats. Arata leaned down to pick them up. As he flipped through them, he realized the subject of every single photo was himself. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 33, Detention Center, facing Sukuna. Chapter 33, Detention Center, facing Sukuna. Every photo was captured clearly, different times, different places, but all were locations where transfigured humans had recently appeared. Damn it. Arata Hoshino crumpled the photos into a ball and threw them back into the van, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Mojito. Only that cursed spirit would do something so tedious and twisted. He treated humans like toys and everything else like a game. Leaving those photos wasn't a threat, it was a provocation. So annoying. Arata leaned against the side of the van. Having barely slept for over half a month, he felt completely drained. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest for a moment, the phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from the assistant director, Mr. Ajichi. Hello. What is it, Mr. Ajichi? Something happened at the detention center. I'm on my way to the hospital with Kujisaki-san, and Fushiguro is still at the center waiting for Itadori to come out. Ichichi's voice came through the line, laced with urgency. Hoshino-kun. I can only rely on you now. Arata froze for a split second before his pupils constricted. Detention center. The cursed womb. Sukuna. When did this happen? Today. Ichichi's voice was trembling. Mr. Gojo is away on business, so the higher-ups sent the 3 first years directly. The mission was only to search for and rescue survivors, but no one expected the cursed womb to hatch into a special grade spirit. Right now, Itadori has released Sukuna after Fushiguro got Kujisaki out. I understand. I'm heading there immediately. Hanging up, Arata crossed his thumbs to form the sign of wings. In the next instant, a giant owl-like Shikigami with orange feathers emerged from the shadow at his feet and carried him into the air. New. The core flight unit of the 10 Shadows technique. During this period, to facilitate his investigations, Arata had initiated the sublimation ritual and tamed Nu. Crouching on Nu's back, Arata recalled the events of the detention center. At Satoru Gojo's insistence, Yuji Itadori had been granted an indefinite stay of execution, but the higher-ups couldn't stomach it. They took advantage of Gojo's absence to use a special grade to dispose of Yuji. Gojo had nearly decided to slaughter the entire leadership because of this. TCH. If I die too, you'd better kill every one of those bastards for my sake. As Nu's shadow swept over the detention center, Arata saw the scene that made his heart stop. Sukuna, inhabiting Yuji Itadori's body, reached out in front of Megumi Fushiguro and plunged his hand into Yuji's chest, ripping out his heart. To prevent Yuji from switching back, Sukuna even swallowed a third finger. Why am I always a step late? What exactly have I managed to change? Arata cursed himself before beginning to layer imaginary mass onto his body. Oh. Sukuna looked up at Arata in the sky. A familiar face. The moment Sukuna finished speaking, Arata suddenly appeared in front of him, while Megumi was transferred onto Nu's back. Senpai. Megumi shouted, jumping off Nu to help, but he was pinned down by the Shikigami's talons. Senpai, what are you doing? Nu will take you back to the school. Leave this to me. With that, Arata clenched his fist and slammed it violently into the ground beneath him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With him as the center, the ground exploded as if struck by a meteorite. The shockwave radiated outward, and the flying debris forced even Sukuna to raise an arm to block it. As the dust settled, the impact of that single punch had caused the entire area to collapse into a crater. Sukuna looked up at Arata, the expression in his 4 eyes becoming subtle. Impressive. Someone as frail-looking as you can actually achieve this much. Sukuna rolled his shoulders, his tone holding a hint of surprise. Can the Kamo clan's inherited technique really do this? Ah, wait, you don't seem to be a Kamo. This is getting interesting. Arata didn't speak. His body, which had gone half a month without rest, was screaming in protest. Dark spots flickered at the edges of his vision, and his head felt like it was filled with mush. Your condition seems off. What's with those dark circles under your eyes? Didn't sleep well. Sukuna tilted his head, his lips curling into that signature cruel smile. Are you really throwing your life away in this state? Well, some disgusting guy has been playing pranks on me for the last 2 weeks. I haven't slept much trying to find him. Arata took a deep breath and stood tall, facing Sukuna. You haven't attacked me with your technique yet. Is it because of the technique burnout period after opening a domain? Even as you are now, it doesn't mean I don't have a chance to take you down. Amusing. If you can entertain me, maybe I'll heal this, Sukuna said, pointing to the gruesome hole in his chest. Ha! What an honor to have the chance to entertain the King of Curses. Arata gave a cold laugh, then raised his hands in a traditional martial arts salute. Then, before the word fully left his lips, Arata's body suddenly burst apart. Even the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago was stunned for a fraction of a second. In that opening, the burst body instantly transformed into a sea of blood surging towards Sukuna. Taking the blood sea head-on, Sukuna found the blood wrapping around his body like a living thing. Not only that, the blood carried weight that defied common sense. Very good. I've seen several sorcerers use this technique, but none could do what you're doing. But this isn't enough to entertain me. With a roar, Sukuna's arms shook violently, and the blood clinging to him exploded. Amidst the mist of blood, Arata had already reached Sukuna, one hand already pressed against the latter's chest. He couldn't hesitate, Sukuna was the one in control now. After a quick internal reassurance, Arata swung a fist layered with imaginary mass directly into Sukuna's face. The moment the fist connected, Sukuna was sent flying. He adjusted his posture in an instant, but when he looked back toward Arata, the boy had already vanished. A second later, Arata appeared behind him. After touching Sukuna's back, he delivered an upward strike that launched him into the air. What's happening? The moment he touches me, I can't move. As Sukuna thought this, Arata appeared above him. His raised fist slammed down onto Sukuna's chest once more, the massive force driving the curse back into the ground. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 34, I've long been a dead man, what's a few more deaths? Chapter 34, I've long been a dead man, what's a few more deaths? The ground was pulverized into a deep crater, sending gravel flying in every direction. Sukuna stood up from the bottom of the pit and wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His four eyes locked onto Arata Hoshino, who had returned to the surface, and the curve of his lips deepened. Interesting. For the first time, a look approaching admiration appeared in the eyes of the King of Curses. Besides blood manipulation, you seem to possess several techniques I've never seen. Care to tell me about them? Arata didn't speak. Between the lack of sleep and the mental strain of using reversed curse technique to create blood manipulation to control it, projection sorcery to stack speed, and star rage to layer imaginary mass, he wasn't exactly overdrawn, but he was incredibly tired. Furthermore, he had to use his own brain to manage all these techniques simultaneously. Without the six eyes to help him, he had to manually calculate and allocate cursed energy. He simply didn't have the luxury of time to chat with the King of Curses. To put it bluntly, his brain was about to overheat. Silent. Sukuna walked slowly toward Arata, his four eyes tracking him like he was examining a fascinating new vessel. You remind me of an old acquaintance from 1,000 years ago. However, that fellow didn't have as many techniques as you and needed to hop between bodies. You're the first one I've seen who can purely carry multiple techniques within your own physical form. Then I guess I'm pretty impressive, huh? Arata said tonelessly, lowering his body into a sprinting stance. Projection sorcery was a lineage technique developed by Zenin sorcerers after the birth of modern film and camera technology. It was based on a new human understanding of images and time. The developer used cursed energy to manifest the logic of frame division, motion freezing, and time slicing into a set of rules. The final form of this technique was polished by Nobito Zenin, using the modern animation industry standard of 24 frames per second. As a curse from a millennium ago, Sukuna would definitely be unfamiliar with the principles of a technique born in the modern era. Utilizing this information gap was Arata's only real play. His goal wasn't to trade blows with Sukuna. As long as he could freeze Sukuna in place, he could use idle transfiguration to touch Sukuna's soul. In that window, he could use reversed cursed technique to repair Yuji's heart. That way, Sukuna would have no leverage to force a binding vow on Yuji. The risk was astronomical. In the original story, Mahito stopped using idle transfiguration on Yuji after being warned, but later, when Mahito was forced to expand his domain, self-embodiment of perfection, Yuji broke in. Mahito's idle transfiguration touched Sukuna's soul again, and Sukuna instantly nearly killed him with a single slash. Whatever happens, I have to gamble. Maybe Hikari-senpai and the Zenin clan should take lessons from me after this. Yuji, don't you dare switch back right now. With those words, Arata's figure vanished once more. Sukuna's pupils constricted. He swung a hand cloaked in cursed energy behind him, but there was nothing there. You fell for the trap. Arata's hand touched Sukuna. Because Sukuna had not moved according to the 24-frame script Arata had preset for him, his movements were frozen for exactly 1 second. In that second, Arata activated idle transfiguration and touched Sukuna's soul. In that instant, Arata saw it, Sukuna sitting atop a high throne of bones, chin resting on his hand, looking down at him. Simultaneously, Arata activated reversed cursed technique, beginning to slowly repair Yuji Itadori's heart. I see. So this was your goal from the start, Sukuna's voice drifted down from above. Using a soul-touching technique to enter this space so that outside you could heal this brat's body. But you made one mistake. What makes you think you have the right to touch my soul? Sukuna flicked a finger. An invisible slash instantly devastated Arata's soul. Cough, ack. With his soul wounded, Arata's physical body took massive damage in synchronization. He didn't let go, however. He used the blood spraying from his wounds to bind himself and Sukuna together, fixing them in place. Truly remarkable, Sukuna remarked, as if evaluating an entertaining toy. You can still stand. Sukuna watched the wounds on Arata's body begin to knit back together and felt the heart inside his own chest start to beat again. As the hole in his chest slowly closed, Sukuna's gaze turned ferocious. He tore free from the blood bindings and grabbed Arata by the throat. Sukuna's fingers tightened. Arata's Adam's apple bobbed under the palm, making a faint cracking sound. You fixed the brat's heart but forgot to protect yourself. How foolish, Sukuna's voice dripped with disappointment. Is it worth dying for a kid you barely know? Arata's lips moved, a muffled, wheezing sound escaping his throat. What? Sukuna leaned in closer. I've long been a dead man, what's a few more deaths? For a king of curses, to be played like this by a kid like me, you're not all that, you fraud king. To be able to talk like that while dying, you really are interesting. Sukuna released Arata's throat. Just as the boy took a desperate breath, Sukuna thrust his other hand forward. His hand, tipped with sharp black nails, pierced through Arata's abdomen without resistance. Cough. Arata looked down. Blood surged up his throat, choking the words he wanted to say. He felt the hand stay inside him for a moment before it was ripped out, bringing a spray of warm liquid with it. Arata tried to use reversed cursed technique to heal himself, only to find he couldn't even mold his cursed energy. The abdomen is the core where cursed energy is born. It flows from there through the body, eventually being precisely controlled by the brain. The gut is the central hub of the cursed energy cycle that is the basis of all logic. By destroying the core area in your gut, the source of your cursed energy is gone. Even if your brain is conscious, you cannot drive your power. What a waste. If you had survived, I might have discarded this brat's body and made you my vessel instead. Oh, and about this brat. You repaired his heart, but I never said you entertained me enough just now. Therefore, I'm going to rip his heart out again. Sukuna raised his hand toward his own chest. Just as he was about to move, he realized Arata's hands were somehow resting on his shoulders. Now I know why villains always die, because they talk too much. Arata's chest heaved violently. He was like a fish thrown onto dry land, every breath felt like someone was pouring broken glass into his lungs. The wound in his abdomen was massive, he could feel his intestines sliding out of the tear. Then, Arata looked up and met Sukuna's bewildered gaze. Seeing the king of curses actually show such an expression, Arata bared his blood-soaked teeth in a grin. Yuji, it's about time you woke up. With the last of his strength, Arata threw his head back and delivered a brutal headbutt. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Fighting GNG. Almost there. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, you guys are so noisy. Chapter 35, you guys are so noisy. When Megumi Fushiguro led the team into the basement of the detention center, the sight before them pinned everyone's feet to the ground. Yuji Itadori was kneeling in the center of the ruins, cradling someone in his arms. That person was covered in blood, with a gruesome puncture wound in his abdomen. Intestines had slid out from the gash, leaving a dark red trail across the concrete floor. "Senpai." Megumi's voice caught in his throat. He wanted to run forward, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. I can't wake him up." Yuji looked up at Megumi. His hands were pressed firmly against the wound on Arata Hoshino's abdomen, but the warm blood continued to surge through his fingers, impossible to stop. "Megumi, I can't wake him up. They did it on purpose." Facing a special grade just to rescue 5 people whose survival was uncertain, sending first-year students is completely unreasonable. Satoru Gojo scratched his head, talking to himself. And Yuji was granted an indefinite stay of execution at my strong request. The higher-ups couldn't stand it, so they tried to use a special grade to dispose of him while I was away. What they didn't expect was that Arata, who had been tracking Mahito for half a month, would rush in to support them. "Suguru. I'm starting to understand you a little now." As he spoke, Gojo looked up at Arata Hoshino's cold corpse lying on the autopsy table. "Why is it that every time you face a special grade, it ends like this?" It was the same with Suguru, and now with Sukuna. It's really irritating. Maybe I should just kill everyone at the top. At that moment, the iron door of the morgue was pushed open, and Shoko Yeri, dressed in her white lab coat, walked in slowly. "You've been coming here every day for the past 2 months to mutter to yourself. It's rare to see you so sentimental." "Well, I'm a kind teacher who cares for his students. Besides, I raised him for a year. Arata-kun is practically my foster son. That girl from the Zenin family has stopped coming here. I really don't know how you managed to talk her out of it." Shoko walked to the side of the autopsy table, looking down at the cold body. The puncture wound in the abdomen had already healed under her reversed curse technique, leaving no trace of the injury. However, there was no rise and fall of the chest, no pulse. "It's too strange," Shoko frowned. "It's been so long since he was brought back, yet his body shows no signs of decomposition. Not even a single livor mortis spot." Shoko's words caused the air in the morgue to stagnate for a second. Gojo stood up and walked to the table, looking down at Arata's overly calm face. "How many days has it been?" "Days? It's September now, Satoru. It's been exactly 2 months." Shoko took the cigarette out of her mouth and twirled it between her fingers. Normally, at room temperature, a body shows lividity within 1 to 2 hours. After 2 months, it should have completely rotted. But his body, it's like someone pressed the pause button. So noisy. That was the first thing Arata perceived as his consciousness returned. People were talking, voices drifted nearby, like they were separated by a layer of water. He couldn't hear the specifics, only that the voices rose and fell incessantly, making his head buzz. He tried to frown, but his brow wouldn't move. He tried to turn over, but his body wouldn't obey. It felt as if he had been filled with a bag of cement and sunk into the ocean, every bone in his body dismantled and rearranged. But he definitely heard voices. Shoko Yeri, Satoru Gojo, and Kiyotaka Ijichi. His consciousness began to blur again. The voices grew distant, receding like a tide. Arata didn't struggle, letting himself sink. It was quiet in the darkness. But just as he was about to sink completely, something touched his finger. It was light, brief, perhaps an illusion. But the touch was warm. "Arata. Wake up." Then, Arata felt something grab his hand and begin to pull him upward. His consciousness floated up from the deep water at a speed that made his head spin. Gradually, he heard his own heartbeat. Arata forced his eyelids open. The moment light flooded in, his vision was a blur of white. He blinked, and the white mass slowly condensed into the outline of a ceiling, then a lamp, and then Shoko Yeri's strikingly beautiful face. "You guys are so noisy," Arata complained. He tried to sit up, but he found Shoko's hand was pressed against his chest. "Miss Yeri, I'm technically a man with a family. This isn't very appropriate." Shoko's hand paused. She looked down at the student lying on the autopsy table who dared to be cheeky the moment he opened his eyes. Expressionless, she lifted her hand from his chest, then delivered a heavy punch directly into Arata's abdomen. "Oof, ack." Arata bolted upright on the table, curling into a ball as he clutched his stomach. Physiological tears instantly welled in his eyes. "Miss Yeri. I just woke up and you hit me. I'm an injured person." "Injured?" Shoko withdrew her fist and slid her hand back into her lab coat pocket. "Didn't you just say you were a man with a family? You seem plenty energetic to me. You guys don't seem very surprised that I'm still alive." Arata sat up on the table, clutching his stomach with tears still sparkling in his eyes. He glanced back and forth between Gojo and Shoko. "Not exactly. But a person being dead for 2 months without the body rotting isn't exactly normal," Gojo said, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. It was hard to tell if he was joking or serious. I usually prepare a backup plan before a fight, but I guess I played it a bit too close this time, Arata said, slowly sitting up further. However, before I died, I did realize something. Idle transfiguration can't usually protect the soul directly, but I managed it. As expected of my student. Going to the gates of hell and coming back with a new realization, this was a win. Gojo stepped forward and rubbed Arata's head. Win, my ass. Arata slapped his hand away and rolled his eyes. I almost actually died. But you didn't. Gojo's tone suddenly became a bit more serious. And you saved Yuji. Arata froze for a moment. How is Yuji? Alive and kicking, Shoko said, stubbing out her cigarette in the sink. The heart repair was perfect, no side effects. Though he felt guilty about you for a long time. For a while, he kept running to the infirmary to ask if you were really dead. Yuji has been performing excellently on missions lately, too, Gojo added. He even saved a very promising sorcerer from Mahito named Junpei Yoshino. He's already adjusted to life at the school. Junpei Yoshino. The second-year student from Satazakura High School in Kanagawa. Saved. And now a student at high school. Arata felt like he hadn't fully woken up, but after thinking about it, this was a good thing. Oh right, the exchange event is in a few days. Go keep an eye on them for me, Gojo said breezily. Arata had just jumped off the autopsy table, the dull ache from Shoko's punch still lingering in his gut. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes. I literally just came back to life, and you want me to be a babysitter. Not a babysitter, a supervisor, Gojo corrected with a tone of utter entitlement. I might as well have stayed dead. Arata took the white lab coat Shoko handed him and threw it over his shoulders. He turned his head toward Gojo. I'll go. But on one condition. After the exchange event is over, give me 2 days off. Arata stretched lazily. Not having anything sweet for 2 months has made me pretty cranky. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Almost there, let's go. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@trian.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 36, Domain Expansion. Chapter 36, Domain Expansion. You're supposed to be a supervisor too, so why did you have to drag me along? Inside the observation room, Arata Hoshino sat with his legs propped up on the desk, complaining begrudgingly to Satoru Gojo. You'd better get used to it, Satoru does this kind of thing all the time, Mei, sitting nearby, teased. Mei-san, you make it sound like I'm some kind of unreliable person, Gojo said, clutching his chest theatrically. Aren't you? Arata and Mei replied in unison. Yutahime Iori, sitting on the far right with a teacup, couldn't help but sigh. Is everyone from Tokyo High the same way? Now, Yutahime, that's not fair. Gojo turned his head, a punchable grin plastered on his face beneath the black blindfold. We call this teacher and student in harmony. I call it birds of a feather, Yutahime muttered, taking a sip of tea. Arata stopped participating in the bickering, his gaze fixing on the screens in front of them. The footage was being transmitted from various angles via Mei's black bird manipulation. The group battle had been underway for nearly 30 minutes. His eyes scanned the frames until they locked onto the bottom right screen. Maki. She's gotten stronger. That level of ferocity, it's like she's a different person. Maki-chan has indeed improved quite a bit, however. The corners of Gojo's mouth curled up. He sat with his legs crossed, leaning his chair back at a precarious angle. However what? Arata asked instinctively. However, the speed of her progress only truly accelerated after you died. Arata's movements froze. And that boy, Junpei Yoshino. Though he enrolled late, he adapted quickly. It took him less than a month from his first contact with Jujutsu to skillfully controlling a Shikigami. With proper guidance, he'll be an excellent sorcerer. Suddenly, the paper talismans pasted along the right wall burst into red flames. Time to work. Arata stood up and headed for the door. Arata-kun, where are you going? At least act like you're surprised, okay? Arata pointed at the talismans that had burned to ash. Honestly, can't you 5 old-timers show a little more reaction when you notice a problem? As he spoke, a figure identical to Arata emerged from his shadow. While Yutahime and the others looked on in shock, the 2 Aratas pulled open the door and sprinted out. Once clear of the observation room, Arata issued an order to his duplicate, head to the high school warehouse and wait for Mahito to steal the cursed womb, death paintings. Arata knew the goal of this intrusion all too well. Kokichi Muta, the double agent, had made a deal with Kenjaku to heal his body in exchange for information. Ultimately, Kokichi wouldn't escape his fate. Arata's plan was simple, use blood to create a clone, infuse it with half his cursed energy and half his soul, and let it lose to Mahito. This way, when Mahito took the first through third death paintings, he would surely take the clone back as well. If they took the fourth, Kenjaku might even feed it to the clone. Even if the paintings beyond the first three were technically dead at birth, they might still follow their brother once incarnated. Draining half my cursed energy is one thing, but splitting my soul is a nightmare. Arata glanced toward the direction his clone had gone. Hope nothing goes sideways. Arata ran toward the river. Seeing the curtain beginning to form, he gritted his teeth and activated projection sorcery to dash inside. However, because he overextended his stride in one of the frames, he was frozen in place for a second. So impatient, Arata-kun. The 1-second freeze ended. Arata turned to see Gojo, Yutahime, and Principal Gakuganji of the Kyoto school arriving. Ignoring Arata's eye roll, Gojo reached out to touch the curtain, only to be repelled. And you have the nerve to lecture me. Arata rolled his eyes again. He prepared to enter the curtain himself. He had been so worried about Maki that he'd almost forgotten this specific barrier was designed solely to keep Satoru Gojo out. But as Arata's hand touched the veil, it lashed back, repelling him as well. Huh. It seems Arata-kun was targeted too. I didn't expect this curtain to isolate both of us. Gojo walked up and patted Arata's head. You piece of. In a fit of unexplained rage, Arata stepped forward. Under Gojo's shocked gaze, Arata ignored the barrier's backlash and manually pried an opening in the curtain like he was forcing open elevator doors. He slipped inside, and the gap snapped shut behind him, leaving Gojo alone to process what he'd just seen. Wait, can this kid use Limitless now too? Inside the curtain. Weren't you excluded just like Gojo? Yutahime asked curiously as she watched Arata force his way in. Arata didn't answer. He looked at the men stepping out of the shadows, his hands already encased in blood. What's this? An old man, a woman, and a kid. Where's Satoru Gojo? That brat lied to me. Juzo Kamiya stepped forward with his axe. At least this woman is worth turning into a. Before he could finish, Arata was in front of him. Who do you think you're looking down on? With a single punch, Arata sent Juzo to the ground. As the men tried to rise, Arata used his blood to sever the man's limbs cleanly. You guys handle the rest. With that, Arata activated his projection sorcery at full throttle and vanished. Arata's silhouette blurred through the forest. Under the max output of projection sorcery, the surroundings were reduced to streaks of light. The curtain was designed for Gojo and himself, but he didn't have time to wonder why he was considered a threat on par with the strongest. He only knew one thing, Maki was inside. Reaching the riverbank, Arata saw a pale white cursed spirit, its left side wrapped in cloth, strangling Maki with tree branches. Nearby, Megumi was on his knees, a wooden bud in his abdomen siphoning his cursed energy. Arata's pupils shrank. Hanami. One of the 4 disasters, the curse of the forest. Maki's face was turning blue. Even with her arms protecting her neck, the branches were tightening. If this continued. In the middle of the river. Your movements are quite agile, Hanami praised, looking at the trapped Maki. But they aren't as sharp as they were a moment ago. A pity. Maki suddenly smirked at Hanami. I could say the same to you. The moment she spoke, a figure appeared, severing the branches around her neck and catching her in his arms. You. Maki's eyes widened, her voice catching. Arata lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. His voice was soft. I'm back. Maki's lips trembled, unable to form words. She simply buried her face in the crook of his neck, her fingers gripping him tighter. You can take it out on me however you want after the event is over. Arata carried Maki to the shore bridal style. Seeing the wounds on her face, he raised a hand to heal her with reversed curse technique. Seems you got here earlier than me, best friend. Tadu's voice boomed from the side. Accompanying him were Yuji Itadori and Junpei Yoshino. Senpai. Yuji's voice was full of joy. You really are alive. Yeah, sorry for worrying you. Arata stood up and patted Yuji's shoulder. His gaze swept over Yuji and settled on the mild-mannered boy with long bangs covering half his face. You must be Junpei Yoshino. Why yes. Junpei straightened up instinctively. Hello, senpai. Welcome to Tokyo High. Arata nodded, then turned to Tadu. Best friend, this thing. I know. Tadu crossed his arms. Leave this one to me and Yuji. No. Arata cracked his knuckles, looking at Hanami still standing in the river. Can you guys wait a minute? What comes next? Is personal. Arata's hands formed a specific seal. Domain expansion. Gushing hatred. Yusen no Kan. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, new quest. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 37, Gushing Hatred, bonus chapter. Chapter 37, Gushing Hatred. The moment the words fell, the space within a 200-meter radius of Arata Hoshino was reshaped by an unspeakable power. The original woods, river, and sky vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of dark red water. Countless massive pillars of blood erupted from the ground like geysers, and the entire world was saturated with the thick scent of iron and a heavy, crushing emotion. It was Arata's overwhelming rage and hatred, a force that felt as if it were dragging everyone into hell, seeping into the very depths of their souls. It took me a long time to realize something. Arata's voice was eerily calm. When someone who can change the outcome appears in a story, the audience always expects him to alter the plot. Arata raised his hand. The sea of blood beneath his feet began to churn, and countless tiny droplets rose from the surface, forming a dense, lethal array behind him. Hanami didn't understand what he was saying, but she could feel the power within those droplets swelling at an incredible speed. Like right now. I'm the outlier in the plan. I'm not sure if I can kill you, but I can certainly let loose and beat the hell out of you. With that, Arata vanished, and the droplets of blood instantly transformed into a rain of arrows hurtling toward Hanami. Hanami reacted instantly, using her cursed energy to manifest a thick barrier of roots, but the blood, infused with imaginary mass, pierced through the seemingly solid defense with ease. As the blood arrows shredded the roots, Hanami leaped upward to create distance, but Arata was already above her. In his hand, a katana wrapped in flames had appeared out of nowhere. Hanami's pupils shrank. She twisted her body midair to narrowly avoid the blade, but Arata was already behind her. Too fast. This is your weak spot, right? Arata delivered a horizontal slash across the two branches growing upward from Hanami's face. The ratio technique forcibly created a critical point on top of her natural vulnerability. The blade cut through, and the branches on Hanami's face snapped. Gah! Hanami let out a pained hiss and retreated violently. After stabilizing herself, she reached out and tore away the white cloth covering her left arm, revealing the deep black limb beneath. At the junction of her shoulder and arm, a closed red flower bud sat. Seeing that arm, Arata smirked. That left arm had to touch the ground or plants to plunder the life force of nature, converting biological energy, which normally lacks cursed energy, into 100% pure cursed energy. However, this energy didn't flow into Hanami's body, it was stored in the ceremonial light on her shoulder, an extra power source independent of her own pool. But this is my domain. There's nothing here for you to plunder. Arata closed the distance instantly. A fist wreathed in flames, layered with imaginary mass and the ratio technique, smashed into Hanami's face, breaking the new branches she had just grown. It seems I should get a bit more serious in fighting you. With that, Hanami summoned a mass of sharp, thick roots to impale Arata. But the moment they were about to strike, their positions swapped. The roots pierced Hanami herself. Boogie Woogie. A technique Arata had copied from Aoi to do during the previous event. Normally, it required a clap of the hands to swap two objects with cursed energy, but Arata had modified it. He could swap without any prior action, but the cost was that the targets had to be within his line of sight. If the target left his vision or interfered with his sight, the technique would fail. But in this domain, every drop of blood was Arata's eye. So, this is the one Mahito mentioned who can copy techniques, Hanami thought. She stepped out of the wooden spikes that had pierced her, trying to stabilize her stance, but Arata gave her no room to breathe. He clapped his hands together and fired a flaming piercing blood that tore right through her body. Cough. Hanami let out a low hiss. She clutched the wound, but while it closed quickly, the searing heat of the flames refused to subside. The same attack, but the power is worlds apart. Hanami remembered the boy with the closed eyes, Kamo. He used the same stance and technique, but it only caused superficial scratches. This person, however, could add multiple other techniques into a single move to multiply its lethality. Suddenly, a strange, rhythmic music began to echo within the domain. Arata flashed in front of Hanami, drawing a blade and slashing upward, launching her into the air. Arata leaped after her, delivering 4 consecutive slashes midair. After sheathing the blade, he performed a blindingly fast draw and sheath. Several slashes made of blood materialized around the domain, cutting through Hanami's body simultaneously. Arata blinked back to the ground, swinging a powerful wave of sword chi. Hanami's body fell onto the wave, unable to descend further. Arata dashed through her with a final draw slash. The sword chi exploded, and the aerial slashes transformed into blood needles, raining down like a storm to pin her. As Hanami tried to summon roots for defense, a blood clone of Arata appeared in front of her. The two Aratas charged from both sides, delivering a flurry of rapid-fire slashes. With a final synchronized upward swing, they launched her back into the sky. The clone vanished as Arata drew his blade again, blood slashes tearing through Hanami once more. Arata blinked above her, spinning his blade in a full circle before slamming it down. As Hanami plummeted toward the ground, Arata appeared beneath her. His fist, imbued with star rage, delivered an uppercut that sent her flying back up. Blinking to her side, Arata delivered a series of kicks before returning to the ground, swinging two massive crescent waves of blood. Go to hell. The waves exploded upon impact, turning into blood needles once more. Arata stood beneath her, holding out a finger where blood converged into a high-speed rotating blade. As Hanami's body fell and touched the blade, she was bounced back into the air repeatedly. Finally, Arata waved his hand to disperse the blood. He dropped into a low stance, left leg extended, right knee bent, body leaning forward. His left hand gripped the hilt while his right palm rested against the scabbard. The music reached its crescendo. You shall die. Arata vanished. Countless physical blood slashes filled the domain, passing through Hanami and freezing in place as if time had stopped. Arata reappeared in the center of the carnage, dropping to one knee. He held the scabbard vertically in his left hand, slowly sliding the blade back in with his right. The moment it clicked shut, every frozen slash exploded. I am the storm that is approaching. The devastated Hanami finally hit the ground. For the first time in her existence, she was truly, dangerously wounded. Asterisk if I don't expand my domain. I will die, asterisk. But the prerequisite for her domain was unsealing her left arm and absorbing life energy to gather enough cursed energy. Her current reserves were insufficient. Asterisk but this human doesn't know that. I just need to, asterisk. Hanami moved to take a stance for domain expansion, but she found her limbs and torso bound tightly by ropes of blood. Every single strand felt impossibly heavy. You were planning on a domain clash, weren't you? Arata's voice was low but echoed clearly. Your cursed energy is too low, but you thought I wouldn't know that, so you wanted to bluff to find an opening, right? Hanami stiffened. Your silence is a confession. Arata cracked his knuckles, both hands erupting in flames. Truth be told, my domain is incomplete, so it won't last long. Therefore, for the finale, I'll use my own hands to beat that disgusting face of yours. With a roar, Arata's fists, imbued with flames, star rage, and the ratio technique, slammed into Hanami's face. Crack! The sound of shattering wood echoed. Hanami's head snapped to the side, her entire body wanting to fly off from the force, but the blood ropes held her in place. The impact had nowhere to go but into her body, where it exploded. MUDA 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 WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a final blow, the domain shattered. Hanami's body was launched like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the earth and snapping countless trees before coming to a stop. I guess that's the limit of half my cursed energy. Arata staggered back toward the shore. Expanding a domain required a massive initial burst of energy, and maintaining the barrier, rules, and sure-hit factor required a constant, heavy drain. Maintaining it for 3 minutes while his soul and energy were split was a miracle. Looking toward where Hanami had landed, Arata knew she wasn't dead, but he was in no condition to deliver a finishing blow. His cursed energy was empty, and he could feel his physical functions plummeting. As Hanami pushed herself up from the rubble, her entire body was shaking. She glanced at the unopened bud on her left shoulder. Asterisk not enough. The current cursed energy isn't enough to expand a domain. I must replenish, asterisk. With that thought, Hanami pressed her left palm to the ground. In an instant, she could feel the life force of the land flowing into her shoulder. The surrounding grass and trees withered, curled, and died at a visible speed. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't want to use this move. The bud on Hanami's shoulder began to swell, petals opening one by one to reveal an eye within. You're in a technique burnout period now, aren't you? So, what will you do next? Domain expand. Before she could finish, the curtain over the school shattered. Satoru Gojo hovered high above, looking down at them. Seems it's time to go. Thick branches rose around Hanami, enveloping her. I'm not conceited enough to fight Satoru Gojo. Within seconds, Hanami's body sank rapidly into the earth, disappearing and leaving only a dark hole and a circle of withered grass. Ran away pretty fast. Arata flopped onto the ground, looking up at Gojo who was already flying off. He's gone just like that. Boring. I thought I'd get a front row seat to Hollow Purple. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, new quest. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@trian.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 38, are you challenging me? Chapter 38, are you challenging me? Senpai. The sound of Yuji Itadori's footsteps approached from behind. He knelt beside Arata Hoshino, his eyes scanning Arata before settling on his fully healed abdomen. You really did come back to life. Yeah. Arata nodded, a faint smile pulling at his lips. Hearts beating, brains clear, I'd say I'm back. Yuji stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered his head. I'm sorry. For what? That day at the detention center, if only I had woken up sooner. Yuji's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. Senpai wouldn't have. Yuji, Arata interrupted him. I never blamed you for what happened that day. Yuji looked up, his eyes a bit red. Seeing this, Arata reached out and patted his shoulder. You're not a criminal, so stop taking everything upon yourself. Yuji opened his mouth as if to say more, but his peripheral vision caught a figure walking toward them. Sensing Yuji's hesitation, Arata prepared to ask what was wrong, but he suddenly felt a powerful pressure accompanied by a distinct trace of killing intent. Just as Arata turned to look, Maki lunged forward. Her chin rested on his shoulder, and her face pressed against his. Yuji scrambled back to Tadu's side, eyes wide and jaw dropped, frozen like someone had pressed a pause button. Junpei Yoshino stood a bit further away, his gaze shifting awkwardly, the tips of his ears flushed deep red. Aoi Tadu stood with his arms crossed, watching expressionlessly, though the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. I knew those two had something going on, Panda said, appearing out of nowhere. After over a year of beating around the bush, they're finally together. Panda-senpai. What are you doing here? Megumi Fushiguro asked, surprised. Arata's domain covered the entire event grounds, so I came to see if you guys needed help. Panda stood with his hands on his hips, then looked at Megumi. You seem perfectly fine. I don't know why. That special grades attack was siphoning my cursed energy, but my wounds healed as soon as Arata-senpai expanded his domain. Megumi looked down at his stomach, the puncture wound was gone, leaving no scar behind. Also, I felt senpai's negative emotions inside the domain. Was that a side effect? Junpei asked softly, glancing at Arata before looking away. When a domain is expanded, does it also project the user's feelings? No, Satoru Gojo's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, making Junpei jump. Gojo, who had appeared undetected, stood with his hands in his pockets. His face beneath the blindfold was unreadable. It's not that Arata-kun injected his emotions into the domain, it's that those emotions are what constructed the domain. Everyone inside, whether friend or foe, passively endures the weight of Arata-kun's negativity. Those emotions can even interfere with the judgment of everyone caught inside, and that was just an incomplete domain. Maki. I think I'm losing the ability to breathe. Maki's arms were wrapped around him so tightly that Arata could feel their hearts thumping against each other fast and erratic. And Maki was definitely well developed. No. Maki's voice was muffled in the crook of his neck, carrying a tremor she hadn't even noticed. I haven't touched you for 2 months. Let me hold you a little longer. You've forgiven me. MMH. Maki's grip loosened slightly, but she didn't let go. She rested against Arata's shoulder, her breathing slowly leveling out. Her nose brushed against his neck, as if confirming his presence. You smell different, she muttered. Do I? Arata sniffed his sleeve. Well, I was lying in a morgue for 2 months. A bit of a vintage scent is expected, right? Maki's fist thumped against his shoulder. It wasn't hard, but it was enough to show her annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. All right, I'll stop. Arata raised his hands in surrender, his eyes scanning the crowd of onlookers. You guys really love a good show, don't you? The second day of the exchange event. In a living room, Satoru Gojo had gathered all the participants from both Tokyo and Kyoto schools. I thought you said you'd forgiven me. Arata complained while doing push-ups. Forgiveness is one thing, venting my anger is another. Maki sat firmly on Arata's back, giving him a light swat on the head. You should be more understanding of sister. She shed quite a few tears during those 2 months you were dead, my teased from the side. And I don't see you being understanding of me. After all I did for your sisterly reconciliation, you're acting like an ungrateful wolf. When I become the head of the Zenin Clan one day, I'm making you serve me tea and water every single day. Even though Arata was panting, his mouth remained as sharp as ever. Serve tea and water. Mai raised an eyebrow. You, the head of the Zenin Clan. An outsider who doesn't even carry the Zenin name. Arata stopped his push-ups, keeping himself propped up despite Maki sitting on him. He looked up. You sound like you have a problem with that. I'm just stating facts. Mai toyed with her revolver, her tone breezy. Those old fossils in the Zenin clan won't even recognize my sister. Why would they recognize an outsider like you? Are you challenging me? What if I actually do it? If you actually manage to become the head. Mai paused, her lips curling into a provocative smirk. Then I'll serve you tea and water. I'll be at your beck and call, no excuses. Fine, challenge accepted. Arata grinned. Don't just talk about me. What if you don't become the head? What's the penalty? Mai stopped spinning her revolver and looked at Arata provocatively. If I don't. Arata trailed off for effect. Then not only will I serve you tea and water, but I'll use my construction technique to make anything you want. I'll be at your beck and call, no excuses. It's a deal. Mai put her revolver away and stood up. I'll be looking forward to my tea, Lord Hoshino. Just then, the sound of the sliding door echoed from the entrance. Satoru Gojo poked his head in, his white hair a mess, waving 2 shopping bags. Yo, everyone's here. Gojo strolled in, his gaze moving from Arata on the floor to Maki sitting on his back. Wow, young couples these days really know how to have fun, huh? Arata's arms wobbled, nearly sending his face into the floor. He gritted his teeth, pushed up to let Maki off safely, then turned to glare at Gojo. You called us here and then showed up late. And wait, did you use my money again? Oh, come on, don't be like that. I'll pay you back eventually, Gojo said, waving him off as he tossed the bags onto the table. So, what's this about? Arata asked, brushing the dust off his clothes. Oh, right. A lot happened yesterday and people died. So I'm here to ask, do you guys want to continue the exchange event? 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. P at treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 39, Vacation. Chapter 39, Vacation. After to do serious discovery, it was decided that the exchange event would continue, though it shifted from individual combat to a game of baseball. Arata-kun, aren't you going to participate in this kind of group activity? Satoru Gojo sat down beside Arata Hoshino. First of all, you dragged me here to work as a supervisor. Secondly, I have absolutely no idea how to play baseball. Fair enough. I actually have something else to ask you. Gojo tilted his head, his expression unreadable behind the black blindfold. The total amount of cursed energy in your body has dropped by half. Are you hiding something from us? Hearing this, Arata's expression turned serious. That death taught me a lot, especially regarding idol transfiguration. So, I executed a high-risk plan. I split my soul and cursed energy in 2 and infused them into a clone made of blood, allowing him to be kidnapped. That step is now complete. Care to tell your teacher about the follow-up? Arata turned and raised an eyebrow at his teacher, who was finally acting serious. He then launched into a long explanation. The special grade curse, Hanami, appeared solely to create chaos and buy time for his partner, Mahito. Mahito's goal was to infiltrate the high school warehouse to steal Sukuna's fingers and the cursed womb, death paintings. Among the death paintings, only numbers 1 through 3 have enough cursed energy to complete incarnation. The remaining 6 are stillborn, even if they incarnate, they won't have independent consciousness. However, it's possible they might follow the orders of their eldest brother after incarnation. The person who designed this infiltration plan is smart. The fact that they conspired with someone inside the school means they definitely have information on me. But that Mole and Mahito don't know that I died, nor do they know that my techniques have been further developed. The curtain that isolated you and me was just a smokescreen to buy time for the theft. What they didn't expect was that I could not only force my way into the curtain but also be in 2 places at once. Mahito is interested in my soul, so he won't kill my clone easily. Once the clone is taken back, Hanami, who I just beat up, will definitely suspect something. The clone will be exposed, but since it contains half of my complete soul, Mahito won't let the mastermind kill it. The message sent back by my clone is exactly as I predicted. Besides 1 through 3, Mahito took an extra 1, number 4. At that point, they will choose to use number 4 to incarnate my clone. Once that's done, I'll be able to sense it. When numbers 1 through 3 finish their incarnations, I'll have the clone bring them all back. If it works, the school gains 3 powerful allies. And if it fails? Arata fell silent for a moment. He had considered this. The mastermind behind the 4 disasters was Kenjaku, currently occupying Sugura Geto's body. Kenjaku certainly knew about his copy technique, making Arata's body a likely target. But there was a catch. The clone didn't have a brain, it was just blood, soul, and energy. It was immune to body hopping. Thinking of this, Arata chuckled. If it fails, those 3 might defect to the curses, and I'll simply dissipate the clone. My half of the soul and energy will return to me. Gojo listened, his fingers tapping the arm of his chair. Then, he said something cryptic. Arata, you must break the shackles. Break the shackles? What do you mean? Arata repeated the phrase, his expression flickering. You make it sound like I'm some sealed ancient demon. You'll find out later. Gojo reached out and ruffled Arata's hair before getting up to leave. Watching Gojo walk away, Arata scratched his head in confusion. Master of riddles, aren't you? The day after the exchange event ended, Gojo actually kept his word for once. Vacation. Maki looked at Arata, her eyebrows arching. Hard to believe that white-haired idiot actually followed through. He owes me. I didn't die for nothing, Arata said, hands on his hips with pride, only to have his ear pinched by Maki. You're actually proud of that? Ow, ow, ow. I was wrong. Maki let go, a small smile playing on her lips. Where do you want to go? Arata lowered his hand and thought seriously. Honestly, he didn't really know where to go. Before crossing over, he had never been to Japan. Although he had been in this world for 2 years, as a person with no sense of direction, he hadn't traveled much beyond mission locations. How about lunch first? What do you want to eat? Arata asked. You're the one who came back from the dead. You decide. Nanami-san took me to a yakiniku place once, it was pretty good. Arata tilted his head toward her. Should we go there? Nanami-san has excellent taste. Nanami-san. Maki thought for a moment. Panda mentioned him, said he was that idiot Gojo's junior. Supposedly a very reliable guy. He is, Arata nodded. Way more reliable than a certain white-haired moron. Then why are you his student? Gojo is a jerk, but his strength is real. And what? And if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met you. Maki's pace faltered for a second before she continued walking. Her expression didn't change, but the tips of her ears turned slightly red. When did you learn to say things like that? I always knew how, I was just too scared to say it before. Arata quickly caught up. Now I'm not. Why? Because our relationship has moved forward, hasn't it? After all, that night. As he spoke, Arata leaned his face closer to Maki's. Shut up, you idiot. Blushing, Maki pushed Arata away and quickened her pace. Arata watched her back, his lips curling up involuntarily. He hurried to catch up and naturally reached out to take her hand. Maki's fingers stiffened for a split second before slowly relaxing, squeezing his hand back. Their fingers intertwined. The yakiniku shop was in Shibuya, with a large storefront and a conspicuous sign. The moment they pushed the door open, the scent of charcoal and grilled meat hit them. The sizzling of the grill and the chatter of customers blended together, making the place incredibly lively. Welcome, a staff member greeted them warmly. Table for 2. Yes. This way, please. The staff led them to a small private booth. Though it wasn't large, it was more than enough for the 2 of them. How about this? Arata handed the menu to Maki. Maki scanned it, her eyebrows rising. You're paying. Of course. Arata patted his chest. Even though I constantly get scammed into buying sweets, my funds never run dry. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. P at treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 40, I just want you to be okay. Chapter 40, I just want you to be okay. You should order, you've been here before, after all. Maki handed the menu back to Arata Hoshino. Alright then. Arata took the menu, scanned it briefly, called the server over, and pointed. 2 servings each of thick-cut salted beef tongue, skirt steak, beef short ribs, and premium loin. Also, 1 of each of these 4 platters. The server scribbled frantically, the smile on their face growing brighter by the second. And what would you like to drink? Arata glanced at Maki. Seeing no particular preference, he said casually, grape juice, 2 glasses. Certainly, please wait a moment. The server bowed, turned to leave, and slid the booth door shut. While the meat was being brought out in succession, Arata was busy oiling the grill net. Maki sat opposite him, chin resting on one hand, watching him lay the slices of meat across the mesh. Fat dripped onto the charcoal with a faint hiss, and wisps of smoke rose only to be whisked away by the exhaust fan. You seem quite skilled at this. I'm very particular about food that doesn't just apply to sweets. Arata filled the grill tray, his tone relaxed. Though yakiniku isn't exactly fine dining, it's nice to have every once in a while. You, on the other hand, eat way too much fast food and junk. You have the nerve to call me a junk food lover. Maki looked at Arata with pure disdain. Who was it that dragged Yuta and Toge through the whole supermarket looking for 18+ ghost pepper chips? You ended up wrecking Toge's throat. I asked him if he could handle spice and he nodded. How was I supposed to know he couldn't take it? Besides, Yuta was fine, wasn't he? Arata shrunk his neck back defensively. Maki's chopsticks hovered in midair as she stared at him with a look that said, "What are you even talking about? Toge can eat spicy food, but only so much. Besides, that seasoning packet was made with the 3rd spiciest pepper in the world. Even you couldn't handle it, let alone Toge. As for Yuta being fine, it's because he healed himself instantly with reverse cursed technique. Otherwise, Rika would have definitely given you a piece of her mind." Arata pouted but didn't argue. He simply picked up a few perfectly grilled slices of beef and placed them on Maki's plate. "You're surprisingly good at taking care of people." Maki put the beef in her mouth, her cheeks bulging slightly. Her chewing looked a bit softer than usual. "Of course." Arata smiled, laying another batch of meat on the grill. Having experienced life and death, one learns to cherish the person in front of them. Maki's chopsticks paused. She looked up at him, her amber eyes carrying a hint of an unidentifiable emotion. "You've been talking like this lately." "Like what?" "Like." Maki hesitated, searching for the right words. "Like you're leaving a will." Arata burst out laughing. "I am not." "You're overthinking it." "I'm not." Maki put down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. "Gojo said that ever since you woke up, you've been making all sorts of arrangements. Arata, what exactly are you preparing for?" The booth fell silent for a few seconds. Arata placed the freshly grilled meat onto her plate. The moment he looked up, his expression had returned to its usual carefree self. "Eat up. It'll taste gamey if it gets cold. Your way of changing the subject has always been clumsy." Maki picked up the meat, dipped it in sauce, and ate it, but her gaze never left his face. "As long as it works." Arata smiled and put more meat on the grill. The slices sizzled enticingly as they hit the high heat, meat juices forming a fragrant, seared crust on the surface. Maki didn't eat with her usual efficiency from training. This softness, shown only when she was completely relaxed, made her look like a cat that had tucked away its claws. Watching her, Arata suddenly felt that everything was worth it. The charcoal in the grill gradually dimmed as the last few slices of meat curled at their charred edges. Finishing the final pieces, Arata took a sip of his grape juice. The cold liquid slid down his throat, washing away the greasiness. "Full?" Arata asked as Maki set down her chopsticks. "Yeah." Maki picked up her glass, her gaze lingering just above the rim for a moment. "And you?" "About 80%. But that's enough. Let's go." By the time they finished and left the restaurant, it was still relatively light outside. "Where to next?" Maki tilted her head toward him. "I don't know," Arata answered honestly. "Just walk around." Maki didn't say anything, she just tightened her grip on his hand. The two walked side by side through the streets of Shibuya, passing through crowds of people whose excitement didn't belong to them. As they passed a dessert shop, Arata's footsteps faltered. "Want to go in and look?" Maki asked. "No." Arata shook his head. "Just 8. Any more would be too much. Didn't you say you were only 80% full?" "I've had enough." Arata rubbed his stomach. "I'll get fat if I keep eating." Maki glanced at him, the corners of her mouth twitching upward. "You're actually controlling your appetite? Is the sun rising from the west today?" "What do you mean, controlling my appetite?" Arata feigned indignation. "I've always had great self-discipline, okay." Maki laughed, choosing not to expose him. They continued walking, eventually finding themselves on a relatively quiet street with much less foot traffic. "Arata." Maki suddenly stopped. Have you ever thought about the future?" "The future?" Arata repeated. He turned to find Maki looking at him, her amber eyes exceptionally bright in the sunlight. "Yeah." Maki's voice was soft. "Like, will you keep being a sorcerer after graduation? Or?" She paused, not continuing. Seeing this, a slight smile played on Arata's lips. "Or what?" Maki didn't answer. She just gripped his hand tighter, her fingertips pressing slightly into his skin. "Or, our future." Maki's voice was very soft, but every word fell clearly into Arata's ears. "The future, huh? I have thought about it." Arata smiled. "First, I'll take you on a trip. You've been training and taking missions so hard just to prove yourself to your family, you've never had time to relax. After graduation, let's see the world together. Go sightseeing, experience all the things you never had time for because you were burdened by fate. Maybe later." Before he could finish, Arata felt a hand cover his mouth. "I don't care about any of that." Maki kept her head down, her hand still covering his mouth, her voice muffled. I just want you to be okay. As long as we are both okay, that's enough. Arata was silent for 2 seconds. He then raised his hand to gently grasp her wrist, moving her cool hand away from his mouth and pulling her into his embrace. Maki didn't struggle. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, her arms tightly circling his waist as if afraid that if she let go, the person in front of her would vanish from her world again, just like 2 months ago. I know. Arata's voice hesitated for a moment, then he tightened his arms, holding her even closer. Don't worry. I won't leave you again. *PS, idle transfiguration acts directly on the soul. The underlying rules of Jujutsu categorize identical twins like Maki and Mai as a single entity, *. Theoretically, if one could reshape Maki and Mai's souls to sever their shared connection and modify their soul signatures so that Jujutsu rules no longer view them as one person, would that stop the split in cursed energy? Could Maki awaken her full heavenly restriction early without Mai needing to sacrifice herself, *. Lonely, what do you guys think? 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 41, I'm a greedy person, you know. Chapter 41, I'm a greedy person, you know. The two visited an arcade afterward. By the time they stepped out, the sky had begun to darken. Maki was holding a small panda plushie, the result of their last few coins. It wasn't the giant one they had aimed for, but she'd caught it nonetheless. For you, Maki said, holding out the doll. For me. Just take it. Maki turned her head away, her face flushing. I caught it myself, so consider it my first gift to you. Arata took the plushie, squeezed its fuzzy belly, and smiled. Fine. I'll keep it by my bed. They continued down the street until they passed a small crepe shop. Arata's footsteps faltered. Wait for me a sec. After paying, Arata ran back clutching the treats. Sorry to keep you. He handed a mango crepe to Maki and took a large bite of his own. This is actually great. Try it. It really is. Maki took small bites, unaware of the bit of cream stuck to the corner of her mouth. You missed a spot. Arata reached out, his thumb gently brushing the corner of her lip. Maki froze for a second, looking up at him. Thanks. Arata smiled and withdrew his hand. Let's go. Time to head back. They navigated the crowds at Shibuya Station and headed toward the quieter areas. Arata looked around, the street was silent, lined with low residential buildings. There were no pedestrians, only the distant, occasional hum of a passing car. He stopped, let go of Maki's hand, and took 2 steps back. What is it? Maki turned, looking confused. Arata didn't say a word. He crossed his hands, forming a wing gesture. In the next second, the shadow beneath his feet began to twist and swell. A massive avian shikigami emerged from the darkness. Its orange feathers glowed softly under the streetlights, and its broad back dipped low as if waiting for a rider. New. Arata patted the shikigami's warm neck and turned to Maki. Hop on. It's faster to fly back. Maki stared at the giant bird for 2 seconds, then stepped forward. She took Arata's hand and vaulted onto Nu's back with practiced ease. Once she was seated, Arata naturally wrapped his arms around her waist. Hold on tight. Nu took flight. The ground shrank rapidly beneath them as the night wind rushed past, carrying the chill of high altitude and the scent of the distant city. Maki's long hair whipped back in the wind, a few strands brushing against Arata's face. He didn't move away, he simply tightened his hold and rested his chin on her shoulder. Cold. No. Maki's voice was slightly scattered by the wind. Is this how you usually get around? Thanks to Megumi, travel is much easier with the 10 Shadows technique, Arata said. Nu is fast, and we don't have to worry about traffic. Maki didn't reply, her gaze fixed on the city lights below. What are you looking at? Arata followed her gaze but saw only a sea of lights. Nothing. Maki paused. It's quiet up here. The further away you get, the more the mess down there disappears, Arata laughed. Maki leaned back into his chest, her warmth seeping through their clothes. Nu's wings beat one last time as it landed steadily on the high school clearing. Arata jumped down first and reached out a hand. Maki took it and jumped down, landing so close to him they could feel each other's breath. Good job. Go on back, Arata said, patting Nu's neck. The giant bird let out a low cry, its form darkening and melting like black mud back into Arata's shadow. Only the two of them remained in the clearing. Man, vacation time really flies. It's night already, Arata sighed. Arata. Yeah. I'm really happy. Maki turned to face him. I haven't been this happy since Mai and I grew up. Arata took 2 steps forward and cupped Maki's face in his hands. Then shouldn't you show your appreciation? What kind of appreciation do you want? Maki's voice was soft, laced with a hint of a smile. Arata blinked, his lips slowly curling upward. Like. Before he could finish, Maki stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. It was light and brief, just like last time. Is that enough? Maki stepped back half a pace, her eyes locked onto his. Arata was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. I'm a greedy person, you know. He reached out, pulled her close by the waist, and leaned down to kiss her. Maki's eyes widened at the sudden movement, her fingers clutching his collar. She was stiff at first, but she quickly relaxed, responding to the kiss. They lost themselves in the moment, as if the rest of the world had vanished. However, they didn't expect. They're kissing. They're actually kissing. Yuji Itadori's voice was a whisper, but he couldn't hide his excitement as he shook Junpei and Nobara. Salmon Row. Toji Inumaki was at the front, holding up his phone with sparkling eyes. I told you they had a thing, Panda said with a gossipy grin, pulling a camera out of nowhere. Megumi Fushiguro stood at the back, face-palming. He wouldn't have been here if Gojo hadn't dragged him along. The culprit, Satoru Gojo, was standing on his tiptoes, his blindfold long gone, leaning forward so far he nearly fell out from behind the wall. Just then, the click of Panda's camera shutter rang out clearly in the silent night. The 2 people lost in their kiss froze. Arata, still holding Maki's waist, snapped back to reality. He instinctively let go as he and Maki whipped their heads toward the sound. The group behind the wall froze like they'd hit a pause button. Maki's face turned bright red, from her ears down to her neck. She instinctively hid behind Arata, clutching his shirt, her body tensing up. Arata, equally embarrassed, cleared his throat and stepped forward to shield Maki. He shouted at the wall, have you seen enough? It's the middle of the night, are you all voyeurs now? Realizing they were caught, the group shuffled out from behind the wall. Gojo was in the lead, a rare hint of sheepishness on his usually punchable face. He raised a hand in a stiff wave. Good evening, Arata-kun, Maki-chan. Arata's lip twitched as he looked at the crowd, Gojo, Panda, Toji, Megumi, Yuji, Junpei, and Nobara. The only one missing was Yuta, who was still picking cotton in Africa. You guys. Arata took a deep breath. How long have you been crouching there? Not long, Gojo said, his tone sounding suspiciously defensive. We just got here. Just now. Katsuobushi. Toji stuffed his phone back into his pocket, crossing his arms in an X sign. Arata looked at Toji, then at Gojo, who was slowly trying to sidle away. Gojo-sensei. Care to explain? Explain what? Gojo tilted his head innocently. I was just taking the students out for some moon watching. That's all. Moon watching, huh? Let me show you something even better than the moon. Arata's face darkened visibly. He let go of Maki's hand, stepped forward, and slowly raised his hands. With this treasure, I summon. Wait. Gojo reacted first, teleporting next to Arata. He clamped one hand over Arata's crossed palms and the other over his mouth. Arata-kun, stay calm. Calm down. Panda's massive body lunged from behind the wall, furry paws grabbing Arata's waist to drag him back. Arata. Impulse is the devil. MMPH. MMPH. Arata muffled screamed, rolling his eyes at Gojo and Panda. Megumi watched in silence for a second, then looked at Maki, who hadn't moved. Maki-senpai, aren't you going to stop them? Maki shook her head with a smile. Let them mess around. The chaos lasted for who knows how long. By the time it was over, Arata couldn't even remember how he made it back to his dorm. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. P at treon.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 42, Kokichi Muta. Chapter 42, Kokichi Muta. October 19th, where was Kokichi Muta taken again? Hiyoshi Dam. High in the sky, Arata Hoshino stood on Newsback. Technically, today was his day off, but Satoru Gojo had called, asking him to help find the mole. Yutahide Mayori had already taken Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, Junpei Yoshino, and Nobara Kujisaki to Kokichi's hiding place, but they would find it deserted. Honestly, I was supposed to go back with Maki to meet the old man today. Hope nothing goes wrong. Saying this, Arata looked ahead. His plan was mostly complete. The finger from the Yasuhachi bridge had been successfully recovered. While he didn't know why Eso and Kichizu hadn't appeared, it was a good thing. Now, he just had to capture Kokichi. As for the plan to seal Gojo, he would let Kokichi explain that to Gojo himself. It was up to Gojo whether to believe it or not. He himself wasn't overly invested in preventing Gojo's sealing. Thinking this, Arata pulled out his phone, opened a navigation app, and located Hiyoshi Dam. Google Maps is navigating for you. Half an hour later. Should be around here. Arata put away his phone and jumped directly off Newsback. His body plummeted through the air. Just as he was meters from the ground, blood surged from his feet, condensing in midair to form a crimson cushion that caught him steadily. Upon landing, Nu dissolved into a dark shadow, merging back into his own. Hiding in a place like this, no wonder no one found him. Arata surveyed his surroundings, a place he'd only seen in the original manga and anime. Having a road-impaired person find someone. You guys are done for. With a sigh, Arata slightly regretted not copying Mei Mei's blackbird manipulation. It wasn't that he couldn't, unless it was a hostile faction. Arata usually engaged in polite negotiation. But Mei Mei, that money grubber, had opened with a price of 500 million yen just for the copy. Although he wasn't short on cash, he really couldn't bring himself to part with 500 million. Forget it, I'll call Divine Dog. Saying this, Arata formed a hand seal, summoning the black and white Divine Dogs. He then pulled out a fragment of Mechimara for them to sniff. The dogs sniffed around the rugged, rocky terrain for about 15 minutes before stopping at a perfectly orderly cave entrance. Too obvious. Arata muttered, extending a hand to touch the tightly closed cave door. Inside the square cave, a bathtub sat in the center. Soaking in the tub filled with nutrient solution, Kokichi Muta, body wrapped entirely in bandages, looked up as if expecting this. As the door opened and a figure stood there, Kokichi, unable to see clearly, complained directly, "You're late." I thought. Before he could finish, the second half of his sentence died in his throat. The newcomer was not the curse user or curse spirit he was trading with. It's you. Arata stood at the entrance, his expression slightly obscured by the backlight, but his black hair and high school uniform were enough identification. You seem disappointed. Arata walked over to the bathtub, used construction technique to conjure a small stool, and sat down. Who were you expecting? A certain special grade curse that can use idle transfiguration? Or a guy with stitches on his forehead? Kokichi said nothing, his visible eye beneath the bandages staring at Arata, as if identifying him, yet also assessing him. What do you know? A lot. Arata leaned back, tipping the stool onto its two back legs. More than you'd likely believe. Kokichi fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled. Makes sense. You are Satoru Gojo's student, after all. That man knows everything. It's not strange for his student to know some inside details. Gojo-sensei does know a lot, but he didn't tell me this. Arata lowered the stool flat, leaned forward, his arms supported on the bathtub's edge, his gaze directly on Kokichi. Why did you make a deal with them? Kokichi didn't avert his eyes. His voice was unexpectedly calm. My body, you've seen it. In this state, I can't even step out of this cave. No matter how strong my technique, no matter how agile my puppets, my true body remains a waste that can't even endure moonlight. So you wanted that curse to heal you? Yes. Kokichi didn't deny it. He can change the shape of the soul. Once the soul changes, the body reshapes along with it. That way, I can have a normal body. I won't have to hide in dark corners anymore. I won't have to rely on puppets to interact with the outside world. He paused, his voice dropping slightly. I can stand under the sun. Stand beside them. Who them referred to was very clear to Arata. Momo Nishimiya, Noritoshi Kamo, Aoi to do, my Zenin, and Kasumi Miwa who always seemed a bit ditzy. You should know what happens after you're healed, right? Arata leaned back. Once you're healed, the binding vow is lifted. Mahito will kill you without hesitation. I know. Kokichi's answer was immediate. But they violated the terms of the vow. They harmed my companions. But the one who acted wasn't the one you made the vow with, so they won't admit it. So what? Once he heals me, I'll kill them, then tell Satoru Gojo about their plot. Hearing this, Arata burst into loud laughter, as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. The laughter echoed in the cave for a long time, long enough that Kokichi thought he'd gone mad. What's so funny? Kokichi's voice was calm, but the eye not covered by bandages held impatience. Nothing. Arata wiped the tears from the corner of his eye, his expression slowly returning to normal. I just think, you're actually quite foolish. Foolish. You can't even figure out your own worth, yet you dare make such big claims. Arata stood up, the stool tipping over onto the ground with a soft thud. He looked down at Kokichi in the tub. Kokichi, what makes you think you can defeat them? Then you tell me, what other way is there? Hearing this, Arata smiled. I can heal you. What? I said, I can heal you, Arata repeated. No need to gamble your life. But you will have to pay a certain price. State the price first. Kokichi stared at him, suspicion in his eyes. First of all, you being a mole. I definitely have to capture you for processing. Based on what you've done so far, the high school leadership might directly sentence you to death. So, can you get to the point? Don't be impatient. Arata smiled. After today, I estimate I'll be the 27th head of the Zenin Clan. Acting in the name of the Zenin Clan head, I can absolutely secure your safety. So, once I've secured you, you must show me your value. How about it? Can you accept this price? Head of the Zenin Clan. Kokichi stared at Arata, his tone carrying scrutiny. Your name isn't Zenin. What makes you think you can become the head? Arata didn't answer. He simply raised his hand. Shadows twisted beneath his feet, and the black and white divine dogs emerged from the darkness, crouching beside him. Kokichi fell silent. You don't need to decide right now. See the result, then give me your answer. Now, let me heal you first. Kokichi looked up. You just said, the price isn't limited to that. Smart. Arata smiled. The second price is, after you're healed, you must do one thing for me. What thing? I can't tell you yet, Arata shook his head. But I can guarantee that I won't make you go on a suicide mission, nor will I make you betray your Kyoto school companions. Kokichi stared at Arata for a long time. Finally, he spoke, fine. I agree. Arata nodded, then placed his hand on Kokichi's head. Idle transfiguration activated. Under his palm, Kokichi's body began to change. The process lasted less than 5 seconds. When Arata let go, he barely felt anything. It's done. Kokichi looked down at his own hands. His fingers were long and strong, capable of clenching, capable of spreading. He tried moving his toes. Sensations he thought he'd never feel again in his life traveled from the soles of his feet to his brain. Supporting himself on the bathtub's edge, Kokichi tried to stand. His legs were shaking, but he stood. He looked at his own reflection in the nutrient solution, reflecting back a face even he found somewhat unfamiliar. So this is what I look like. Kokichi's voice was slightly hoarse. Quite handsome. Arata patted Kokichi's shoulder, then used construction technique to conjure a set of clothing and threw it to him. Put these on first. Don't catch cold. Kokichi took the clothes, his movements somewhat clumsy as he pulled them on. I'll wait outside for you. Saying this, Arata turned and walked out of the cave entrance. Arata stood at the entrance for a while before Kokichi finally emerged, neatly dressed. His walking posture was still a bit awkward, like a young deer that had just learned to stand, every step tentative. But the light in his eyes was far brighter than it had been in the cave. How does it feel? Arata asked. Strange. Kokichi looked down at his own hands, spreading his fingers and clenching them into fists several times. Like a dream. It's not a dream. Arata raised his hand and patted his shoulder, then used construction technique to conjure a pair of handcuffs. Time to go back. The show must be convincing. Kokichi glanced down at the metal handcuffs. He didn't resist, simply extending both hands silently. As the cool metal clicked shut around his wrists, he actually smiled. What are you smiling at? Arata asked. Nothing. Kokichi shook his head. Just that, this pair of handcuffs feels much lighter than that room where I was trapped before. Arata didn't reply. Crossing his thumbs, the shadows beneath his feet began to twist, and a giant all-shikigami unfurled its wings from the darkness. Hop on. Arata leaped onto Nu's back first, then reached out to Kokichi. Kokichi looked down at the handcuffs on his wrists, then up at the giant shikigami. A slightly complex art tugged at the corner of his mouth. Going back like this, won't it be too high profile? Dude, I came here exactly like this. Are you telling me I should walk back? Arata rolled his eyes. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter, quest pending. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. For 50 ADV chapters. p@trian.com/prince_of_lonely. Chapter 43, why is that, exactly? Chapter 43, why is that, exactly? Arata sat cross-legged on Nu's back, hands shoved deep into his pockets. Kokichi sat behind him, still curiously exploring his fully restored, healthy body. Looking down from up here, it's actually quite spectacular, Kokichi spoke up suddenly, his voice scattered by the wind. You get used to it, Arata replied casually. the Mekamaru situation was significant. Colluding with curse users and spirits, leaking high school intelligence, those two charges alone were enough for those old fossils upstairs to sentence him to death 17 or 18 times over. Fortunately, Arata had arrived in time to ensure Maki didn't suffer any major injuries. If she had been hurt as badly as she was during the encounter with Suguru Geto, there wouldn't even be a trial. Arata would have finished him off the moment he stepped into that cave. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Arata pulled it out to see Yutahime Iori flashing on the screen. Moshi Moshi. Arata answered, his tone relaxed. Arata-kun. Yutahime's voice came through the receiver, sounding urgent. Where are you right now? The sky, Arata answered honestly. There was a second of silence on the other end. What? I'm in the sky. Arata shifted his posture. What's up, Yutahime-sensei? Why the rush? Is it convenient for you to talk? Yutahime's voice dropped lower. Regarding the mole, we found them. Oh. Arata raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the silent Kokichi. The latter seemed to hear the voice on the phone, his expression turning subtle. It's Mekamaru. Yutahime's voice was soft, but every word was clear. Kokichi Muta of the Kyoto school. He's been acting through puppets while his true body was hidden in a basement at Kyoto High. We just went to check, but it's empty. There's nothing there. A basement? Arata asked, playing along. Yes, I discovered it through the process of elimination. Yutahime paused, her voice carrying a hint of self-reproach. I didn't expect him to be the mole. Arata finished for her. The other end was silent for 2 seconds, followed by a low yeah. Besides the 4 first years at the Tokyo school, Satoru also asked you to help, so I wanted to see if you had any leads. Yutahime's voice regained its calm, though she was speaking faster than usual. If you have any location for Mekamaru's true body, please tell me immediately. Arata looked at Kokichi sitting behind him. Kokichi met his gaze, said nothing, but gave a slight nod. Yutahime-sensei. Arata withdrew his gaze, a smile tugging at his lips. You can stop looking. What do you mean? I've already found him. Arata's tone was nonchalant. He's sitting right behind me. The other end of the line went completely silent. So quiet, Arata almost thought the signal had cut out. You. Yutahime finally spoke, her voice tight. Are you saying Mekamaru's true body is with you right now? Where are you? The sky, Arata repeated. Could you please give me a different answer? Fine. I'm on my way to the Kyoto school. Arata paused. About 20 minutes out. You're bringing him to the Kyoto school. Yutahime's voice carried a complex weight. Well, yeah, Arata countered. Where else? The Tokyo school. Since it's a problem with one of your own students, it's only right that you handle it personally. The line was quiet for a moment. I understand, Yutahime's voice calmed. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Understood. Arata acknowledged. He was about to hang up when he heard Yutahime add one more thing. Be careful on the way. The call ended. Arata tucked the phone back into his pocket and glanced back at Kokichi. Scared? Arata asked. A little, Kokichi looked up. But not because I'm afraid of being punished. Then why? I'm thinking the teachers and the others must be very disappointed. For Yutahime-sensei, it's probably more self-reproach. She knew her student was in pain, but she failed to notice the desperation or help him find a way out other than making a deal with curses. Arata smiled, then took out a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. You should consider yourself lucky. Maki only got a scratch. If she'd been hurt any worse, I would have brought back your head instead. Nu began to descend, the silhouette of the Kyoto school becoming clearer. Arata could see several figures standing by the gate. Yutahime was at the front, arms crossed, her Miko outfit fluttering slightly in the breeze. Behind her stood several Kyoto students, Noritoshi Kamo, Momo Nishimiya, and Kasumi Miwa. Quite a reception, Arata muttered. Nu circled once over the school before landing slowly in front of everyone. Arata jumped down and reached out to help Kokichi, but the latter had already jumped down on his own. Though he stumbled upon landing, he managed to stay upright. Yutahime stepped forward, stopping in front of Arata. She glanced at Kokichi first, then back at Arata. Good work. It was nothing. Arata waved it off. He's all yours. I won't get involved in the rest. You're not staying. Yutahime raised an eyebrow. I have dinner at the Zenin estate. Besides, I'm not from the Kyoto school, it's not appropriate for me to stay. Arata turned and patted Kokichi's shoulder. Remember our deal? Kokichi looked up, a flicker of something passing through his newly revitalized eyes. I know. I'm off. Arata leaped onto Nu's back and patted its head. With a low cry, the bird spread its wings and carried him toward the Zenin estate. Today was the 19th. According to the original timeline, this was the day Kokichi would have been healed by Mahito and then killed. But since Arata had taken him away, Mahito and Kenjaku were going to make the trip for nothing. A shame he wouldn't get to see their faces. However, something felt strange to Arata. Choso, the first of the cursed womb, death paintings still hadn't been incarnated. In the original story, after Kachizu's incarnation, Mahito and Kenjaku had Kachizu take the first and second paintings to complete the process. Arata ruled out a failure in the plan. Hanami was out. Dagon was still a womb. Jogo was an idiot. Mahito was a disgusting idiot. As for Kenjaku, his plan so far had mostly relied on sheer luck. There was no way he had been discovered. So why is that, exactly? Arata pondered it the whole way until the familiar Japanese-style mansion came into view. He still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Nu landed in front of the Zenin gates. After Arata jumped down, the Shikigami melted back into the shadows. Arata looked up at the Zenin plaque. Last time he was here, he was an outsider. He had beaten Zenin Nobito's heir, humiliated the entire clan in front of the head, and even punched his future father-in-law. This time, 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Currently 20% discount active. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 44, the new head of the Zenin Clan. Chapter 44, the new head of the Zenin Clan. The door opened. It was an older maid. The moment she saw Arata Hoshino, her eyes changed visibly, not with respect, but with a gaze that was nearly indecipherable in its complexity. Mr. Hoshino. She lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. The head is waiting for you in the council chamber. Arata raised an eyebrow and followed her through the corridors. This woman had always given him a strange feeling. It was too deliberate, the way she looked at him was as if he had stolen her most precious treasure. Damn. Is this woman my mother-in-law? For a character with few scenes and no official name, Arata didn't usually bother remembering details, but he had a slight impression of Maki's mother. She was Zenin Oji's concubine. In the strictly hierarchical Zenin family, her status was naturally low. The twin daughters she gave birth to were viewed by Zenin tradition as ominous outcasts, causing her to lose all standing and endure years of cold stares and oppression. As a woman, she had no basic autonomy under the Zenin rules. She lived her life in fear of the family authority, never daring to resist, choosing instead to submit and survive in the shadows. As for her love for her daughters, Arata didn't want to judge. Was it true love? Not necessarily. Was it a lack of love? When Maki tried to break into the family warehouse, the mother had hysterically blocked her, screaming for her to leave. In reality, she had sensed her husband Oji's murderous intent and tried to use that extreme method to stop her daughter from stepping into a death trap. During the process where Maki lost control due to Mai's death and bathed the Zenin clan in blood, the mother was mortally wounded by her own daughter. Yet, that near-death state finally freed her from a lifetime of fear. For the first time in her life, she resisted. Dragging her broken body, she found Zenin Naoya, the heir who had oppressed them for half a lifetime, and stabbed him to death with a knife. Before dying, she drifted into a happy hallucination of playing in a flower field with her two young daughters, finally letting go of all resentment and sighing, "I'm so glad I gave birth to you." Though Naoya eventually turned into a cursed spirit, he still couldn't escape death. His domain after transforming was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, he was just a toy for the awakened Maki. The doors to the council chamber were wide open. When Arata walked in, he saw Zenin Nobito sitting cross-legged in the primary seat. His signature wine gourd was gone, and the old man was dressed quite formally today. To Nobito's right sat a man with a burly, powerful build and a distinct X-shaped scar running across his forehead. Zenin Junichi, Toji's older brother, if memory served. In the original timeline, after Satoru Gojo was sealed, the Zenin high-ranking members planned to overturn the will. They plotted to eliminate Megumi Fushiguro, Maki Zenin, and Mai Zenin to let Naoya smoothly become the head. Junichi had participated in that plan, believing Megumi had been away from the clan too long to inherit anything. Junichi and other members of the Hei unit had cornered Maki. While his teammate Ranta used a technique to bind her, Junichi immediately launched his wide-range technique, summoning countless giant fists to crush Maki. But the awakened Maki's strength far surpassed those wastes, Junichi's attacks missed entirely, and he was put down like a stray dog before he could even react. He was a clown even worse than Naoya, though Ranta's death was a bit of a pity. There was an empty seat to the left, likely reserved for Arata. Further down were several old men Arata hadn't met, likely the clan elders with significant influence. Or perhaps these were all the elders the clan had left. Zenin Naoya and Zenin Oji were standing behind Naobito, their expressions looking as if they had swallowed flies. Arata scanned the room but didn't see Maki. An event of this level probably wouldn't include her. Why are you standing? Naobito tilted his chin. Sit. Arata walked over and sat beside Naobito. For a moment, he could feel Naoya's gaze behind him, stinging like needles in his back. Everyone is here, Naobito began, and the chamber fell silent. I have called you all today to make an announcement. Regarding the selection of the next clan head, if this generation did not produce an heir to the 10 Shadows technique, the Zenin clan would implement the Strength is Supreme internal competition system. All qualified male clansmen could compete for the position based on their own power. Naobito's tone was flat. Naoya, in terms of seniority and strength, is the logical successor. The corners of Naoya's mouth twitched upward. However, the moment those two words dropped, Naoya's smile froze. The selection of the head does not necessarily have to come from the bloodline. Naobito leaned back with a smile, his gaze landing on Arata. This is Arata Hoshino, a second year at Tokyo High. Naobito paused, his lips curling into an ambiguous arc. He is also a successor of the 10 Shadows technique. 10 Shadows, one elder spoke up. That is the Zenin family's ancestral technique. How could an outsider? Arata said nothing, he simply raised his hand. Shadows twisted and swelled at his feet, and the black and white divine dogs emerged from the darkness, crouching by his side. The elder who had spoken was forced to swallow the rest of his sentence. Arata glanced at Naobito and lowered his voice. Is this enough to convince them? Aside from the default divine dogs, I've only tamed new. I haven't had time to tame the rest. Young man, stay calm. You need to have confidence in yourself. Where is the man who made those bold claims the other day? The old man picked up a teacup and replied in a volume only the two of them could hear. Even if he can use 10 shadows, so what? Naoya finally couldn't hold back, his voice thick with suppressed rage. His name isn't Zenin. What right does he have to be the head of the Zenin clan? Who said the head must be named Zenin? Naobito laughed without even turning around. Naoya's face turned a deep red, but Naobito didn't give him a chance to continue. The 10 Shadows technique is the Zenin clan's greatest pride. Throughout history, the number of heads who inherited this technique can be counted on one hand. Naobito's gaze swept across everyone in the room. Now an outsider can use this technique, while not a single person among the Zenin kin can. The words were brutally blunt, but no one dared to argue. Therefore, Naobito's tone suddenly grew heavier. I did not call you here to deliberate. This is a notification. He stood up, looking down at everyone. From this day forward, Arata Hoshino is officially the 27th head of the Zenin clan. No bonus chapters achieved. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Currently 20% discount active. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 45, who's in favor? Who opposes? Chapter 45, who's in favor? Who opposes? From this day forward, Arata Hoshino is officially the 27th head of the Zenin clan. As the words fell, the council chamber became deathly silent, not because they agreed, but because they didn't dare speak. Naobito had ruled the Zenin clan for decades with heavy-handed authority. As long as he drew breath, these people wouldn't dare cause a scene. Lord Head. Finally, a white-haired elder spoke up, his voice trembling. I venture to ask. After this, Lord Arata weds into the family, will he be changing his surname? Arata raised an eyebrow. Wed into the family? He glanced at Naobito. The old man took a sip of his tea, his expression clearly saying, handle it yourself. Fine. Arata stood up, his gaze sweeping across the seated elders. Since the old man is done with the announcement, let me make my stance clear. A few things up front. First, I'm not changing my name. Arata Hoshino is Arata Hoshino, I'm not becoming Arata Zenin. Second, I'm taking this position for Maki, not because I covet anything the Zenin clan owns. Arata paused, a cold, humorless smile tugging at his lips. To put it bluntly, I really don't give a damn about a bunch of wastes like you. The atmosphere in the chamber instantly dropped to freezing point. What did you say? Zenin Oji's voice came from behind Naobito, sounding as if it were crawling out from underground. I said, I'm doing all of this for Maki, Arata repeated. He turned a frigid gaze toward Oji. Also, when the head is speaking, who the hell gave you permission to interrupt? As the words left his mouth, Arata's cursed energy surged violently. The sudden pressure was so immense that Oji nearly dropped to his knees on the spot. Zenin Junichi, sitting to Nobito's right, frowned deeply. He looked between Arata and Nobito before choosing to remain silent. It was as if a stupidity aura had vanished. He knew better than anyone the price of picking the wrong side right now. Arata withdrew his gaze, and the pressure vanished. Oji looked like he'd been granted a divine reprieve, nearly collapsing onto the floor. So. Arata's eyes swept across the room. Who's in favor? Who opposes? The chamber remained as silent as a grave. Arata stood there, his calm gaze judging every person present. He didn't care what they thought. If anyone dared to challenge him to his face, he'd simply erase them then and there. No one. Arata tilted his head. Then I'll take that as your default agreement. He turned to Nobito, his expression softening slightly. Old man, anything else to add? Nothing. I've said what I needed to say, handle the rest however you want. Nobito stood up, brushed off some non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked out of the council chamber. Arata walked over and sat in the primary seat. He watched the room, but even after a long wait, not a single person made a sound. Since nobody has anything to say, Arata looked away, then get lost. The elders looked like they had been pardoned from a death sentence. They scrambled to their feet and hurried out, moving with a speed that defied their age. In less than half a minute, only 2 people remained in the massive hall. Why haven't you left yet? Arata asked without looking up. You just said, Naoya began, that you don't care about anything the Zenin clan has. I said I don't care about a bunch of wastes like you, Arata corrected him. Zenin property. That depends on what it is. Naoya's eye twitched. He walked over to stand opposite Arata, looking down at the young man sitting in the seat of power. You think you can just become the head like this? You're an outsider. Even if you have the 10 Shadows technique, no one in the Zenin clan will ever respect you. Arata finally looked up. His face was expressionless, as if he were looking at a child throwing a tantrum even though this child was 9 years older than him. Are you done? Arata asked. Naoya's lips moved, his composed facade cracking under those 3 words. Yes, I know perfectly well that no one respects me. Arata stood up and stopped right in front of Naoya. But I don't need people to respect me. Naoya's expression froze. I only need people to fear me. Fear you? Naoya repeated the words with a mocking curl of his lip. Who do you think you are? Satoru Gojo? Or Toji Fushiguro? You really do love your idols, don't you? You haven't actually gone and waifufied yourself for them, have you? Arata scratched his head. Naoya's face darkened completely. You think because you got lucky in the courtyard last time that you can walk all over the Zenin clan? I was just careless then, I wasn't using my full strength. Oh. Arata raised an eyebrow and sat back down in the head's chair. So you're going to use your full strength now? Go ahead. You can strike right now, nobody's going to stop you. Arata crossed his legs, looking at Naoya with pure disdain. If you're so unsatisfied, then fight. Win, and the seat is yours. Naoya's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. But he didn't move. Arata stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Don't have the guts. You. Tell you what. Arata interrupted him. He used construction technique to create a double-barreled shotgun, loaded the shells, and held it out to Naoya by the barrels. I'll give you a chance. Take this gun, press the muzzle against my head, and pull the trigger. Then the position of clan head is yours. Naoya stared at the shotgun. The barrels gleamed coldly under the lights. Arata's hand was steady as he offered the weapon, like he was handing over a cup of tea. Take it. Arata tilted his chin. The lordship is right in front of you. Naoya didn't move. His fingers spasmed slightly, but he didn't reach out. Take it. Arata's sudden roar startled Naoya into grabbing the stock and grip of the gun. Seeing that the other men had a hold on it, Arata raised the hand that was holding the barrels and slowly pressed the muzzle against his own forehead. Is this better? One click, and you're the head. Arata looked at Naoya and slowly broke into a smile. Naoya, I'll count to 3. 1. Arata's voice echoed in the empty hall. Naoya placed his finger on the trigger, but he couldn't find the strength to pull it. 2. Arata didn't close his eyes, he didn't even look away. He just stared at Naoya, that trace of a smile still on his lips. The trigger gave a tiny creak under Naoya's fingertip. Just a little more pressure. Just pull it. The lordship would be his. Naoya's breathing became ragged. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could feel his heart racing, pounding against his ribs so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Looking at that face filled with struggle, Arata suddenly felt bored. 3. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Currently 20% discount active. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 46, Naoya's submission. Chapter 46, Naoya's submission. 3 seconds are up. Arata tilted his head. The muzzle of the gun scraped against his forehead as he moved, the cold metal sensation causing Naoya's finger to tighten instinctively. Naoya's finger hovered over the trigger. Arata could hear the sound of his teeth chattering. You. Naoya's voice was strained. You think I don't dare? I didn't say that. Arata shrugged. The opportunity is right in front of you. An opportunity? Exactly. The corners of Arata's mouth lifted slightly. An opportunity to prove you aren't a waste. Hearing this, Naoya's finger tightened once more. Arata didn't move. He looked at Naoya with a calm gaze, as if waiting for a result he already knew. What are you shaking for? Where's that arrogant Zenin heir I met on my first day here? Naoya didn't answer. Beads of sweat rolled down from his temples. Don't you feel this lordship should be yours? Arata continued. The gun is in your hand, and I'm standing right here. Just pull it, and everything is yours. You're bluffing, Naoya hissed through gritted teeth. Am I? Arata tilted his head. Then pull the trigger. Naoya took a deep breath. Then, he let go. The gun slipped from his fingers, the stock hitting the floor with a dull thud. Naoya took a step back, looking as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Seeing this, Arata sighed. His expression looked as if he were saying, I overestimated you. Forget it. Since you don't have the guts to act, it's my turn. The moment the words left his lips, Arata vanished from where he stood. Naoya's pupils shrank. Too fast. Much faster than that time in the courtyard. Before he could react, he took a solid punch to the gut. The immense force caused his entire body to double over. Cough, gah. Spewing a mouthful of blood, Naoya realized something was wrong. This punch hurt significantly more than the last. It was as if a weakness had been forcibly created on his body. I finally understand why you're always looking down on everyone. Bullying scrubs really is satisfying. Arata's figure vanished again. Following that, the chamber was filled with only the dull thuds of fist-meeting flesh. To avoid killing the idiot, Arata held back his strength with every strike. Seeing that the other man was about to collapse, Arata decided to throw one final punch. Arriving in front of Naoya at the very last frame, Arata decisively swung a fist toward his chest. Just as the punch was about to land, something flashed in Arata's mind. Black Flash. Black Flash wasn't a technique one could learn or release at will. It occurred when a sorcerer applied cursed energy within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit. He wanted to try it. Snap. The moment the fist landed, the previously transparent cursed energy turned pitch black, accompanied by a crackling effect like black lightning. Naoya's body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing through the wooden doors of the council chamber and plowing a long trench into the courtyard. The signature black sparks of the black flash crackled for several seconds before dissipating. Wow. Arata looked down at his fist. That feeling is incredible. Outside. Zenin Naoya lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He coughed up blood, his eyes fixed on Arata. The anger, the defiance, and the disdain were all shattering piece by piece, replaced by a stunned, vacant shock. This guy didn't just use the technique Naoya was most proud of to beat him into the dirt. He even landed a black flash while in the high-speed state of projection sorcery. Defiant. With what? Naoya had previously thought his father was insane for giving the leadership to an outsider. Now he realized his father wasn't crazy, he was. I submit. Naoya spoke suddenly. Struggling, he climbed up from the ground and then, with a thud, dropped to his knees before Arata. Lord Head. I was blind. I was ignorant. I shouldn't have questioned you or been disrespectful. Whether you want to kill me or spare me, I won't say a word. Arata, huh? Arata was genuinely thrown off by this sudden turn of events as he stepped out of the hall. He had expected the guy to at least stay stubborn for a few more lines or hide away to plot something. He was already prepared to beat him again if he wasn't convinced, but he gave up just like that. This fast. Can a black flash actually cure brain damage? Get up. Arata frowned. Don't kneel there, it's embarrassing. Naoya didn't dare look up. He buried his head even lower, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Lord Head, please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Arata. He suddenly understood why Maki hated the Zenin clan so much. Were they all like this? As arrogant as they were when looking down on others, they were just as spineless when they folded. Fine, fine, I forgive you. Arata waved a hand. Get up. Just behave yourself from now on and stop with the nonsense. I'm the head of the Zenin Clan now. If you try to cause trouble again, it won't be as simple as a beating next time. Naoya looked like he had been granted a reprieve from heaven. He scrambled to his feet and vanished in a blur without even dusting himself off faster than the elders had run earlier. Did he use projection sorcery to run away? I'm starting to regret being the head. High in the sky, Arata sat on Nu's back, looking grumpy. Not only did the old geezer stop doing any work the second he stepped down, but that bed was less comfortable than his dorm. You've been complaining for a long time. I didn't think the old man would actually give the position to you. Maki sat in Arata's lap, glancing at the boy who had been grumbling the whole way. Who knew the old man hadn't done a single thing since he took office? Just then, Arata's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see the words, Legendary Self-Destruction King, on the screen. Hello. Megumi. Arata answered. There was a 2-second silence before Megumi Fushigiro's voice came through, a bit deeper than usual. Senpai, I heard you healed Kokichi Muta's body. Arata blinked, then responded, yeah, I used idle transfiguration to reshape his soul. Idle transfiguration, it can do that much. It's a technique that acts on the soul, after all. Arata's tone became more serious. Is something wrong? Another few seconds of silence followed. I want to ask Senpai for a favor. Megumi's voice sounded tight. Regarding my sister. Arata perked up a bit. Tell me about it. Arata shifted his position. Noticing the movement, Maki glanced at him. She's been in a coma ever since she went to the Yasuhachi Bridge with her classmates. I exorcised the curse there, but it didn't help. Tsumaki still won't wake up. Megumi paused. Senpai's idle transfiguration can change the shape of the soul. I was wondering if you could try using the technique to wake her. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Currently 20% discount active. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 47, an insurance policy, an unequal but perfectly valid binding vow. Chapter 47, an insurance policy, an unequal but perfectly valid binding vow. Arata Hoshino didn't answer immediately. Tsumaki Fushiguro. A pawn that Kenjaku had placed long ago. It had been a while since the Yasuhachi Bridge incident. Initially, Tsumaki had fallen into a coma after visiting the bridge, a local supernatural hotspot, with her classmates during middle school. Megumi had always believed his sister had been attacked by the local curse of the bridge. But in reality, it was Kenjaku's conspiracy. Years ago, he had marked thousands of ordinary people. Some would fall into a slumber because of this mark. Later, he would use the stolen, idle transfiguration to transform these non-sorcerers into sorcerers capable of using cursed energy, thereby initiating the culling game. Tsumaki Fushiguro was undoubtedly one of these marked individuals. While Megumi didn't know the truth yet, it was expected that he would seek help after learning that Arata could heal a broken body. Fine, I'm coming over now. Arata hung up and sighed. Maki immediately sensed the shift in his mood. She reached out and lightly brushed his cheek. What happened? Arata shook his head, clearing the stray thoughts. Something's wrong with Megumi's sister, Tsumaki. She's been in a coma since going to the Yasuhachi Bridge. Exorcising the curse didn't help, so he wants me to try and see if I can wake her up. Are we going now? Yeah. Arata recited the hospital address Megumi had sent. Nu let out a low cry, immediately banked, and flew toward the destination. Saitama Prefecture, Nakagawa Hospital. The fluorescent lights at the end of the corridor hummed faintly. Arata and Maki followed Megumi through the quiet hallway, their footsteps echoing against the tiled floor. It's this one. Megumi stopped in front of a door, his hand hesitating on the handle for a second before pushing it open. The hospital room wasn't large. The curtains were half-drawn, and Tsumaki Fushiguro lay there peacefully, her hands folded over the blanket. Her breathing was steady, as if she were in the middle of a very, very long dream. Her complexion wasn't bad, healthy, even completely unlike someone who had been comatose for months. Arata walked to the bedside, looking down at this face that bore no resemblance to Megumi's. These siblings aren't blood-related, right? At that moment, a thought popped into Arata's head. If Sukuna, having possessed Megumi, didn't kill Yoroza but instead waifufied her, returning control to Megumi the split second before firing, how would Megumi feel? Lonely, Sweet Home Alabama. Shaking his head to clear the intrusive thought, Arata looked at the Megumi beside him. Has she always been like this? Yes. Megumi stood at the foot of the bed, his voice low. All her vitals are normal, but she just won't wake up. The doctors have done every test imaginable and can't find a reason. Maki leaned against the doorframe, her gaze lingering on Tsumiki's face for a moment before shifting to Arata. Do you need me to step out? No. Arata shook his head, pulled up a chair, and sat by the bed. It's not like I'm doing anything shady. Arata placed his hand on Tsumiki's forehead and looked at Megumi. I'm starting. The purple glow of idol transfiguration lit up. In the next instant, Arata's consciousness felt as if it were being dragged into a deep sea by some unseen force. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Arata stood in that void. There was no solid ground beneath his feet, no sky above, only the same oppressive color in every direction. Then he saw it, Tsumiki's soul, floating right in the center of the darkness. The light of that soul was incredibly weak, like a lamp about to run out of oil, with only a final flicker of flame swaying in the wind. Poor thing. With that, Arata raised his hand and attempted to touch the soul with idol transfiguration. The light of the technique flared in the void. The moment the purple glow touched Tsumiki's soul, the flame did indeed brighten. But only for a second. The next moment, an even stronger power surged from the depths of the soul, snapping back at Arata's idol transfiguration like swatting away a fly. TCH, it's like it's been locked down. No way through. Arata scratched his head. To wake Tsumiki up, he would have to wait for Kenjaku to start the culling game. But Tsumiki's soul was already Boroboro falling apart. If he really waited for the culling game, Yorozu would incarnate immediately. At that point, even if Yorozu didn't want to, Tsumiki's soul would be forcibly consumed. Unless. He reinforced Tsumiki's soul structure ahead of time, giving her soul enough strength so that, like Yuji, she could retain her own consciousness even if she housed a foreign soul, preventing her from being overwritten. Or, he could create an isolation structure within Tsumiki's soul, confining the incoming foreign soul to an independent zone, preventing it from touching or covering Tsumiki's original soul. Looks like it's time for another binding vow. Arata thought for a moment and finally decided to use a portion of his own soul as the price to reinforce Tsumiki's. This way, when the culling game began and Yorozu's soul invaded Tsumiki's body, there would be no need to worry about Tsumiki's soul being devoured. Furthermore, the moment Yorozu's soul invaded, Arata would sense it immediately. He might even be able to beat some sense into Yorozu, making her drop her obsession with Sukuna and join the side of Jujutsu High. As for his own soul, he could split off as much as he wanted. His body wasn't marked, and he could just use idol transfiguration to heal himself back to normal. So, from the start, this was an unequal but perfectly valid binding vow. Asterisk, look at it this way, I'm using my own soul as the price. Isn't that a big enough sacrifice, asterisk? After completing the reinforcement of Tsumiki's soul, Arata voluntarily withdrew from the soul space. Arata removed his hand from Tsumiki's forehead and leaned back in his chair, letting out a long, heavy breath. Senpai. Megumi's voice came from the side, laced with tension. How is Tsumiki? Arata didn't answer immediately. He stared at Tsumiki's peaceful face for a few seconds, then shook his head. No go. At those words, Megumi's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Arata sighed, choosing his words carefully. Her soul is locked by something. I can't undo it directly. Locked. Megumi frowned. By what? Don't know, Arata said honestly. But whatever it is, it's powerful. Powerful enough that my idol transfiguration hitting it was like throwing an egg at a rock. This was a half-truth, a white lie, but it didn't matter. Is there any other way? Megumi asked, clutching a sliver of hope. Like, forcibly breaking the lock. There is. Arata bit down on the stick of his lollipop, speaking mumble-why, but the risk is too high. What risk? If I break it by force, her soul might be damaged. Arata paused. In the worst-case scenario, the moment I break through, Tsumiki dies on the spot. Hearing this, Megumi's frown deepened. Maki had been leaning against the door in silence. Her gaze shifted between Arata and Megumi before settling on the girl sleeping peacefully on the bed. So, you did something in there, didn't you? Maki suddenly asked. Arata glanced at her, a slight smile tugging at his lips. You really do know me best. He turned back to face Megumi. I couldn't wake her up directly, but I did add a layer of reinforcement to her soul. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Currently 20% discount active. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 48, I didn't come here for a melodrama. Chapter 48, I didn't come here for a melodrama. Soul reinforcement. Megumi Fushiguro repeated. What exactly does that mean? It's exactly what it sounds like. Arata weighed his words. Think of it this way, Tsumiki's soul is like a house locked with thousands of chains. I can't open the door to get in, so I used my own soul to add a protective layer to the outside of the house. That way, even if someone else tries to move in and take over, they have to break through my protection first. Senpai's soul. Yeah. Arata let out a yawn. I established a binding vow, using a portion of my own soul as the price to reinforce Tsumiki's. And what happens to you, Senpai? Megumi pressed. Arata blinked, then laughed. Megumi, since when did you get so concerned about me? Megumi didn't reply, he just stared. Fine, I'll talk. Arata raised his hands in surrender. Splitting off a bit of my soul doesn't really affect me much. At this level, it's nothing. Idle transfiguration can restore it easily. So from the start, this was an unequal but perfectly valid binding vow. Why would Senpai go so far for me? Megumi asked again. Well, you are of Zenin blood. As the new head of the Zenin Clan, I naturally help out where I can. Arata stood up and reached out to ruffle Megumi's sea urchin hair. Megumi remained standing at the foot of the bed, his gaze falling on his sister's peaceful sleeping face, lost in thought. Maki walked over from the door and naturally offered her hand to Arata. Let's go. Arata took her hand and headed for the door. He stopped at the threshold. Megumi, don't worry about Tsumiki. That protection is solid. Until she wakes up, no one will be able to harm her soul. Megumi didn't turn around, giving only a soft Arata knew the boy's personality, no more words were needed. He pulled open the door and walked out of the room with Maki. By the time they left Nakagawa Hospital, the sun was beginning to dip. Next, I have to make a trip to the Kyoto school. Arata found a spot to summon his Shikigami, Nu. After helping Maki onto its back, he leaped up himself. It's time to fulfill my promise to Kokichi Muta. Maki leaned into his embrace. She thought for a moment before it clicked. The mole from the Kyoto school. Yeah. Arata nodded and patted Nu's head. The Shikigami immediately took flight toward Kyoto. I promised him that as long as he cooperated, I'd protect him and let him return to his comrades. When they arrived at the Kyoto school, Arata saw Yutahime Iori standing alone at the gate, waiting for him. You're here, Yutahime said, her voice slightly hoarse. Yeah. Arata nodded. Maki stepped out from behind him and gave a slight bow as a greeting. He's waiting inside. Yutahime turned to lead the way, her pace steady. Noritoshi and the others are there too. Arata raised an eyebrow. Kamo is there? Not just him. Yutahime didn't look back. Nishimiya, Miwa, Mai, and Tadu, they're all there. Arata crossed his arms. This lineup was larger than he had imagined, but that was probably for the best. Yutahime led them through several corridors and stopped in front of a washitsu. In here. She slid open the paper door. Several people were sitting inside the room. Kokichi Muta sat in the center. His wrists were still bound by the handcuffs created by the construction technique, but his back was straight and his gaze did not waver. Noritoshi Kamo sat to his left, his eyes permanently squinted so that Arata couldn't read his expression. Momo Nishimiya sat cross-legged in a corner clutching her broom, her face still showing traces of anger, but her eyes were red. Kasumi Miwa stood to the side with her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly, while Mai stood beside her, offering comfort. Aoi Tadu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes closed as if napping. And then there was Principal Gakuganji. The old geezer's face was nothing but shadows. The moment the door opened, everyone's eyes locked onto them. You've arrived. Noritoshi Kamo was the first to speak, his tone level. Yeah. Arata found a random spot to sit. Maki followed him and sat by his side. Yutahime closed the door. Her gaze swept over everyone before settling on Kokichi. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Kokichi looked up, met Arata's eyes for a split second, then looked away. You all know the situation. Yutahime's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Kokichi Muta, second year at the Kyoto school. Innate technique, puppet manipulation. Due to a heavenly restriction, his true body was unable to move, and he operated long-term as Mekamaru. Recently, he colluded with curse users and curse spirits, leaking intelligence from Jujutsu High. According to Jujutsu regulations, this is a capital offense. Miwa's shoulders shook more violently. She kept her head down, her voice muffled. Sensei. Miwa, Yutahime interrupted. Let him speak for himself. Kokichi was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Everything Yutahime-sensei said is the truth. His voice was steady. I did leak intelligence. I did make a deal with cursed spirits. I did all of those things. The room was silent for several seconds. After saying his piece, Kokichi didn't speak again. He sat tall, as if waiting for something. Kokichi Muta, Principal Gakuganji's voice rang out. You know what you have done, and you should know the consequences. Yes. Kokichi's answer was without hesitation. According to regulations, the death penalty. The moment the words, death penalty, dropped, Miwa snapped her head up. Principal. Mekamaru, he had a reason. Miwa. Gakuganji's voice carried an undeniable weight. Regardless of the reason, rules are rules. But. Stop. Arata cut everyone off. I didn't come here to watch a melodrama. Every eye in the room turned toward him. Gakuganji's frown deepened. Yutaheim turned her head slightly, giving him a look that clearly asked, what the hell are you trying to do? Arata stood up, walked over to Gakuganji, and looked down at the Kyoto principal. Principal Gakuganji, regarding Kokichi Muta's disposal, I have a proposal. A proposal? Gakuganji's voice was tinged with suspicion. What kind of proposal? I'm going to protect him. Arata's tone was flat. In my capacity as the head of the Zenin Clan. The Zenin Clan? Gakuganji's voice was full of skepticism. To my knowledge, the head of the Zenin Clan is Naobito Zenin. Since when did? Yesterday, the Zenin Clan sent a notice to the entirety of the Jujutsu higher-ups, though the efficiency of those wastes is truly pathetic. Arata interrupted him, then pulled out his phone as if to call Naobito. If Principal Gakuganji doesn't believe me, I can make a call so you can talk to the old man yourself. That won't be necessary, Gakuganji sighed. I believe you. He believed him, of course. For an old fox like Naobito Zenin to hand over the lordship to an outsider, he was either insane, or this young man had a reason that forced him to do so. Gakuganji was betting on the latter. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Get instant chapter pings via ping rolls and hang out with the community. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, in our world, we usually call this an employment contract. Chapter 49, in our world, we usually call this an employment contract. Then, as the head of the Zenin clan, you should know how serious this matter is. I do. Arata nodded. Then why are you protecting him? Because I was the one who saved him, so his life belongs to me to dispose of. Besides. Arata looked toward Kokichi Muta, his tone casual. He still has value to me. As he spoke, Arata pulled several paper documents from his shadow and handed them to Gakuganji. Gakuganji took the documents, glanced at them, and then looked up at Arata with a puzzled expression. Is this a deed of indenture? Ah, in our world, we usually call this an employment contract. Arata scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. It's written very clearly, 10 years. For these 10 years, he will help the Zenin clan with intelligence gathering. After all, the efficiency of those wastes in the Zenin clan is worse than a sloth. After 10 years, whether he wants to stay in the Zenin clan or leave is up to him. Principal Gakuganji stared at the agreement for a long time before finally nodding. Fine. I will submit a report to the higher-ups stating that Kokichi Muta has been handed over to the Zenin clan for disposal. The moment these words fell, Kasumi Miwa could no longer hold back. She rushed over to Kokichi, threw her arms around him, and cried, "That's great, that's wonderful, Mekamaru. I thought I'd never see you again." Kokichi froze. He wanted to lift his hand to pat her back, but he couldn't because his wrists were still cuffed. You should prepare yourself mentally. After I heal you with idle transfiguration, your control range for your technique will likely become very small, Arata explained to Kokichi. After all, before I cure you, your body still holds the binding vow of the heavenly restriction. You aren't like Maki, her heavenly restriction traded cursed energy for ultimate physical strength, while yours traded your physical body for the range of your technique. Healing you is equivalent to breaking that restriction. As for how small your range will become, I'm not entirely sure. I don't really mind that, Kokichi said, then shook his cuffed hands at Arata. Can you help me unlock these? Arata glanced at Kasumi, who was already sobbing into Kokichi's chest in chibi form. He then grabbed Maki's hand, left a quick, "Remember to keep your promise, for my," and fled the scene. Even after closing the door, Arata could still hear Kasumi's crying and Kokichi's clumsy attempts to comfort her. By the time they left the Kyoto school, it was already dark. News wings spread against the night wind, carrying the two of them over the myriad lights of the city. Maki leaned into Arata's chest, her back pressed against him, and she could feel his heart beating faster than usual. Are you tired? Maki asked, tilting her head. A little. Arata rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice sounding muffled. But it's not physical fatigue. Maki didn't press him, she simply reached out and covered his hand resting on her waist. It was nearly 9 o'clock by the time Nu landed at the gate of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Having flown for 2 hours, Arata felt like he had never known Nu to fly so slowly. Nu. Arata hopped off, caught Maki as she landed, and stood there, taking a deep breath of the cool night air. You go back and rest first. Arata let go and met Maki's gaze. I need to find Gojo-sensei. Now. Maki frowned slightly. Some things can't be put off. Arata paused, then added, it'll be quick. Maki stared at him for 2 seconds, didn't ask again, but reached out to pinch his cheek gently. Don't be too late. With that, Maki turned toward the dormitory. She took a dozen steps, looked back at Arata once, and finally disappeared around the corner. Arata stood where he was, watching her figure vanish completely before withdrawing his gaze and walking toward the staff dormitory. When he reached Gojo Satoru's door, he knocked twice, and Gojo's lazy voice came from inside. Come in. Arata pushed the door open and saw Gojo sitting cross-legged on his bed with a pile of documents spread out before him. His black blindfold was removed and resting on the pillow, exposing those overly cerulean eyes. Yo, Arata-kun. Gojo didn't look up. I heard you became the head of the Zenin Clan. How is it? How does it feel to be an emperor? It's terrible. Arata found a chair and sat down. Nobito dumped the whole mess on me. Gojo chuckled and pushed the files aside. You ran to find me in the middle of the night, don't tell me it's just to complain about how tiring being an emperor is. Arata leaned against the back of the chair and was silent for a few seconds. You already know that Kokichi Muta was a mole, but as a double agent, he managed to dig up quite a bit from the other side. Gojo didn't reply, he just propped a pillow behind his waist and shifted into a more comfortable position. They are planning a major move in Shibuya. Arata paused. Around Halloween, when foot traffic is at its peak. They will cast a curtain to trap ordinary people inside, then lure you in and seal you. The plan is quite elaborate. Gojo toyed with his blindfold, his tone impossible to read. Was it admiration or something else? Knowing they can't beat me in a head-on fight, they figure out a way to trap me and use civilians as hostages. That is indeed disgusting. Arata didn't respond, he just leaned back, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the armrest. Gojo looked at him. There's more you haven't said. It wasn't a question. Arata's fingers froze. How do they intend to seal me? Gojo continued. A special grade cursed object, the prison realm. Go on. Gojo stopped fiddling with the blindfold. They assume you will never harm the innocent, which completely restricts your large-scale area of effect attacks, preventing you from clearing the area and escaping quickly. Arata raised a hand and rubbed his face. After that, they will join forces with those unregistered special-grade cursed spirits to launch a continuous barrage of attacks. The goal isn't just to drain your cursed energy, but more importantly, to stall for time and keep your attention completely focused on the battle. Finally. Arata's voice grew quieter, and he didn't finish. Is that all? Arata didn't speak, he just nodded, then shook his head. Gojo stared at him for a few seconds, those blue eyes seemingly capable of seeing through everything. You know who it is, don't you? Gojo suddenly said. Arata's fingers stopped on the chair's armrest. He opened his mouth, but was cut off by Gojo. Arata-kun, what do you know? I know a lot. Arata's voice was hoarse. Probably, everything. So you aren't planning to tell me who the mastermind is? Gojo-sensei, I. Arata lowered his head, gripping the chair's armrest tightly. Gojo didn't urge him, but rose and sat down directly in front of Arata. Arata didn't know if he should say it. If he didn't, Gojo would be sealed as history intended. If he did, Kenjaku's plan would be interrupted, but what would happen next, or what other schemes Kenjaku might have, would be impossible to predict. In his heart, he wanted Gojo to be sealed. After all, if this strongest force was out of the picture, he could put on a much bigger show. But Gojo was, at the very least, the person who had raised him unconditionally for a year after he arrived in this world. His conscience wouldn't allow it. Right now, Arata felt like one of those hypocrites who wants both fame and virtue. Even he himself felt disgusted. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Chapter 50, Cursed Technique Reversal, and Chapter 50, Cursed Technique Reversal, and Arata-kun, do you know why I never ask you about those things? Gojo's voice came from across him, much softer than usual. Hearing this, Arata looked up, confused. Because there are many illogical things about you. Gojo reached out and placed a hand on Arata's head. The first time you saw me, you didn't show any surprise, as if you had known me for a long time. You know most of the common knowledge of the Jujutsu world, yet you were completely ignorant of some of the most basic curse technique theories. You adapted to Jujutsu High very quickly, so quickly that it felt like you had lived here for ages, or as if you were ready to leave at any moment. Arata's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. And your attitude towards Suguru, Gojo continued. You hate him, and not just because he hurt Maki. The way you hate him is like you're hating a disaster that should have been stopped but wasn't. Arata remained silent. This was too abnormal. Was this really Satoru Gojo? Wasn't Gojo supposed to be the type who never said what he actually meant? However, Gojo was wrong about one thing. In Arata's eyes, Suguru Geto was just an idiot whose brain had been kicked broken by Toji. That would never change. As for the hate, that was only for what Geto had said and done to Maki. So you know everything. No, I only know you have secrets. Gojo shook his head. But I don't care. No matter who you are, where you came from, or what you know, you are my student, Satoru Gojo's student. That's enough. Even if the things that shouldn't happen end up happening, you don't need to feel guilty. After all, you're the student I'm most proud of. You must have your reasons for doing what you do. 4 days after the conversation with Gojo. Senpai, what's wrong with you? Yuji Itadori waved a hand in front of Arata's eyes. You've been spacing out here for ages. When Arata snapped out of it, Yuji's face, full of curiosity, was almost touching his nose. Nothing. Arata leaned back and pushed the face away. Just didn't sleep well last night. Is it because you're too excited about becoming the Zenin Clan head? Nobara poked her head in from the side, her tone teasing. I heard from Fushiguro, you're a big shot now. A big shot. Arata rolled his eyes. I really didn't think a family this size could have so much nonsense to deal with. Now I know why Naobito never bothered with anything. I'd rather go toe-to-toe with Sukuna right now. Salmon Row, Toji Inumaki walked up from behind and patted Arata's shoulder. You look like you've aged 10 years, Panda remarked, then added, but seriously, you've been at the Zenin estate for the last 3 days. Arata stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Once Naobito gave me the position, he completely vanished. The Zenin clan isn't like the Gojo clan, if he won't manage it, I have to. So you settled all that mess in 3 days? Nobara raised an eyebrow. You're actually pretty impressive. Hardly. Arata waved a hand. I only did a portion of it. I dumped the rest on Kokichi Muta. As he spoke, Arata pulled out his phone and showed his chat logs with Kokichi. He's been cursing me out for a while now. The notification sound for Kokichi's messages was almost constant. Kokichi, just how much stuff did you dump on me? Kokichi, why are the Zenin clan's accounts handwritten? Kokichi, I thought I was only responsible for intelligence. Kokichi, and this. Omitted 99 plus. Kokichi, are you even looking? Kokichi, Arata Hoshino. Arata flipped the phone over and placed its screen down on the steps. The vibration sound became muffled. Aren't you going to reply? Nobara sat cross-legged opposite him, spinning a hammer. Her look was one of pure schadenfreude. I did, Arata said, deadpan. I replied with a 1. Nobara went silent for a moment. Isn't that even more infuriating? What else can I do? Arata spread his hands. I can't actually go back and help him check ledgers. I just escaped, and... Before he could finish, Arata suddenly froze. Senpai, Yuji started to ask, but Arata raised a hand to cut him off. Arata had just received intelligence from his clone. Choso, Eso, and Kachizu had all completed their incarnation. Now he just needed to bring them back. Arata closed his right eye, but the vision from that eye appeared inside a quiet casino. Using the shared vision of his clone, Arata saw the 3 death painting brothers, along with Kenjaku, Jogo, Hanami, and Mahito, who were all sitting around a mahjong table playing. Dagon, still in his cursed womb form, was huddled to the side. Though he didn't understand why there was a mahjong table in a casino, Arata's face began to contort with rage. Seeing you guys living so comfortably makes me really pissed off. Let's give you a big surprise. Under the confused gazes of the students, Arata slowly raised his right hand. In the next second, a black energy sphere suddenly appeared in his palm. Curse technique reversal, red. Normally, this involves injecting positive cursed energy into the limitless technique, reversing blues, infinite convergence, into infinite divergence. On an energy level, it uses reverse curse technique to drive the limitless, overturning its foundation. Spatially, it takes the infinitely subdivided Planck scale space units and expands them outward with extreme force, instantly creating a massive distance between the user and the target while generating a devastating repulsive shockwave. While using limitless without the 6 eyes is extremely difficult, nothing is impossible with a binding vow. Arata was truly grateful to Mahito and Sukuna now, one provided idle transfiguration, and the other helped him grasp the development of any technique. As long as he used his soul as the price, he could establish any binding vow he wanted, then use idle transfiguration to fix his soul afterward. It was essentially a free, white-labeled, binding vow. Curse technique reversal. Black. Lonely, darkness, void, anything that suits more any idea. Meanwhile, inside the casino. At the mahjong table, Kenjaku discarded a west wind tile and spoke to Jogo, who was next in line. The effective range of the prison realm's seal is roughly a 4-meter radius. We must ensure Satoru Gojo remains within that range for 1 minute. Your task is to stall him. The table went silent for a long time. Then, Jogo suddenly flipped the table over. Heat radiated from his body, and his face was almost touching Kenjaku's. Do you think I won't burn you? Are you teaming up with us just to dump this impossible problem on our heads? To restrain that thing for a minute under those conditions, it wouldn't be worth it even if we traded the lives of thousands of ignorant humans. It's getting quite hot, Jogo, Kenjaku said, discarding a 1-dot tile. All right, calm down, Jogo. The clone stepped forward and placed a hand on Jogo's shoulder. Isn't Geto-sama simply showing faith in your abilities? Faith. Jogo's rage wasn't quelled, it burned even hotter. That's Satoru Gojo. Not the small fry we dealt with before. You are the 4 great disasters, have some confidence in yourselves. The clone pushed Jogo back into his seat. Besides, I'm here too, aren't I? Setting that aside, where did Choso, Eso, and Kachizu go? Jogo glanced at the sofa where only Dagon remained, then at the clone who had his left eye closed. And why are you squinting? What's wrong with your eye? Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The clone stood straight and swept a quick gaze over them. See you in Shibuya, you mongrels. With those words, the clone's figure vanished instantly. In its place appeared a black energy sphere pulsing with terrifying cursed energy. Before they could even react, the sphere exploded. Everything within 50 meters of the sphere was reduced to dust in an instant. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Chapter 51, Oni-chan. Chapter 51, Oni-chan. At the same time, on the Tokyo Jujutsu High training grounds. In the next instant, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the center of the lawn. A man wearing white robes stood at the front. His long black hair was tied back like 2 brooms, with a few stray strands hanging over his forehead. He had deep features and a horizontal black seal across the bridge of his nose. His eyes were currently scanning the surroundings in a daze. Behind him stood 3 figures, one was muscular and tall with tan skin, a mohawk hairstyle, and unusual eyes with black scara, another was Arata's clone. And the last one? He had pale green skin, the body of a monster that crawled on all 4s, and a massive second mouth. His eyes and mouth bled constantly, making him look exactly like a terrifying cursed spirit. Cursed spirit. Yuji Itadori was the first to react, springing up from the steps and dropping into a combat stance. Nobara already had her hammer in hand, her other hand reaching for the pouch of nails at her waist. Panda's massive frame stepped forward, his furry paws somehow already fitted with his signature panda print brass knuckles. Toji Inumaki pulled down the high collar covering the lower half of his face, revealing the snake and fanged seal on his mouth. Megumi Fushiguro and Junpei Yoshino summoned their respective shikigami. Maki took a step forward, her naginata held horizontally across her chest, her gaze locked firmly on the creature that looked like a curse. On the other side, the 3 death-painting brothers suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar location hadn't even processed what was happening before seeing a group of people ready for battle across from them. Seeing this, Choso stepped forward to shield Kachizu. A moment later, blood began to seep from his back, hovering in the air and instantly shaping into several circular flying blades. The atmosphere turned explosive in an instant. Just then, Arata's voice came from behind the group, laced with urgency. Wait, wait, wait. He jumped down from the steps, sprinting between the 2 groups and spreading his arms in a timeout gesture. What are you guys doing? Nobody move. They're on our side. On our side. Maki lowered her naginata, then looked at the green figure behind Choso. That guy is clearly a cursed spirit, isn't he? About that. Arata scratched his head. Let me go negotiate. With that, Arata ran toward Choso's group. Choso stood at the front. Looking at the young man running toward them and then at his own 4th brother behind him, his eyes suddenly widened. No matter how he looked at it, they were the same person. No need to be so shocked. That's just a clone carrying half of my soul. Arata explained with a smile. The moment the words left his mouth, the clone behind Choso squirmed a couple of times before turning into blood and flowing back into Arata's body. Choso watched his fourth brother merge into this identical young man. He wanted to say something, but upon sensing further, he realized his brother hadn't disappeared, rather, he had become one with the youth before him. Maybe I should change how I address you. Arata looked at Choso with a grin. What do you think, Oni-chan? When that title popped out of Arata's mouth, everyone present froze. Choso's reaction was the most direct. His eyes snapped wide, his pupils reflecting Arata's smiling face. He opened his mouth, but the sound caught in his throat. Then, he smiled. Originally, only he, Eso, and Kachizu were alive among the death paintings. The fourth brother, having been a stillbirth, was supposed to have no memories of them after incarnation. But now, the brother who should have been a stillborn was standing right in front of him, vibrantly alive, calling him Oni-chan. How could he not be overjoyed? Seeing Choso start to leak tears and snot like a broken faucet, Arata didn't know what to say. Had his clone really provided zero emotional value to them during their time together? At least he could be sure Choso was crying tears of joy. While Arata didn't strictly need to go this far, it was his own selfish wish. First, before transmigrating, he had really liked Choso. He had always wanted an older brother like him, but that damn Gij Akutami had killed Choso off, and on his birthday of all days. Second, it was a real shame that Choso and Yuki Tsukumo never made it to the end together. So, Gojo's voice came from behind the crowd. He had appeared there at some point, his expression unreadable behind the black blindfold, though the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed him. Arata-kun, since when did you get 3 older brothers? Arata turned around, met Gojo's "I'm here for the drama" face, and rolled his eyes. This is the plan I told you about last time. So these are the 3 helpers you mentioned. Gojo walked over. His gaze lingered on Choso for a moment, swept over Eso, and finally landed on the 4-legged green figure. This one has a very unique look. Feeling Gojo's gaze, Kachizu shrank back behind Choso. So, you 3, interested in joining Jujutsu High? Hearing this, Choso wiped his face and steadied his emotions. He glanced at Eso and Kachizu before turning to Gojo. Isn't your purpose to exorcise cursed spirits? My 2 brothers would surely be classified as such. It doesn't matter. Since you're Arata-kun's brother, as his teacher, I should look out for you too, shouldn't I? With that, Gojo turned toward the principal's office. Follow me. I'll take you to the principal to get registered. Watching Gojo walk away, Choso hesitated. He instinctively looked at Arata. Only after the latter nodded to signal it was fine did Choso cast aside his worries and lead Eso and Kachizu to follow Gojo. Once the 4 were gone, Arata withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. So when exactly did you plan all this? Maki stepped up and hooked her arm around Arata's neck, pulling him into her side. During the Goodwill event. Arata leaned into the softness at his side with an appreciative look. Luckily, those special grade curses have high IQs but low common sense. They actually thought my clone would follow their orders after incarnation. Why does Senpai look like he's enjoying this so much? Yuji poked Panda. Didn't you see it last time? Panda whispered in Yuji's ear. Those 2 are just one step away from doing everything. Can you stop making that face? Maki looked down at Arata, who was shamelessly nuzzling against her chest. It's so soft, let me stay like this a bit longer. As he spoke, Arata began to nuzzle even more brazenly. And then, his back made an intimate acquaintance with the training ground grass. Stop playing dead. I didn't even use that much force. I won't. You hurt me. Give me a hand. Maki rolled her eyes but reached out to the man lying on the ground. Arata didn't budge. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and gave a light tug. Caught off balance, Maki fell directly onto his chest. The surrounding cheers and jeering exploded instantly. Arata Hoshino. October 31, 2018, 2000 hours sharp. An hour ago, a curtain with a radius of approximately 400 meters was lowered, centered on the Tokyo department store Toyoko branch. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were trapped inside. Upon receiving this news, Jujutsu sorcerers began an emergency mobilization toward Shibuya. Meanwhile, at the Zenin estate. Clan head, something has happened in Shibuya. Naoya Zenin arrived at Arata's room to report. I know. Have Kokichi, the old man, and all members of the Hey meet in the assembly hall. Also, don't notify OG Zenin. Yes, sir. 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl. Chapter 52, Arrangements. Chapter 52, Arrangements. Arata Hoshino stood in the center of the assembly hall, his gaze sweeping over every single person present. Nobito Zenin sat at the very front, his sharp, calculating eyes half closed as if he were dozing off, but Arata knew the old man was sharper than anyone right now. Junichi Zenin stood to the right. Behind him were all the members of the Hei, standing in uniform. Every person here possessed a grade of at least semi-grade 1, making them the strongest combat force within the Zenin clan. Naoya sat beside Nobito. The look in his eyes was completely different from before, having transformed entirely from disdain and contempt into pure admiration. Kokichi, Arata called out. Present. Kokichi's voice emerged from the puppet standing beside Arata. Although his physical body had completely recovered, he was still accustomed to working from dark spaces. Right now, his true body was in the basement of the Zenin estate, maintaining communication with the hall through Mekamaru. What's the situation in Shibuya? According to reports from the auxiliary managers, the curtain has fallen with a radius of approximately 400 meters. Internal communications are completely severed, and the civilian count is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Currently, all sorcerers of semi-grade 2 and above, along with auxiliary managers, have rushed over. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. The enemy's barrier techniques are several times stronger than ours. Counting the largest one, 4 curtains A, B, C, and D have been lowered over Shibuya right now. Curtain A traps ordinary civilians. Curtain B traps Satoru Gojo. Curtain C prohibits sorcerers from entering. Curtain D, like A, traps ordinary civilians. Kid, the old man spoke up, his voice steady and unhurried. What do you plan to do? Arata didn't answer immediately. He knew exactly what was about to happen. That night, he had laid his cards on the table with Gojo Satoru. He expressed his desire for Gojo to be sealed. He had expected to be chewed out, but Gojo had surprisingly agreed to the request. Next, Gojo would enter the curtain, he would be sealed by the prison realm, the Jujutsu world would lose its strongest force, and Shibuya would turn into hell. But this time, he didn't want the subsequent events to follow the original script. If that made him a hypocrite, then so be it. Junichi, Naoya. Arata looked toward Naoya, Junichi, and the Hei members behind them. Divide into 2 groups and enter the outermost curtain. Gather all the civilians you can find. The moment the curtain is lifted, get them out immediately. The cursed spirits inside are at least grade 1, and there are mass-produced transfigured humans. If possible, avoid unnecessary combat. Yes, sir. Junichi and Naoya responded in unison, leading the Hei members as they quickly vanished into the night. Following that, Arata looked toward Nobito. Old man, I'm leaving Maki's side to you. Fine. Nobito stood up. I'll handle the girl. Watch your own back, don't go dying on me. Don't worry, Arata nodded. Thanks, old man. Save your breath. Nobito waved a hand and disappeared into the night. Kokichi. Present. Execute your plans exactly as you had preset them for after your death. I won't interfere. Understood. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Arata pulled open the doors of the assembly hall, only to find Choso, Eso, and Kachiza standing outside, seemingly waiting for him. We feel we can help as well, Choso said, stepping up to Arata. Arata was silent for a moment before replying, if possible, could you please head over to Yuji's side? And what about you? I have some personal scores to settle. I'm sorry, brother. Arata, there is no need to apologize. Choso stepped forward and patted Arata's shoulder. Don't die. Yeah. Arata raised his hands to form a hand sign, and Nu emerged from his shadow, spreading its wide wings. He leaped onto the Shikigami's back, took one last look at the 3 figures standing by the door, and lightly patted Nu's head. Nu let out a low cry and carried him up into the night sky. 2020, in front of the curtain. Just as Arata was about to step into the curtain, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Maki. He pressed answer, and before he could speak, Maki's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of barely suppressed urgency. Where are you? Outside the curtain, Arata answered honestly. The old man is here with me and Nobara. Maki's voice suddenly grew quieter. Arata blinked. The old man is already there. Yeah, Maki responded. He said you sent him. I did, Arata didn't deny it. The old man's strength speaks for itself. With him accompanying you, I can rest easy. Silence followed on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Watch yourself. Maki's voice was soft, but every word was pronounced clearly. Don't go dying again. Arata chuckled. Don't worry, I won't this time. Hanging up the phone, he slipped it back into his pocket. Staring at the surface of the curtain reflecting his image, Arata took a step forward and walked through. Gojo would be sealed around 21:15. It was currently 2020, which meant Gojo had likely already entered the 5th basement level of Shibuya Station and would be clashing with the disasters shortly. Choso is already on our side, so the ones left to watch out for are Jogo, Mahito, Dagon, and Kenjaku. As for Sukuna, Arata rubbed his chin. Jogo will probably still find Yuji. Even without Choso there, it's easy for Jogo to handle Yuji. Feeding him 10 fingers at once plus 11 if the Hasaba sisters do their feeding means Sukuna will have no choice but to take over. However, Arata looked at the men and 3 women who had appeared in front of him. A mature woman with signature light pink hair and deep teal eyes, possessing a sharp and elegant aura, this had to be Minami Suda from Sugiura Geto's family. As Geto's secretary and combat commander, she barely had any screen time during Night Parade of 100 Demons, and even less during the Shibuya incident. To this day, Arata didn't even know what her cursed technique was. Another heavily built man, whose injured right eye was completely covered in white bandages, was likely Toshihisa Negi, another extra whose curse technique was unknown. And finally, the 2 minors. Mimiko Hasaba and Nanako Hasaba. At least he had a slight clue about their techniques, but they weren't important figures either. Damn it. Why does Sugiura Geto's family have so many literal extras? You're Sugiura Geto's family, right? But you should know perfectly well that the Sugiura Geto right now isn't the real one, yet you're still willing to act like dogs for the thing occupying his body. You should be very aware of the gap in our strength. So I will ask you this plainly, are you here to seek help? Or are you here to find death? 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 10 total review equals 1 bonus chapter. Total bonus chapters achieved, 0. For 50 ADV chapters. P at trian.com/prince_of_lonl.